Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. A thunder that grew steadily loud. Hoofbeats, hundreds to score the once tranquil dew upon the grass and upturned earth. Their weights and momentum ripped away the very soil in clumps until all that trailed behind them was a carnage that could be made into a new track to one day be paved Roman. Yet, this was not and ever will be Roman. Arcadiopolis, the land and people Thracian, its build Byzantium, but its occupants Serbs. Professional Serbian soldiers manned the ramparts, watching with a glowing aura of dark shades of orange to bright hues of yellow off the hidden depths in their background, with their backs warmed. Their pockets full, their smiles broad, heights reinforced by the sheer cliff of their fallen enemies' ramparts. A deadly confidence comforts each a man as they watch in amusement the mass vanguard coming too late to relieve the sieged defenders. Through narrow slits, I could see in rocky motions atop of my charger the flames brighten behind the cracked and fixed gates. Our host will not pause to assess. Their arrows fly, striking hard, wet, and cold steel and iron, but no bite into any flesh. Heavily barded, our horses weigh their value down into the crunch and molded dirt with ever eagerness to not test their protective steel coat or their burden. The clinking of chain, clank of our axes, a clang of our shields, and our roar of destined glory and victory to avenge the fallen cracks the insurance won by the Serbian invaders. Then fear explodes within our enemy. A great explosion from the hoofs and meat of horseflesh and muscle slamming into the splintered and broken gate from the blinded chargers. In a rage, me and my brothers dismount with a sweep of our crescent steel moons to sharply part these Serb fools' heads from their shoulders. Following not far behind us is the lesser, but greater number of our host. As we, the Varangian, the Nordic raider, crush and clear a path to lead our host's army forward, so too shall we cut and shear a path to lead our host to his bounty of fire and corpses. Raining down upon all is either the brave arrows flying true to their marks or the bright surrendering their blades to the obvious superiors in this conflict. Submission to us all soon follows. It takes me not long to appreciate the size of our host, hailed formally from here or other parts of the breaking empire, and yet they all cling in uniform to something that once was a death throw that savagely grips onto the clothes of the reaper itself to beg for one more pull of life. How much of these bloodied and maimed corpses will pile up until they realize their folly? The battle is over, but I yet to feel at ease. Towering over the irregulars with my own 6-foot frame, my bulk of chainmail and plates weigh my shoulders heavily, but I stand erect and proud of the achievements that me and my brothers have. It takes courage, blind and foolish, to bowl down a gate to enter the burning inferno of heck in simple meeting of a greater unseen variety of foes. Still, I feel uneasy. The sights of these bodies, some crunching under the heel of my boots from their crispy carcass, upsets. No rescue or spoils. Only a payment which would have come anyways from our host. A cast of shinning Arctic blue eyes pierce narrow and keenly from my visor at the man who made too late the decision. Nothing comes from my lips, but the voice is still stated clearly from my silence as I approach in a menacing manner. The clinking of my armored body, the clang of my blade slapping against my shield, grabs the attention swiftly from all those about me. Their mouths ripple with Greek and Balkan, not something I care to translate, for all I seek is an answer, a simple response from their leader. Was it worth the wait? My voice is but a whisper, but close is my visored and mailed face leaning down to be heard by the nobleman. I see fire dances in those angry eyes, awaiting a glimpse of the man's fear to gladly show or something worse, indifference. We won back the city without losing muck pfth gull. Theo, our noble leader here, splutters before covering his mouth. Sadly, our host's leader, Theo Kelikopolis, sounded much too pragmatic for my taste, and I shut him up with the clipping edge of my shield into his perfect teeth. Imperfect now. I don't have to worry about the army's host being given orders to apprehend me. Not right away, at least. Their man's man is too busy fumbling for what is left of their teeth dribbling in crimson from their blubbering lips. Turning my back to such a reasonable individual, I hail the bulk of my circle and signal for us all to leave this forsaken, burnt husk for its shelters. Nothing but a shallow accomplishment. Death is too easy to come by these days. I prefer to challenge death by ripping life from its grasp. Each time, it is with gratitude to the Holy Ghost, that I am granted another day to walk upon this soil. Yet, it shames me that I cannot come to grips with the Reaper when he involves those out of my reach. A subtle, but sour, taste burns in the back of my throat just thinking about this day and the many others before it. Today, we leave behind after mounting and riding out from the wreck that was called Arcadiopolis. In a few days, we can distance ourselves, and in short of a month to reach the city of Constantinople. I expect the sum of our weary voyage and servitude sigh, if not we, can sail home. Home. Skane, Denmark. How long had it been since I've left that place? I had been no more than 10 when taken by my uncle to travel. Hostilities were brewing from the Swedish and Danish end. Me being my father's sole son out of 8, 7 being daughters, my life was rather a priority to the Jarl. It had been safer for me to be accompanied with my uncle Drollo to the Kievan lands of the Rus. A practice of many things had happened in our journey, be they the art of warfare, writing and poetry, geography and history, or the traditions and religions of the many. Not just our people, but cultures that my uncle had encountered across his time going in Nordic raider. The Rus were not too far different, but the land certainly had a crisp and dry atmosphere I had not come to appreciate in comparison to the sea always reflecting the horizon back home. I suppose I was spoiled with familiarities. As a child, I had always enjoyed the sea. The sand beneath my bare feet, whether it be dusted and dry or chilled and wet, to stand or run and invade in a wade through the surf before plunging into the next wave of salty sea. A wind would send shivers down my back, the long blonde hair clinging around my body like wavy golden tendrils keeping me chilled until I could brush off the lush matting, and the flesh I fully bear rising in gooseflesh. Until the next welcome wave brings me back down into its cold, but warmly familiar, embrace from the wintry blow. Here, in the lands of the Rus, it was either fields or forests. No sea to welcome me unless I traveled far north or very far south. South was where I had been intended. From home, time had passed long enough for me to be given a charge to go a mission down with the chosen lot. We would be initiated in fire and blood, worth made born from the clash of steel and bite of flesh, and tempered under the hammering blows and shouts of our friends and enemies in the chaos of war. It was not Meyer the Russ's war. An empire is falling apart and called upon the aid of those who both descend and ascend from their peoples and those who surround. It was not to be safe, but then I am older now and my uncle had passed his lot in life. A man makes his own decisions when there is not one made for him. I had grown into a strong and agile man, lean and tall, corded muscle could bear the burden of my armor with ease and my limbs respond swiftly with accent shield. I still retained a great deal of youth in my face, but I was greater in stature than the norm for my age. Maybe a bit immature, still, but the passion is welcome into the fights to come. Years, I not know exactly how many, but enough to change the fuzz on my chin into a golden bush. I may have kept my face hairy, but the amount of heat in these Southlands causes an itch worse than a blade's cut. So, I kept my face clean shaven. My hair, being long, did not bother me as much. Braided, tied taut from my scalp, it was simple to keep it from giving me a slap in the face or an irritable itch beneath the helm from callous motion. On the topic of hair, I could swear that the limbs of my arms and legs would be nearly stripped bare from the constant rubbing of my tunic and hose beneath the pad and chain of my armor. It was never a pretty sight inside the fabric, with sweat, hairs, skin, and even specks of blood from our forced marches to battles and sieges. My first battle had been unsettling. Many would say I had shouted men to their knees before ending their misery with the swing of my blade, but the truth would be me screaming in fear and chipping and chopping past the protective hide of my foes for my own survival's sake. The shrill tone of my voice coming from within the helm and mail caused many to look my way. That gave me a nickname on the battlefield, Winter's Wail. The ice blue of my eyes, that scrubbed clean and white skin, a bright cast of light blonde hair gave everyone the impression of a Jotun, a giant from the frigid snow-capped mountains. That is far from true. I am a man of the sea, but to correct them seemed pointless. It was also something I was far from caring about. My focus had been on surviving. To do that, I would require becoming stronger, faster, and smarter than the ones trying to kill me. That also included those who fought by my side. It is a strange thing to be invited and also repulsed by the people who host and jail me. I am signed into a contract that requires I provide my arms in service, paid well, and provided with all that is needed. Yet, it is controlling and hostile. I am a heathen, a pagan, amongst these people. They find solace in their God and group in masses for forgiveness so they may find peace when their lives come to an end. I had no wish to be a part of that. Valhalla was my calling and it would be where I dine and drink after a misfortunate bout. At least, that is what I had thought, told myself, and wished. The ideal had its charm, but once on the bloody field, burning house, sinking ship, and crumbling mountain, you get a change of heart. In peace, many call for war for so many reasons. In war, many find a reason to seek peace. I only wanted my own peace to still the rising insanity in my soul. There were no one I could rightly rely on at my side to watch my back. Again, I was a foreigner, a devil worshipper, a believer of false gods. None of my jarls, my father's, pantheons had any resolve for me. My peace, but I found it. In attendance, a nobleman named Theo vouches for my privilege to be baptized and then christened. Since I did not call Kiev my home, but Skane, they made a name for me that would rise their bands of Christendom. My name is Chris. Now, after years of service, a permit and pardon, I am going home. Darkness. The rim of my shield lowers enough for me to peek over. Thunk, I jerk, startled, and I raise my shield to the night sky after that piercing arrow deflects. There was no way I could see the path I am marching in. It didn't matter. I had a brother on either side of me to keep ourselves in line. Each man, braced for the impact of a volley, stood shoulder to shoulder when it rained down. Everyone moved as one when the dark sky cleared. This field, filled with crushed vegetation and mud, it belonged to another of the Greek subjects. I knew of the village that it harbored, but not of this particular patch of earth. In all my hope, this unnamed land I pray will not be my resting ground. It is already for a few. My ice-blue eyes reflect the image of a figure laying in my path. I take one tender step over him. Stumbling, the weight of my armor sends the Russ next to me a pace to the side while cursing. Flailing, that man is not dead at my feet. Was not dead. A silent gasp of surprise lights up his features and drops his stilled limbs. I didn't know if he had just died of his wounds or if it had been from the heavy-booted stomping of the Russ next to me. At the moment, I'm glad that the man I stumbled into didn't assume any air of me. Behind his shield, I catch him giving a single nod and hear the grunt of acknowledgement from the Russ as we take a couple strides to close the gap that we made. No moon to light our path. We march blindly forward to the sounds of yelling commands and shouting challenges over the shuffling of our feet, heavy breathing, and clinking iron and steel. The darkness favors us this night, for all the numbers they have means little if we meet. All we have to do is ensure we make it to those unwalled roads. Maybe not unwalled. The ring of men shooting at us could be considered a meat shield. We are smashed into by meaty line with our own defensive phalanx. Funny that they came to us when it happened to be our objective. A moment, skidding. The force of their bodies pushes our lot back only a step. It is a space we gave them for our sure footing. Our arms brace against the shides and we hold, hacking at anything that tries to pry us from our mortal coils. The Russ surprised me. The haft of his axe pommels the side of my head as a spear thrusts over my shoulder. Is he looking out for me? If so, he's become a headache. I'll have to thank him for it later by making his morning a whirl of pain from overconsumption. For now, I square my shoulders and shove upward. The Russ's shield melds with mine, and a third thrusts over the top of our pair. I hack the spearhead off. Another man grasps the long shaft, yanking and pull down on the broken spear. That spearman, screaming, is grabbed from below our sheltering shields by the crouching irregulars. Who've caught onto our teamwork's intent. I don't have to see what happened. My imagination plays it out clearly enough with the knowledge that those irregulars carried sharpened straight steel. How many stabs will that man take before his life ceases? Our shielding shelter instantly drops, having only taken a couple seconds, but it would have been enough for our foe to take advantage. Maybe take advantage if they knew what they were doing. Anchiles, that is what this village's name is. That makes them Ankylesians. Other villages had gathered and followed a man here. What was the name of their leader again? Kadarlasari, a Thebes' man. If he had brought more of his kind. Here, it would have made for a better challenge, but a mob is nothing more than that. Villagers do not make good for soldiering. Hunting, maybe, but there is a limit to those arrows and the quality of sight is slight tonight. Not to mention they had no idea who they were meeting. Worse, I doubt they even realize why they are fighting to meet my brothers and mine axes. Our wall holds for another passing moment. A short breath, we relax and continue to chop at the poking and prodding at our defenses. The moment stretches for a minute and more. Counting, we all know when to stop and do and as one push. The chorus of our shout drowns the cry of the back-pedaling villagers falling, begging, praying, screaming, but all dying by our aggressive and yet casual march into the locale. A sound most appealing comes to my ears. Ringing off the sandstone walls of the village, I can hear the tell-all signs of a fleeting mass of feet gradually fading. Anchiles is en route and the hold on this village is lost. Every reason to continue their fight has either died or is running away with support. All reason to continue comes to an abrupt end. Our circle remains alert behind the ring of shields, but the irregulars quickly take advantage of their lesser burden to chase after our enemy. Anchiles, the village would become desolate in the years to come. It shouldn't bother me. I had already resolved the fact that this village and its populace is condemned for rising up in arms. There is a new burden, a pain in the back of my frosted eyes, thumping against my senses to catch my attention, but I see nothing behind my shield. I can only hear what had happened after the fact. A scream, a peculiar one, comes following after the thumping ceases with a crash. I make the mistake in lowering my shield to look. I watch in amazed horror as the lesser host of our lot break through the security of Anchiles's homes to add more high-pitched screams to the cacophony. Without warning, my wrist is grabbed and jabbed upwards. I turn to look at the grim tension in the Russ's jaw, expecting him to say something, but nothing need be spoken. He too remains alert behind his shield. The Russ is more experienced than I and maybe ever will be. He knows to keep aware of both his enemy and friend. If I were to fall by blade or crack by emotion, he would be open to both. As he, I too grind my teeth and set my jaw firmly to shut any protest I may have. We wait for anything. Our field continues to be a horrible symphony for a while. It fades, as had those who ran, into silence. We all can pick up the laughter, cheers, those shuffling feet coming back to us, and the single command to release our vigilance. As one, we fall in line to see while we could not before. The frost melts before my eyes. A tension around my throat quickens a stammering breath from my lips. I had followed after my brothers to inspect what could be of value, and all I gather is images of butchery. Scenes of a last-ditch effort to secure life here or mercy there. A mother, holding their child, both having been cleaved into a bloody corner far from the doorway I peer as I pass. My tight lips become white. Every turn is the same, the men having either died by our hands or chased off into the night later to leave their loved ones in our hands. No, I whisper, no, this is, immediately, the Russ again roughly tugs, on my shoulder this time, and embraces me with a forceful pat around to the middle of my back and shoulders. He roars in laughter and congratulates me, keeping my struggling frame from breaking away, but still he cheerfully expels and displays our moment of glory like the rest of these victors. I try again to pull away, enough that there is a space between us for a moment. A moment was enough time to see his anger equaled mine, menacing the frown away with more laughter and pulling me into the embrace one last time. When I stand still, he leaves me with a hand shaking my shoulder in acknowledgement. I am left, rocking on my feet, watching. Everyone enjoy their dark night in their own way. After this day, I make it my choice to wear both a visor and mail to cover my features. If anyone stops me, be they enemy, friend, or a fellow Russ, I will not be held back to act. He will not analyze and command me again. This burden haunts my soul and aches me physically, all that pressure focuses in the center of my breast with more weight than the value of my steel and armor on my shoulders. It is like a hand clasping onto my sternum to wrench out my heart as it beats still. I awake. Hey, freaking finally. You broke your cot, a man over me, holding his hand down on my chest to shake me awake and pointing with his other hand at the splintered cot I had been in. You've been making it heck for the rest of us to sleep. All that noise from you and your flailing. He doesn't look angry, but I can tell a man is upset, but there is a worried concern in his eyes. A knowing. I turn away from him to look at the cot again. Finally, I realize I had fallen out of it when my battery broke my resting place. It takes me a few more seconds to remember where and when I am. A ship. I'm on a ship sailing north. I had left Constantinople a month ago with my charges paid and price extracted. My incident with Theo didn't blow over so well and I had to cut some of my pay to a more precise wage. It didn't matter to someone who planned to leave. At that, I had actually been the only one to depart. A Dane saying farewell to his circle of Russ brothers. It pained me, but they had more involvement with this contract than I had. Their own had an agreement to keep, and it would be folly for Russ to return without completion. I came down here from Kiev, but that is not where I'm from. Skane, home, back in the lush green fields, chilled blue light, and fresh crisp air of the sea all around. A warm memory that always lights a smile on my face to break away the dark dreams. The man above me reaches, grabs my shoulder with one hand, grasps my own hand with the other and pulls me up. I stand over him with that same warm smile. He seemed hesitant, but smiles in return. You look better. Now. Better? I ask in confusion. Than you did earlier. He points at the wood flooring. He scowls. You had this and looked ready to smash someone else's cot, if not someone. His shoulders jump with a hearty chuck of a chuckle. Then smile returns without the hesitation. Keep that smile up. You said you were going home. I give him a confident nod. This man, what was his name again? He only said it once in introduction. He's a captain, but not this ship's captain. A storm blew him out of the business a while ago and he'd been working business back up with another to obtain a new vessel and crew. In a way, I am wary of him. It would be all too easy to become comfortable around his pleasant nature and be vulnerable to sway his way when he comes calling. Luckily, he is right. I have something to be keeping my smile up. Home is calling out to my soul and I am answering. Rocking. The stormy southern waters was angry today. It had not occurred to me before, but if I disliked the idea of dying in a foreign land, then I would be rightly livid in the bottom of its crushing waves. To keep my mind off of it and put my emotions to some use, I head up on deck to see what help I could be. The colors of bright red, a dull beige, and a contrast of black run from the front dragon prow through the full span and length of the ship. The sail itself, illustrated with something that looks like a skinny rooster running its barbed feet in the air, has the same outstanding highlights. Overboard, there are a number of shields, rounded at the top and narrowing down to points, each with their own color. There is a single oddball shield out of them, flat on both top and bottom, straight at their sides, tall as I am, heavy with iron and steel, and billowed out a ways to allow someone like me to fit snugly up to my side or bust. Not the type of shield I normally would carry. A more average round shield is among the others, but that has more intricate carvings and paint than the towering one. Each shield serves its own purpose on the conditions. I would have brought my third shield, one that resembled the ship crew's, but with a flat top and thicker. Unfortunately, the incident with Theo had caused me to lose such a fine piece of equipment. I certainly did not want to lose these two. Stepping over the benchmarks, I make certain that the men in mine shields are strapped in for their journey. They can't be too tight, considering we still sailed along the Bulgar's coast and those bastards have no love for those who wish to keep a dying empire alive. When we can reach the northern coast, there is an intent on taking the western river along the Pecheng's plains and make our feet fleet with the carried burden off to the Estonian lands of Livonia. From there, our paths will go their different ways. Mine to Skane. The other captain to follow the current one onto Baden. A couple of Saxons will make their wages fighting for the Franconians, some of the Byzantines to help assist with spreading the word of our Lord and Savior, and there is the shipbuilding crew who will dismantle the ship for transport across land. My hands are itching to hold, work, or attend something as they clench and open while I pace over the ship's top. Normally, I'd be calm, but the rocking has me irritable. I do try thinking on the reason why, but the image of what this rocking triggers cannot be envisioned. Hey, come here. I turn to look, reaching up to smooth the blonde out of my face furiously before I huff in a temper and bellowing. I am sick of this warm wind. It is a nice breeze, this coming from the other captain. What the heck is his name? God have mercy. You understand we sail north? The colder it becomes with a warm wind, the worse for us all? Come. Here. Please? The other captain puts in more emphasis on his former command-turned request. Shutting off the world, my ice blue eyes close, calming myself in the darkness of my own and opening them when I ready to approach. Yes. Taking a look, the other captain has a sharp nose, like a broken beak that ended like a nub than a crack. His eyes were narrow, face weathered and looking to be worn with wrinkles, dark with a pallor reminding me of the lighter skin of olives, and his body is built like a man who has had to be born with powerful lungs and shoulders. Very broad of chest. He'd been good on the eyes in his youth, perhaps, but his belly was not just big but sagged over the trim of his trousers. It brought a slip of the lip, smirking, as he could never manage a shirt to cover both his chest and the flapping bottom of his stomach. So, he simply resigned to go shirtless in this warm salty weather. Grab this bench and lift it across the bow. He nods to the opposing end from the edge he is crouching down to lift. I lower myself, bunching my hands together beneath the bench, and the both of us grunt with effort with our tug. Lifting, we turn about elegantly, avoiding the obstructions on board, and settle the bench down to the rear of the ship. Thank you, he gratifies me, but there are more to be moved. He points off at the other benches. What are we doing? The ship is not sailing steady. Our captain made a mistake with settling the benches along the length rather than across. I rarely understood how these Balkan people constructed imitations of our Nordic raider ships. Their knockoffs would be a shame to our shipbuilders and set on fire to purge the blight on the waters. We did not use benches to sit. Each part of the ship had a crucial purpose. What our asses planted on would be a part of the actual structure to keep the ship's integrity stable and flexible under the stress of our voyages. This thing, that we sail in now, finally made me realize why. The rocking had been irritating me like so. Benches, I shake my head in dismay and continue to assist the other captain. Still don't recall his name. I would say, things could get worse, but that would jinx our situation far more than it already had become. There is a storm and our actual captain has made the decision to port at the nearest dock. That means Bulgars. The Bulgarian Empire is stretching itself lazily along the Balkan lands and would ensarate all cultures in its webbing Roman roads. It is as cheaply knocked off of the Eastern Empire as this ship and captain. Not quite the same can be said of their people. They are friendly, so long you don't say anything. My accent tends to give them offense when I attempt their language. In a few short days, we end up in a place I really did not desire to be in. Varna, which brings back memories of a fight twice over. Both besieging and fleeing. I suppose the other captain saw something flicker across my face as we pulled into the docks. You've been here before. Not pleasant, I take. He started sounding chipper, but it became sullen quickly when I face dropped. Want to tell me about it? He holds a hand up immediately. Not now. How about we find a nice hall to drink and speak plainly? At least, the wood we stand on there won't turn our stomachs sour like here. At that point, he laughs and slaps the front of himself. I feel total regret catching that as I watch his belly flab ripple lewdly over his crotch. The thought of when was the last time he saw his manhood and what it must look like passes through my mind. Why did I agree to this? I grab a hold of the nearest cup, downing its contents in a single gulp, grabbing the pitcher and pouring another before Calibri snatches the very cup I refilled from my hands. Finally figured out his name, former Captain Calibri Avenue, Croatia. Not a Croat himself, but that is where he hails from. Much like me hailing from Kiev, but not a Rus. My charm works on all the boys across the yard. He wiggles his bushy eyebrows and smiles jovially at me. Nay, boys? What? You think bringing a woman on board is a good idea? Huh? Wait a month and watch her suffer an infection with a smell worse than rot. Somehow, I think he is speaking from experience here. Not going to press him on this story. Okay. I mistook you, never mind. I wave my hands away from the topic. Let's get back to before. You want? Dump the idiot and help me get the ship to the Danube. I never thought he'd plague us with cowardice. Now the whole crew is getting their legs comfortable here rather than at sea. He jabs a thumb down on the table and twists it. If he gets it in the waters within the next day, don't worry. His brows knit and a frown forms across his wide face. If not, then we are. The crew will get it in their heads that the sea is more dangerous than a caravan. It isn't. He spreads his fingers and swipes the air above his head with the turn of his palm. The storm is dangerous, but it has less intent to kill than you or me, and we are not even thinking about murder. I think he could have sailed further, weathering the storm, but to ditch him is going to cause problems. This port has authorities. I'm getting interrupted by his hand waving in my face. The freaking is his problem? Let me handle that. I need you to take care of the captain so he won't alert those authorities, and get your ass on board in time to kick off land. Not to mention bringing the crew back with us. A wider smile breaks open on his face. It is pleasant weather for us to do our deeds. No, I state flatly. It isn't. The dark clouds and rain keep people from being out and about and looking. No as in, I'm not doing this. I reject him as politely as I can. My eyes half shut, shaking my head, spreading my hands out across the tabletop, and leaning away from him in expectance he may lash out in anger. Oh, okay, there is disappointment, but he didn't appear all that upset. At least his smile is still up to enjoying another cup of the wine. After his pull, I'll find someone else. The ship is sailing. Colibri sounds very determined with his conditions. It manages to chip something in my heart to hear. Someone who sounds so happy and full of joy have dreaded intent. If you must, again, I shake my head, and grab back the cup before he filled it to the brim. I down it once more and look away. The aroma of the establishment is intoxicating with the incensed burners and welcoming woman both hosting and serving those who come in. She had to be past her prime. Of course, she didn't let that spoil her mood. In fact, her smile and laughter is infectious. I don't think Colibri or me could break from meeting her smile with our own. She certainly looks like someone who has had a happy life. That tells me she isn't from here. Varna, a city in flames and spewing destructive carnage over its walls and into the sea. The host of irregulars launch their own attack from land while we go a Nordic raider into the port's docks. I'm not suited for this warfare like I would be later, but I am quite eager and impatient to show my worth in front of the circle of Russ. Each brother in arms is equipped with a long-hafted axe and a sturdy shield across their upper backs. Helmed, garbed in tight chain links, booted in steel-toed wool and leather, and strapped with their gear for in the chance of being thrown overboard, heavily armed men sink. The Russ had come to terms with that fact, but that did not stop them from thinking of ways to survive the dip. Rope, hooks, a bundle of hand and a half staves, and a multitude of other multi-purposed gear could be utilized for both land, sea, and beneath the waves in the event they needed to attach onto something that floats better than they did. This came in handy when a rock the size of my head shot through and bottomed out of our ship. We were not going to land this ship. I didn't pay attention to the others as my FRST reaction had been to gap in amazement down into the rigged hole Varna's catapulting defenses made. A man, a very tall Russ, shoves me aside at the wrong time. Or, maybe it was the right time. Another pummeling of mortar crushes in the Russ's chest and halts him overboard in silence. Had I been where he was, that would have been me. It became apparent. The stationed defense on the wall is assured on its target and will keep its barrage on us until we are driftwood. Taking the lead, I jump overboard with all the other Russ thrusting out their arms with a linking to another ship before they too drop in. There isn't enough on me to burden or impede my swim to the docks. A few times, I have to duck beneath the waves as the whistling sounds pass by my head and shoulders. I know not if they were aimed at me or simply a volley of arrows to thwart all heralding invasion. That being the case, once at the docks, I take the pier as my shelter before the Russ could arrive. I watch, from the slits of the boards as men run over the pier or along the beach. Across the dock, I can see a barricade forming with another station weapon of destruction. This thing, I've never seen before, but it gave such a loud twang when its shots ran across the waters that I still felt my teeth vibrate from its sonic incursion splashing into the sea. In a few moments, I had feared my brothers would not reach the shore before they were smashed or pelted with enough rock and tipped steel to sink in the same shattered fashion as the ship we borne into this port. Then came the cries, shouts, roars, and a challenge is met with the squelching splash down into the sinking sands at the Varangian rally. Quickly, I pull away from my shelter to join their point. A sharp pain flitters along my shoulder, not really expecting it to be much, but the dull thud it made gave me a pause in thought. Luckily, I did not stall my feet. Before I can join the fray, I quickly tackle down one of the fleeing Varnans around the middle of his back. This man's face turned to see me over his shoulder and he cried out in more alarm than I thought was possible from a person. Reaching beneath his jugular with both hands, I take a grip on his beard, lifting his jaw upwards as I sit to straddle his hips, and simply pull and fall back as hard and swiftly that I can. It had the desired effect as he drops his sword to grab for me, but flail harmlessly in his awkward position. At that, he let out a gasp as the Russ have spread their line out to my position and finished the man in my hands with an axe blow to his exposed throat. I let go of the dead man's beard, instinctively wiping my hairy palms on his leathered back before crouching behind the Russ' defensive phalanx. I'm joined up with a few of the lesser host. Their straight blades shine, ready to inflict their lethal injection to the brazen close enough to our marching shelter. I watch, mesmerized at the efficiency of each Varnan slip beneath the Russ wall, held down by our hands, peppered with swift stabbings from a dozen short blades, and then stripped of their own arms to neutralize the potential threat of them still being able in their brief and shortened life on this earth. Having my own weapon now, I want to brave outside of the safety, too. Adventure the inside of this city, and clash eagerly with more soldiers. It almost happened. I was so close to running out from under my Russ brothers to reach the barricade. Instead, I fell forward. A pain unlike anything I ever felt coursed through my arm, neck, back, and chest. I blacked out for only a couple of seconds, but it was enough for the crouching men to safely pull me away further behind our line. I passed out laying in the sand with a couple of men hovering over me. When I woke, I had been told that I had been jabbing someone in the face beneath the moving defensive phalanx. At last, he had enough, turned to me, and noticed a quivering arrow stuck in my shoulder. He yanked it out and I fell over. One little hole in my shoulder had granted me an evening to rest and miss out on the glory of taking the city. This did not please me, but my displeasure only brought the harbinger of misfortune from whomever watched over my shoulder into the next day when we lost the city. The woman smiled our way again and I smiled back with a nod. There was a little wink my way and a twinkling in her eyes. It wouldn't be surprising that she found a young man like me attractive. I still had a face of a youth, especially when I constantly brought the blade to my cheeks in this god-awful heat, but I feel that she would still be interested in a tumble from how well I am built. I'm still not nearly as brawny like the Russ. Instead, I've courted lean muscle, agile and flexible. Quite strong and solid, and all the more imposing with my height. With my shield, compensating for my lack of width, and axe in hand to sweep away anyone, I'm all that much more intimidating. Fortunately, this woman had not witnessed that image of my character. I'm more to believe she is wanting to see an image of me without any outfit. I think I'm being summoned. I stayed as I glanced back to Calibri. Tomorrow, you won't sail before, yes? Yeah, go have you fun young one. He gives me his own wink and chuckles. As that is said, I stand and depart from the table to go greet the middle-aged woman. The sad part of this evening is everyone noting the absence of the hall's lady. She did have to engage with me intimately in a more private setting. What did they expect? A show? They could find their own entertainment. I know Calibri could find that in just about anything that moved and talked. Away from them and focusing on me, we sit in what appeared to be her room. Well, maybe it was her board. I recall that there would be no way she's from this city. Someone who could produce a smile so sweet and warm had to have been here only recently in the years. That stretch of pink lip over happy lip only was outshined by the white of her teeth. Sparkling dark gold eyes drift down my body when I take a seat on her cushy bed. It is being apparent where her eyes lingered and I obliged by unstrapping my drawers and shifting the hose down my slim hips and firm buttocks to let my meaty length pop up in attention to the single lady applauding my display. I smile at the genuine glee. She smoothly saunters over to me with a seductive lift of her legs to straddle my thighs and sliding up close enough to be face to face. Well, she has to look up, even if she does have the advantage of sitting in my lap. Those pink lips brush along the smooth curve of my chin. I could hear her inhaling my masculinity and it only seemed to quicken. Those gorgeously round breasts press into me, a pair that were the second tier of attention in the hall, but I had been preoccupied with another motion from her. Those small hands found their way to smoothing out the clothes on my rock-solid stomach and forked both a palm up and down. On the one hand, she pushes me to lay myself down. I suppose this is to get a better advantage over me. On the other hand, her fingers tangle with my blonde hairs around the base of my manhood before wrapping a hot palm around the thick neck. For a moment, I could have forgotten everything that has happened to me here. A span of time that I could have obtained a happy memory. It didn't take long for her mask of joy to drop into ugly hatred. The grip on my rooster is turned to embracing a tight vice over both stem and my nuts. Recoiling on the bed in pain, I attempt to throw her off of me, but managing to knock to the ground with a hold still on my treasured anatomy. Her other hand had managed to hook into my shirt and score into the fabric with her nails only so much to hold onto the shredded clothing. Half sitting, kneeling on the floor, she digs her nails into my scrotum, twisting with the meat of her thumb and palm around the center of my crotch. This produced a scream from me. It didn't take long for the door to her quarters to burst open. A huge bear of a man stood in the doorway. He had a stupid drunk look, but those eyes sobered at the sight of the pair in this room. I certainly would have had my eyes bug out too if they saw a woman attempting to gauge out a man's entire route. In one brief lapse of shock, we all stared at each other in understanding, but I still had to say it. Get this freaking harpy off of me. Okay, she is from Varna and certainly knew who I am. There are not many tall, blue-eyed, fair-haired and blonde, and had a face like a youth coming from the stormy southern waters. The hills had eyes. And horses, thousands of them. The cover of darkness wouldn't hide their numbers for long. One Marrow, we are the invaders to take the city of Varna from the Bulgars. Rising lights of the next Marrow, we are on the defense from the Serbs who've come in aid of the Varnans. A whole city, which had been in a siege for who knew how long before our surprise naval attack, and we had the host of Eastern Empire, the Rus, Bulgar prisoners, and a populace all in occupants of a walled-in community lacking the supplies to continue such a condition. We had to flee back into the sea, but we would do so after leaving the city of Varna a burnt shell. A Nordic raider raid strategy is adopted to take what could move and destroy what could not. In short, we left the city blazing behind. Us and the city watched from the safety of the coast as we bade our farewell to the unfortunate mass. The Rus and irregulars, who all wore their arms and armor, I had none to show for it and I stood out like a sore thumb. My arm strapped, a shoulder well gauzed and wrapped, leaving my torso bare with only the whipping of my bright yellow hair to play cover, an icy fire reflected in my eyes the city, and the innocence draining slow and gradual from my youthful face as I stare off the hatred looks of the Bulgar citizens. After that delightful scenario of being cupped with claws, I return waddling to Colibri, pluck the pitcher off the table and engorge myself before plopping down in the seat. The former captain looks up at me in stunned silence for a moment. That was quick, he states matter-of-factly. Shut up. Rumbling. Breathing slowly, my stomach rises up, tension building beneath my lungs, a sensation like a latch opens to allow the cool flow of air up my throat, and out comes a heaved expulsion of all I drank and ate. That's right, let it all out. Yuck, Colibri consoles me with both words and a pat on the back of my hunched-over frame. Down on my hands and knees, I keep throwing up everything that I've had. What amazes me is that I don't recall eating or drinking nearly as much to produce this amount of waste. At least we were outside, a warm air and cool wind, and the rain only just arriving. It would help me chill out after that incident with that smiling harpy. Thinking about her gives me another round of gagging out the next wave. That woman happened to be doing well in the hall. After I had returned to Colibri, had time to retell what happened upstairs. A bit later she came walking down with that great bear of a man. I felt thankful that Guy helped me, but the emotions boiling inside balanced whatever positive thoughts I had for him. Smiling behind that black bush on his face, he seemed to be glowing as much as the woman. There is no second guessing what those two had done. Likely it is for her to gain that beast's favor. Not wanting to give her the opportunity to resume my painful encounter, I jerk a nod towards the door before getting out of my seat and the both of us make our way out. There is no way to express how glad I had been that Colibri followed me after what happened next. Waddling out, the woman caught sight of me and my ice blues glimpsed at her big white smile framed around those sweet pink lips. Her hand lifted limply to lazily wave at me, those fingers dancing in the air as I shooed away, but before I did I noted how black her nails were. They were not painted black or coated in anything. It was like each nail had dried blood beneath the hard carapace. As if she smashed each fingertip without bruising the incredible smooth skin. That was a sensation I had difficulty forgetting. How her silky palms sensually glided to their destinations before the attack commenced sent a shiver down my spine. Outside, that shiver didn't disappear. It enhanced and added a coiling pain in my abdomen. My stomach turned in a flip. Digging my palms down into the dirt, clenching clumps of grass and scrapping the tiny sand pebbles free from their earthy blanket, I shoved my temple down into the ground with a gurgling groan. Colibri quickly yanked my head back by the pull of my fair blonde hair in time for me to jet out the jug of wine I consumed. After that episode, the former captain had to brace me back to the ship and down to the hold where a fresh cot awaited. Slipping my arm from his bulk, I dropped in on my side, feeling incredibly lightheaded and nauseated beyond belief. I couldn't keep throwing up, but it felt like there was more of me to gag out. What in the name of God did she do to you? There was a surprised concern on his face. I guess he could tell, just as much as I, that whatever was going on had nothing to do with the food or drink. Goo, I told Yoa. I hold a hand up, waving him off, not wanting to open my mouth again and give reason for my stomach to purge more of nothing out of me. All right, let me see it. I had no idea what he was talking about and told him that silently by gazing bewildered at him. Drop him. He points down at my pants, and let me look. Oh freaking no. I remember him telling me about his eagerness to get a hold of boys and I quickly shake my head. That was a big mistake to do and I turn away, but having nowhere to throw up, I swallow. This only made it worse and caused me to roll out of the cot at his feet to wash the planks with more of my bubbly stomach fluid. Jesus man. Colibri didn't balk at my fall or flinch at the next torrent coming up my throat. Instead, he knelt down to me and held my hair over my shoulders while also bracing me from laying my face into the mess I am making. Beyond my noisy sickness, there's the sound like the shaking quake of the earth. I couldn't hear it beyond the drone sound in my ears. Colibri did and took a peek over his shoulder. Storm is here. Pray we don't find more bad company in this weather. Yua. I roll onto my side and brace the back of my shoulders at the cot. I'm lifted, rolled onto my back and pushed onto my other side onto the cot, and barely am I registering being undressed. Colibri removed the tunic marking my disgusting ordeal down the front and tosses it away. After he wipes his hands on a few beams, he works on my belt and removes the pants slow and in care before it bunches around my booted ankles. Oh dear God. Snakebite. Wah. I am confused. There was no snake, a clawing harpy of a woman, but she didn't bite me. It's harmless on the skin actually, it is good for the skin, smooths out wrinkles and defies that old enemy called aging, but get it in the bloodstream and you can kiss your pretty ass goodbye. Literally, it will thicken the blood until it stops the flow and she got you good. His last remark fills me with a roll of both anger and turmoil as well thoughts. Had I deserved this for what we had done to Varna? Why me, when I had only a small part in that play? Had others been inflicted the same way by that woman? Will I die? Simple and to the point. Depends on the venom. This one coagulates while another would thin the blood until you bled to death. Who knows until it passes? He gives me a shrug while I blindly nod in acknowledgement to his response. But I've never heard of a venom that causes you to become this violently sick. That would be a poison venom and poison do not mix. He crosses his arms over that broad chest and continues to stare down at my very sensitive and damaged anatomy. I really don't want to look and probably no longer have the strength to do so. After a minute, he takes a step to the side and helps remove my boots in the hose off each leg. Snatching a couple of linen blankets, he throws it over me, and I could hear above that buzzing in my ear of the cot across from me creaking under Calibri's weight. This is working too fast, but that might be a good thing. It might mean it will pass quickly, I can't tell, with my back to him, if he is speaking to me or reassuring himself. At the moment, I don't think I care anymore. The pain has become numb and my head so light that it feels like I'm floating off my shoulders. Soon, in the rolls of the thunder lulling me away, I fall asleep. I'm sweating and grunting like a stuck pig, yanking on the next rung up the ladder, pulling all my steel and iron-weighted body higher. All rising to meet our foe on the walls. An irregular falls over me, nearly sending the both of us toppling into the next man below me and increasing the pile that would surely end at the base of our ladder. Somehow, I managed to throw his ass out of my face when I had reached up for the next rung, the shield held over my head helping greatly, and he bounced upside down off of my shoulders. A cry is heard below, but I don't bother to look and see how the lineup dealt with the fallen man. If I am the only one now climbing this ladder, at least I know my neighboring besiegers were following beside me. Bricks, rocks, buckets, pots, and furniture are thrown over the walls on top of our shields and helms. It was a chaotic rhythm of thunk and pling from those solid and shattered objects. Each irregular was fitted with a shield on their arm, but they still made the mistake to climb hastily with both of their hands rather than crawling at a pace up the rungs. It would only tire themselves out beyond use once they leap over. Finally, I manage by grabbing a hold of the woodwork and yanking myself the rest of the way onto the wall. A helmed youth grips a hold of a large rock with every intent to use it as a bludgeon or projectile. I don't give him the chance by swinging the span of my arm shield into him. Lucky for him, the help of his helm stopped the rock from cracking his skull once dropped over his head. How much time passed? A second or two. Oomph! Off to my right, where I had hoped one of my brothers or a member of the host's army had came up with me, a body collided and sent me reeling close to the edge. Almost having been hurtled over, I force back the individual. They have a tight grip around my chain-linked waist and are making stabbing motions madly along the back of my ribs and hip. Their cuts are too quick and small for it to do more than scrap along my metal hide. Towering over this person, I use all my strength to fumble each other to the other side of the wall. I had completely forgotten the youth. With me occupied in this grapple, there is a great weight bashed into the middle of my shoulders. Again, then again, and again until I fall to my knee. This is it. I'm low enough for this head of mine to get crushed like a ripe melon. I won't die alone. Both of my fists rise up, the rim of my shield raised, and I smash the edge down on the grappler around my waist. As one, I hear the cry of the youth yelling, the painful scream of a woman below me, and the sweet sound of a large object crunching onto the wood floor top. The woman, as she apparently is now that I see, let goes of me while writhing on the ground, reaching to that nasty center of her back that always is out of reach to itch. Instantly after confirming her gender, I swing my shield around to knock the teeth out of the boy. He, like I did before, reels far back, but unlike me he topples over with a wet scream. A moment of silence is heard before the woman below me cries out in anguish. A strength I never knew in a woman had bolted in front of me. Tears, a madness in her watering eyes, the wrinkle in her chin and horrific gasping sobs brings out an emotion in me. Then comes a pain I never knew could be possible through my armor. Her bare little fists were bloodied by the blows, smashing into me again and again. Before I could turn back my swung arm to shield myself, she hurled herself at me while as a howl, like a banshee, came ripping out of her throat. All her frantic surge of power pushes me until my back is close to the wall's edge. Her head jerks up and a moment of shock seemed to pass over her face. Another jerk of her head. A clod of hair falls off the keen edge of an axe, bitten from one of my fellow Russ brothers dislodging his weapon from the back of her painted and ruined skull, spitting. She had not fallen dead yet. Instead, a calmness curtained her pain from us. The woman, the mother, wandered to her lost child over the wall behind me. The world shook me awake. I woke, without recalling all the pieces of my dream. Such pieces as simple like where had that battle been or who were we fighting and how did I know those two were mother and child. At the time, I might have wanted to know these things. Now, awake, I cared a bit more about why the whole world was rocking beneath me. Slowly, I push myself up onto my elbows and look around at the cots and see no one. My back feels the sensation of linen sliding off of me as I get up. I find the pair of pants on the floor and quickly tug them up my legs, hips, and waist. There is a slight shift of the belt strapping tightly around me before I pause in wonder. I take note that the worn mark on my belt is further out and the leather strap is much tighter around my abdomen. Had I become that sickly to lose weight? The world, this ship, rocked once more and I nearly slip on my damned messy shirt on the planks. I guess Calibri used it to clean up, but had neglected to tend to the ruined article of clothing. Not like it bothered him to go shirtless, so I guess he thought the same for me. Thinking about myself, I should have noticed that the shooting pain, the numbness, my illness had bettered. It was not totally gone. There was certainly a sting between my legs and my gut still felt like snakes were making a nest in there. In any case, I could manage far greater than before I slept. Taking to the stairs quickly, I made my way up on the deck and found myself looking up at a clear and bright sky. I stutter an inaudible prayer to God. Oh, how is this possible? The storm. Wait. What was rocking the she? I turned to see the bank on one side, then on the other, and realize we are traveling up a river. The sail had been pulled up and the oars pushing and maneuvering the ship around the shallow's bedrocks. The men on deck look over at me and gap. Had they thought I was dead or something? What were they looking at? I should be the one in shock. We are so far up north that it should have taken much more than a week, maybe even weeks to a month, to reach where we are now. They had to have thought me lost. I give them my best smile, to assure them, and ask a silly question. Where are we? I see Calibri stomping, looking very frustrated, towards me. Quickly and firmly, he grabs a tight grip on my arm and rushes to push and force me back down into the cabin. Get down, fool. A wince passes over my face before the confusion mounts on top of it. There isn't much reason for me to listen to this demand. I had made a promise to myself long ago. Stop. Stop. My arms struggle to push his bulk back up, bracing him away from me, and giving him a stern look. What is going on? I don't get a chance to finish before his push turns into a shove and I fall, swinging out one arm to grab something while sliding my other hand along the descending wall. A hard fall is felt fully along the length of my bare back that evokes an angry and painful grunt from me. Pushing myself up to sit, sliding my feet back until my knees are level with my chest, I yell out at the top of my lungs at Calibri, "What the freaking is wrong with you?" That anger, in moments, turns into fear. The former captain shook his head, the frustration on his face resigning to a sad one, gazing down at me like I truly am lost, and he shuts the door to the cabin. The shifting sound of the bolt and lock put into place sends me into a panic. Something is really wrong with me. I can tell now, I'm being quarantined. Scrambling up and climbing the stairs in a leap or two, I pound my fists on the door, scream NG so that Calibri, the captain, anyone could answer me. What is wrong? The voice of Calibri passes, almost like a whisper, but the response shuts me up. Be thankful I am captain now, or else you would have been thrown overboard. You're cursed. Crushed. I took the time to evaluate what I could about myself. First, I could feel from my struggle with Calibri that I had weakened. Second, I had lost weight. Third, I am locked away and it is now evident that no one has slept in these cots for a while. Fourth, an accusation directed at me. I'm cursed. What the heck does that mean? I've been cursed, or I am cursing everyone, or there is a curse about me. That first one would reference having been cursed and awoken from its grip like someone who had succumbed to a head wound and woke years later. I hope to the Almighty that is not the case. As for the second reference, everyone might have been encountering obstacles and misfortune while I slept. I can understand their frustration, considering I rested the whole journey while they labored. That would make sense. The last one keeps me silent. It is superstitious junk like that which causes friend, neighbor, brother, and even father to turn on one another. To calm himself, before losing control in a raged fit, he recounts the tale of Abraham on top of Moriah with his son Isaac. Isaac? You're more like Ishmael, foreigner. Startled from my seat in the cot, I jerk away from looking up at the locked door, searching around the other cots, but not finding the source of the voice. Not there. No. Not there either. Look inside. Inside where? I turn around to see if there is someone hiding behind me, however unlikely that would be in my proximity. Come on, you are smart. Think, Hermod, think hard where else I could be. I sit completely still. Had I heard right? Hermod. My name of birth, Hermod Gyrodson of House Acra. Oh, thinking a little too hard there. Show yourself. Enraged, losing control, I snarl out the command as I stand to my full height and fan my arms in eagerness to come to grips with whomever this may be. Yeesh, Takabuo fine. A snap of the fingers later is a dark silhouette sitting across from me. I can't make out any features, as if this being is made of all shadow, but there is something certainly familiar with the shape. You know, it was getting kind of fun spooking everyone up top for a day or two. I had been really looking forward to talking with you, but if you are going to be just like them, then I don't really know if I want to help. That is all I can call this being right now, kept on talking as I tackled through its incorporeal mass. It may have judged I was to do that and positioned itself in the cot for me to land safely. Looking over my shoulder, I watch it twist its shadowed head clearly around to gaze at me. What are you? Me? It points up, the index finger nearly tickling its chin, and in a strange way I can sense it smiling at me. I'm someone you should know, but forgot. Wah? The heck is going on down there? Light shines down into the cabin as Calibri unlocked and slams the door wide open. I pull myself out of the cot I'm currently in and seat myself warily back into the one I've been in for weeks. I still have so many questions to ask, like how long I've been out and where we currently being the top two. Calibri looks over his shoulder at the other men, an equally wary expression on his face, then returns his focus into the interior of the ship before heading down. Another slam from the door shuts it behind himself. I take a quick glance at the cot in front of me. The shade, raises a single finger to its lips. SSH, it shushes me. Standing, the shade silently takes a step and turns its back to me. Without warning, as if its body had been blown towards me, the whole dark figure sucks through me. No. In me. In the place that the shade had been sitting, Calibri sits. Which are you? Chris or it? He asks me this with a weary sound in his voice. I had not taken note of it before, but he isn't as big as I recall. Withered, thinner, a sack of skin rather than the bulk he used to have. Those eyes of his are hollow and dark. What had happened here? I don't understand. Look at me, I'm Chris. You remember me, right? There is a chance that he did forget, if I had been down here the whole time with them attempting to sleep up top. Chris. Yes, I know who you are, but I doubt you do. He plants his face into an upturned palm, rubbing the heel of it into his sockets to irritate the sleep away, and returns facing me fully. You are not. It wasn't venom or poison. He chews on his lip, for a moment, and goes into thought. I keep quiet, wanting to be patient about this, but if he doesn't start speaking soon I'm going to scream. Ha! I shout in his face, shocked back into his senses. He stares at me like I wasn't there before, crawling back into the wall of his cot in fright. A glare of expectation is directed right at him. Righting himself. The former captain. No, he is the captain by now and commands a bit more respect on this ship than what I just did, except, I think he really did need that, or else he would have sat there in a stupor all day. Right, sorry. Okay. Phew. His hand darts at points on his chest, making the cross over his heart, before speaking more clear and calm. Cursed. Who? You are cursed, pointing at me. He makes this twice clear. You would not wake after passing out. Before we braved the storm, I ran back to find a doctor, but instead ran into that woman. Okay, now I am intrigued. What in the world did this woman have up her sleeve that could curse me? I stopped her, a bit roughly I might add, and asked for an apology before I began asking her questions. Rather harshly, I'm afraid. This is more comforting, Calibri sounding like himself again. You know women, though. Once they are drawn into a corner, they use all kinds of tricks to get out. Luckily, women don't belong in the sea. At this, he finally sports a smile on his face. I can't help it, I smile back, nodding in agreement. So, I nearly drowned her until she spoke. He pops a finger in the air. Oh, and don't worry about me catching that curse. Sandy salt water. Does the trick washing those hands of hers, then drops the finger. Now. She mostly gargled, but I got the gist of it. Tires. Some kind of curse, has to do with tiring people, I guess. I wasn't worried about it, for the time, but it wouldn't let us sleep. I have to think about this for a moment. Tires? Then what the heck does that have to do with this shade? Wait, what is it? At first, I thought you woke up, but it wasn't you. Not really, at least. He has a drawn expression, austere, like he is seeing someone over my shoulder. A peek over, there is nothing, but he still has that genuine fear directed at something beyond me. You would walk, shake anyone who had been about to sleep, shout at us, terrorize the deck with stomps and slamming the shields, anything to keep us awake. But, when we confronted you, we also saw that you still laid in your cot, unmoving. A wheeze leaves from him. As if the air from his lungs were the only thing that could pass from his lips for the remainder of his reminiscing. Finally, his eyes train and target onto mine. You were it, but it was you. A curse. You are cursed. Somewhat, I believe him. A nod is given to his told explanation. Now, I want to know where we are and how long it took to get here. Where are we? Halfway up the Dnieper. This brings a cold chill through me. There is no way no way we could be this far without suffering deaths. Lack of sleep would have driven everyone insane by now. It would have been like a fever driving them mad. Wait. That could explain exactly what is going on. We've gone mad. A smile stretches across my face at finally figuring it out. How did I survive without nourishment? I still have to try and be reasonable. No sense in getting mad about everything, after all. At first, I gave you wine and fed you crushed feed. You drank and ate, maybe in a daze, but fell asleep right. His pudgy fingers try snapping a few times, well, right like that, right away. For how long? I stopped trying when I couldn't tell a day apart anymore. Sleep deprivation will do that. Do we need to resupply? If this is the Dnieper, Kiev is not far. We are fine, and we had passed the port to break at Kiev a long time ago. We should be closing in on Tumpea or Lemsalu, kingdoms of Estonia and Livonia, then. We were very close to home, but not on the course promised by everyone. I thought we were head. No, you are the priority here. The sooner we get you to where you are going, the better off I can be in my ship. Maybe with a new crew, but this is my ship now, and I'm not jinxing it by stranding you someplace for your cursed ghost to haunt me. He stands up and shoots his fist out to punch my shoulder harshly. Got that? Yeah, got it. I rub my shoulder, feeling odd how tender it became from what I normally would have considered an affectionate love tap from the bulky man. How much has my sickly condition drained me of my health? I really want to look at myself. All I can tell, right now, is that the body I had looks slight from my downward perspective. My pecs seem a bit flabby now from the loss of toned muscle. I would have to find a way to return myself into a fit condition, or else my family will think I returned in shame as a prisoner of war or worse. I'm heading back up, or else they will think you swallowed me whole. Okay. A nod is given to him in response. Stay down here. It is for your own protection. That sounds partly true, but I can guess that the others fear me just as much I do them, retaliating for impairing their rest for so long. Calibri takes his leave up the stairs, opening and shutting the door, and setting the bolt back into place. No real point in telling me to stay put if he's still going to cage me in here. You could break out. Freaking, like two heads, the shade sprouts a form of its face on my shoulder and shoots enough of its slender neck around to face me. Also, he's almost right. Everything he said about me is true. Taking in slow, gradually, calming breaths, I swallow and state the obvious question: what did he get wrong? The curse. There is none. What? You like that word, don't you? What? It goes into a giggling fit, laying itself back to rest its head and shoulders on my upper thighs. Gazing down at this thing really makes me feel awkward while we converse. Explain yourself. I close my eyes, getting a sore headache from this ordeal, wanting to badly need the center of my eyes, but I'd rather focus that pain into something more useful if I have to smash this thing until it talks. Not smart. You'll crush the wrong head, and that will really hurt us. Could you wait until it disappears before doing that? Huh? Oh. A new word. I'll add that to my journal. Well, that is, when we start. 1. Again, it giggles into a tight fit between my thighs, its hands raised up to its chin like a little girl having a field day with funny poems. I've had enough. My hand slams down onto the shade, passing right through it, giving me a numbing sensation for a second or two before the radiating dull ache courses through my being. I clench my teeth, sucking in deep breaths. A sour burn rises in the back of my mouth, and at least finally getting the picture that this thing can't be harmed by me. It is like fighting smoke. No, smoke dissipates. More like fighting my own shadow. Wow. No laughter this time. It shakes its head and slips back inside of me. I'm not coming out until you cool your head. You can forget about me telling you my name. Wait. You. Who freaking? I close my eyes, straining them as I lean back to lay down in my cot. A drawn-out and pathetic whimper hums from my lips as I curl up with my broken tail tucked between my legs. Rally, we are running through the forest. The rays of the sun had nearly expired, leaving a darkness in these housings of nature with only a stream of blinding light to poke fun at our blinding expense. Each footfall could leave us sailing to our earthly graves if we do not keep our strides long and hard in the direction we direly require to be going. Shouts ring out through the woods. I dare not look back, yet I know taking one peek would give me the energy I require to burn my lungs anew and numb my body of the ache to retire. They will be on us, the whole numbers of tens, 50s, or hundreds. I care not how many more than it be greater what we could possibly hold back, let alone fight off. How did we come to this? Almost every battle we fought was in ease, or we had the common sense to rout when outnumbered. Foolish and fool the decision and obedience I had to follow. If, when, or what I had done been any better than the man next to me, we all would have spoken out in merit. This was a sentence to death, and fortune only smiled a meter away and cliffs high from our grave. Vanguards, sent to see, hear, and gain the know of what we faced. Our enemy, the ever-rising cry of people breaking from The fallen empire, sworn to neighboring kingdoms or to the ever-expanding reflection of our imperial hosts region, Bulgarians. Had it not been for the cliff we spy out and over, the lot of our circle had been laying flat and cold before the sun could set level with our final bow. Our armor, axe and shields, the weight of our stomps, the rattle and clacking of rocks skipping down the stone cliff, each huff and groan climbing up to the edge, and our gasps at the never-ending city of canvas set our hearts down to digest tenderly into the bowl of our bowels. We ran. We, the northern elite warriors, do not wish to appear cowards. Moreover, we do not seek a foolish death. I cannot hear myself breathing, and yet I feel the rattle and searing course. The air has to travel through me. Drenched, praying for a chance to doff my armor and give myself swifter strides. Internally I beg for an opportunity to slow my pace for a slim substance of rest. Raising my ice-blue eyes, I can see the startling shines of light dancing through the canopy of leaves dip lower and lower. A telling sign that we all will be shared company in the night's fight. All we must do is keep our vigil and determine ourselves to live at a distance longer. Night comes and I hit my knees sharply down into the ground, so close to passing out. The buzzing in my head is nothing compared to the tremors running through me. Quickly, I reach for the handle and bring out my hand axe. Turning on one knee, my shield propped before and planted into the soil at my base, I give a keen swat on the shield's face with the head of my deadly tool. Many and many, so very many cry out their chorus with me. The darkness enveloped the forest, yet we still are one. Crouching, I scoot to the closest of the ringing notes. Hearing it again, closer I come as do others. I cannot tell, but I know there is a brother next to me, beside him, a line further, and rows coming together. My beacon smashes its edge into the next one, linking our shield arms together, swatting over the tops with our axe heads, and awaiting for these foes to come into our surprising end. Hands feel along my back, over my shoulder, and give me the silent tell who they are. We've collided with our host army. There is a sudden force that runs straight into and over top of me before he, for I know it is my foe, lands behind myself on either my or his leafy deathbed. A relief of pressure on my back gives me my own sigh of relief. We cannot see, but it wouldn't take much for a frantic man to hack at anything in this environment. One lucky swing and that would end it. This is why I never will judge the lesser irregulars that follow our ring of shields. They are as much one with us as we are with them. If only our foe could not have been as foolish as we had started out today, or at least coming to us in waves, they would not be rushing headlong over shields and shoulders to their deaths. Yelling and screaming, they are but raining down over my head, and I can picture the same as for our entire liked line of defense. No one has bothered with a torch until full night has shrouded the forest top. I feel the pinch on either side of my shield raise, my brothers rising, and as I shall too to join them in the counter-assault. Something prevents me. My hearing is still listening to the yelling and screaming, my limbs shaking from fatigue, breathing hoarse with a burn, and I cannot lift up from my spot. The line will be broken if I do not join, or I will be discarded with the irregulars as injured. These both cannot be, and I try to raise up with my circle once more. Stripes of outstanding bright red between the void of black and dark hue of beige wood come into my vision. Shadows play along the ceiling. Stomping, yelling, and screaming. Sweat coats the inside of my palm from wiping and dragging tenderly down from my forehead to the drops dangling from my smooth chin. I had not taken note before, but I believe Calibri may have been caring for me with more than just feed and drink. When I can, I shall have to thank him for ever giving me a clean shave. Blinking the lines of sunlight poking fun at my painful view, I turn away from the jumping shadows across the plank's slivers. There is something going on above deck with that amount of hollering. Taking in any reserve strength that I have, I try to sit up, but only manage to lift my damp head and shoulders from the cot. In another attempt, I give a different approach in getting out of bed by rolling over and off. With a thud, I land on my bare side. Without really thinking, I look down to see the blanket coiled under and around a thinner me. Have I only slept for a night or another set of weeks? Gulping, I pull the linen off to see what has become of the sickly me again. My throat constricts as I take in the image. Most of my muscle mass has receded and I can see my hips more clearly flared than before. I've seen the starved and I fear that is my pallor, but looking again discards and washes me with the tiniest relief to see subtle flesh still billowing out from me rather than the outline of bone. shaking my head and swiping the sticking tendrils of fair hair out of my face. I try again to both push up from the floor and, grabbing the cot, pulling myself up. It must have been weeks. I can feel the lacking in my muscles crying out how little I've used them. A searing burst of pain pops across my calves as my bare soul finds purchase on the floor. Gritting my teeth, I keep going further by taking a step. Each hand reaches to brace myself onto the beam or outcropping cot to the stairway up. Unfortunately, I notice the way out is again closed, and apparently a shade-like outline displays it is barred shut rather than a simple bolt. The crew or Calibri must have decided to reinforce mine or their security. The commotion on deck becomes louder. Not capable, I push the events occurring above out of my mind for now to find wherever my pants are. Looking about, I actually see not a shred of my clothing anywhere. There is my linen blanket. I am sure the crew have theirs above with them, but I cannot understand why my own outfit would be gone. On top of that, where is my luggage? There is a precious amount of cargo that I've taken with me from Constantinople, and I seriously am worried over it being gone. When given the chance, I'll question Calibri about it. Right now, maybe it is better that I warm myself up to better wander later. As I stretch, I can feel that my limbs are indeed more slender than they have been since before I had been in Kiev last. Another thing I have become aware of is how long my hair reaches. My fingers, as I reach to undo kinks and rejuvenate tendons and ligaments into a motion, find and entangle in the lush blonde chaos. It really has become annoyingly long, and each time irritating me when my scalp feels the tug. I pull at the strands of light gold downward to feel and see where it reaches. About past the bottom of my tapering waist. While those sharp blue eyes follow the gold strings from my head, there is an acidic lump below my throat as I see just how ailed I've been at the shriveled length between my legs being outdone by my radiant bush. God, I beg of you not to regrow a limb, but simply give me my praised manhood, a vigorous image what once had the majestic woman eagerly kneeling in worship at my feet for a glimpse, and I will give whatever you ask in ecstasy by means of thanks. I gradually whisper in the faintest of breathing and voice. With that, I look away, not wanting to even see if God could conference a miracle for a man such as I am. Snatching the linen blanket from my cot is wrapped around my lower body to keep that sight from me. To my regret, I still lay a hand down across my lap to feel how shrunk my father's heirloom has become, and had swung my hand away as if a glowing hot brand there had touched my palm. My icy gaze wanders without purpose for a good while, searching for nothing and anything to drive my thoughts into a lighter or darker topic to dwell on. It is my hearing that rewards me with such. The shouting fest above has stopped. Lifting my gaze up to the illuminated slits in the planks, I watch silently. Thrown off my feet and slam landing on the floor, a massive quake riddles beneath and beside me, jarring my reaching grasp on the bed frame in trembling ripples of shock for a lined series of instances. Once, twice, and a third time has me rolling across the floor to be stopped by the bottom step of the ship's stairs. Shouting like I have heard before, I know a battle is being fought above my head, and I can only guess at how we fare by the prancing shadows beyond the poorly crafted woodwork. My shield would be outside, but I should have had armor and axe here with me. They could be the very fine line to survive whomever has converged onto our vessel. I search frantically about for anything that could suffice as a bludgeon, be it a wooden stake broken from a cot's leg or that of one loose plank that I can purchase and rip from the floor. Something dropped onto my shoulder, then arm, and cheek. My hand wipes at the debris, finding it is wet, dark, and stands out almost as brightly like the gaudy emblazoned red planks. They continue to yell at one another, a shouting match, which may be good. I will know when it becomes close to the end as the screaming dies down. I have maybe a minute to find what I need. Quickly, I scramble from the stairs to wrangle a leg of the nearest cot. A foot is kicked into the corner. A sore pinch could be felt from my softened sole and the splintering corner of the frame, and use as much leg power to push away my body from the bedplace as my thinned and lean muscles explode into agony. I wrench away victoriously with my prize. Huffing with awe at the wooden club, turning it in my leaner hands, I sure my grip, and I stand. Taking a step, one after the other, listening carefully of who is stomping and crashing where. My figure crouches in wait by the locked door. In a moment, the silence reigns outside. Another moment, footsteps approach the door. That last moment, I hear them speaking and feel the pit of my stomach drop. Our crew lost, which is scary enough to be alone, but I recognize the speech of the victors. If they find a Dane on board, a noble one at that, my hide will be cooked. Svijod is not exactly friends with Skane, but not all Swedish have to come from there. These could be Varmagutlander or Smalander raiders. Actually, Smaland would be worse than Svijod as my father has taken land from them. Maybe Vestergutlanders or Ostergutlanders. For now, I focus on listening to what they have to say. Maybe I can discern precisely where they hail from by their accent. As far I know. Then open it. It is bolted and barred. There are 3 people on the other side. It is probably locked to keep us out. Really? From the outside? This is to keep something in. I hear a brushing sound, like someone is leaning against the door. I can hear someone. They are breathing heavily. Crud. I swallow and hold the fiery air in my lungs. Despite how ill I may be, breathing is going to cease immediately if I get hacked into pieces. I can feel the red glow in my face almost immediately. Hey, don't bother, we know you are in there. Just enjoy the fresh air while you can, okay? With that, the bar on the door is lifted. Get ready, I hear from another while there is shuffling of feet. Sounds like they are positioning themselves more efficiently. Hey, hold on. If they were keeping them in there as a prisoner, wait. There is a rough tapping on the door, likely from a steel wood contact as a blade of some kind. Speak now or we are coming in. I know you understand. What can I do? I either wait for the 3 out there, and I know there has to be a lot behind them too for the whole crew to be taken out. I just realized Calibri would be dead. He had been the only one I actually had a friendship on this journey. He had been a bit creepy at times, but he still meant well and connected with me on a level that we could be comfortable talking with one another on anything. Even shared drinks with him. He risked his new captain position and himself. His life, being both drawn into the insane event he told me, could have had both me and him thrown into the stormy southern waters. Vulnerable in illness, he did what he could nourishing, but apparently even cleaning, shaving, and even ensuring I had a blanket at all time. Good God, he went out of his way to find that witch and give her a salty drink and wash for my sake. All of these reflections run through my head in one go and the air from my lungs burst out in the weirdest noise I've ever heard myself in. In an attempt to reel back the sound, I choke, then sob out another breath. With the brush of my arm, as I am still holding the makeshift club, I smear a wetness across my eyes and cheeks. I don't know what has become of me, being sick, scared, at a loss and experiencing one from a caring friend. I can guess being an emotional wreck is reasonable. Hey, is that? SSH, back off. There is the sound of a scuffle for a brief second. Hey. We're opening the door. Back away from it and stand still. If you do that. A pause. I can barely hear them conversing with each other, but it sounded like they were trying to agree to something. In the temporary quiet, I do back away, but because I come to see a bit late, not too late, that I was relying on them opening the door all the way. If they don't, I wouldn't have enough room to swing the club effectively. As if on cue, the door is unlocked and cracks open. In the expanding crack of sunlight, by reflex, I turn away from it in an agonizing blindness. Shapes of men come as a comforting shade. Drop it. Do as he says. Holy Mother of Mary, I've never seen one that tall before. That caught me off guard. Christian Swedes? Lives. Livonia. Trade in Riga would have Christian Swedes. Not to say that Livonia is a Christian kingdom, far from it, but trade is profiting, whether fair or raid. We must have jumped rivers at some point. I'm not sure how, as that would have meant we trekked across the land, but even that had not woken me. Maybe it had and I was as unaware as Calibri mentioned me being while he played the role as my caretaker. In any case, we had to have left the Dnieper and gone onto the western Divina to reach this mixed Lavian land. Carefully, seeing as I had been the one surprised by my slow adapt to light, my hands lower the club down. I crouch to lay it on a step, remaining as I am, leaving my hand to lay along its length in the chance that they rush me. I can still take out one of them with a swift blow and thrown down these steps. It doesn't take much to use a fall to break someone's neck or skull. The only thing that bugs the heck out of me, and I really am conscious about it, is how my long hair spreads over my bare back and shoulders to hug in wetly to my arms and sides. All it would take is for me to swing one way or another to tug my hair like a rope around my head, and I'll be the one stumbling back down the steps. There is a crowd forming to block the remaining light shining down the steps on me. "Hey! Back the freaking off!" loudly shouted, and rougher shoving is being dealt out by one of the initial three to those behind them. I am guessing these three are probably the leaders. 3. That number leading makes sense. It relates to the violent collisions our ship endured. 3 ships rammed us. No wonder our crew was entirely wiped out and that many men still stood. I'm not telling you again. Drop it. This time, the one on the left raises an object I can't quite clearly make out. It is certainly a weapon, but the way he holds it propped against his shoulder causes me to question how effective it is. I see him reach over to the extending length of his weapon and yank back on a string, while at the same time, fitting a straight piece in the space he made for it. Ballistic, from the looks of it, which means it is meant to fire like a bestie. I remove my hand from the club. Come up. Easy, we don't know who that is. Hearing that does make me a little worried. I first thought that my life was going to end. Instead, from how they are handling this, they want to take me alive. I don't know why, but accepting my death seemed more comforting than knowing they would have me at their mercy. Wait. If that man is concerned about me being someone of importance, I could use that. Not to startle the bowman, I raise myself slow and steady, setting my jaw firm, and with my chin higher, I display myself at my highest. I most certainly think that my image is not as intimidating as it once was, but even being as sick to be driven into a deathbed will not take my height away. Straight and with pride of at last regaining my composure, my bare feet take to the steps, my lips parting to pronounce who I am, and ready to grab anyone in my steel-like grip if they attempt to haul me away before I can herald myself. All I have to do is remain calm, keep my voice in check, and speak clearly enough in their tongue to understand I am directly related and under the wing of a powerful figurehead. Hold and let me speak of myself. My name is Chris Accra, child and heir of Jared Remsen Accra of the Jarldom to Skane. I don't know why I gave them my Christian name over my birth name. Lapse of judgment? It looks like it might have been the right call, though. The bowman lowers his weapon and some of the others lose the tension in their shoulders. Jarl Jared. I hear one of them say, a man with a screwy eye. I know of him and his ilk. He had a whole load of kids, mostly daughters and one boy. This comes from a squat and stout man. Last I heard, he was a huge man, from Screwball. A Jotun, giant, correction by Shorty. Hey, yes, but didn't he go off with those Kievan Russ to trade in war? This by the crazy eye. Quiet you two, the one who has been giving the orders before managed to actually silence the others. I am going to single him out and say he holds the higher rank and authority in this raiding fleet. He turns, just as I am on the same landing as the others. I finally get a show of the carnage on deck. Being blessed with my height, I look over the men's heads at the whole butchery. None of it matters to me as I scan for the bulky body of my friend. Near the dragon's prow, I find him. Without thinking or considering the consequences, I wedge and bully my arms and shoulders against and through the three while the crowd remained back as had been commanded. A sharp pain in my head is yanked back. Before I fall down on extending back hands first and land on my rump. Gritting my teeth and glaring up at the raider commander, I grab the lock of hair being held in his hand, with another hand held at my scalp, and I brutally rip the hair in half to scramble away. This must have really surprised him, for before I turned away to run to Calibri's body, his face was both filled with shock and rage as he held up the torn lock of fair hair. I cruise on wobbly legs quick, but mindful of the crew, and come crashing down onto my knees at my friend's prone figure. A single slender finger traces along his thick throat, trying to feel for the warm pulse or kick shallow breathes, something to tell me he yet still lived. Nothing. There is no life in him. Only the image of his last instant living remains on his face. He didn't resign peacefully, I can tell, with his own hand axe in a death grip, eyes wide open, mouth hanging to have been gasping his last, and the broad man's posture in a way that he had been attempting to right himself up to sitting at the ship's head. I can sense the raiders approaching from behind, but I feel secure that they know who I am now and will not cause an extent of harm beyond what I've already experienced before. Taking my time, I lay a hand down to close Calibri's eyes and bow my head to silently speak a prayer for his soul. I know they are watching me, apparently having enough respect to give me the honor of it saying farewell to my friend. Will someone please grab the Lady Akra's shirt? My head pops up. What? I turn to look at them as one of the raiders drops an open long sleeve across my shoulders. Valdis and Jeem, when we finish divvying up everything, give the ship and crew to the sea and flame. I'll handle negotiating a ransom for Chris Gyrodaughter. My ice blue eyes dart from the man called Valdis, a short man with massive trunks as legs, and then to Jeem, a man I'm having a hard time not staring at his straying eye, and finally settling on staring into the copper-brown look of the commander still angrily holding my hair. There is an ugly menace on his face. Still, he would be considered handsome if not for that grimacing. There is a short crop of brown hair on his head, swaying out at the sides and rugged over his keen ears, adding a falcon-like appearance to frame his wide-set copper-brown eyes and sharp expression of controlled rage. He wraps up the blonde lock around his clenched fist. Anything you want me to write down to your father, Lady Christine? Maybe explaining that I had nothing to do with the harm to your pretty head? Wah, what? I can't help but feel the strain in my brow. I must look bewildered to them and they seem to catch on that I am confused. What? I hear within me. Say you want Daddy to give you a journal, and a fit of giggling echoes in my head. The shade, I can't sense it other than hear the whisper of its voice in my thoughts. Hold on. For 1 second, need to finish up our masterpiece before we confuse them. My head lowers, breathing in more quickly as I take a look at myself for the first time in the light. I'm not skinny as a sickly infirm as I first thought, but slim with my lean muscles still existing in an extent to be subtly feminine. The flat belly lacks the rippling definition that stood out before and instead lays sensually slopped into the recess of the linen wrapped around my slender waist. Lifting my trailing gaze up the hyper-quick rising abdomen, I have, without a better word for it, small breasts budding from my chest the size of apples. No more, I will look no more. I tighten the shirt given to me more snug and concealed about my nakedness. Shame though, I kinda had plans to give you a bigger chest and be a lot shorter. But since we have an audience now, oh well, life's a meanie. And disconnecting, after hearing that odd statement, my hard cold blues unfocused and widen. I feel, more than hear, the buzzing in my head dive down to spread over my body. Instinctively, I throw out my hands to the deck to brace myself before pitching forward. The sideways world, where everyone is seesawing as they run take to my knelt-bowed form, goes into a myriad of brighter and brighter colors until I cannot see anymore. I note that there is no longer any sound or even the bite of the chilled wind playing across my torso anymore. The last thought to pass through my mind, before passing out, is about how many weeks will it take before I wake this time. Recovery. Riyadh Ova Stina. Stina, sign AAN, sign AAN, sign AANNOSTAVO. Skjaldbald. I shouted with the Russ as they hurriedly cried out their orders to raise their shields into a wall. A good mix of Kievan Russ and Finnmarku makes for a battle of who would be in charge, considering that I am the only Scanian, a Dane by repute, wouldn't amount to much backing for leadership. It wouldn't matter in the choice. The Russ were my brothers and the Finnish be damned if they think I join their ranks. Correction, rank. I watch as they line themselves in a single line of shields. A carbonation bursts out of my mouth in laughter, which is met with more by my sides and further down the line. And we can't help but be amazed at how easy this mock battle shall turn out. Those of us aware are already prepared. We split our forces into 3. Our shield wall is centered, meeting with the Finns with a resounding clash against their own wall. An exchange of shield against their blade is vice versa played between us. As our wall is met, I cannot see all that goes on, but I know the man in front of me is getting his work cut out for him today. I have the advantage of reaching further than he. As his axe head comes around to smash into my shield, I pivot the face along his knuckles, letting the head of his axe smack into my chain-mailed sternum, harmlessly sliding off, but with my own shield bashing his arm and shoulder away from me in time to smash the back of my axe into his exposed turned thigh. He falls down to a knee with a grunt and I simply raise up my axe and shield with the other Russ. The man fell, no point in pushing my luck with a flourish. Besides, the battle had ended quickly after that moment. I saw the shock from the fallen man's face as he saw our other 2 branched units circle around their exposed asses. A single line of shields is pathetic. We have irregulars for a reason. A wall and our irregulars fight together, like a fortification with defenders, but always on the move. This is best described as us allowing a sally and flanking the enemy. A horseman weighs in on our victory. He is too far for me to make out his speech. One of our Russ and a Finn meet with him to discuss some topic. One conversation we all certainly attest the Finns not liking one bit from the aggressive gestures. It amazes me that these people had more elite men than us and yet never considered being bested by the little guys at our back. This goes to show how much value can be invested in those who always watch our rear and why a flexible wall is better than a solid one. How come? I blink and turn. Next to me is a Russ completely enshrouded in darkness. I attempt to speak, but nothing comes out. Oh, sorry, you never spoke in this memory, did you? That is okay. I can understand how you feel. There is something familiar with this person, but I can't place my finger on it. You don't have to try. It isn't important, we are enjoying this dream, unlike the others we have had. A smile spreads across my face and a nod of agreement gets directed towards the Russ shade. Motion off to the side catches our attention and we turn together to see what is going on. Again, I cannot hear all that is being conversed from the horsemen, but I catch, Arkis, Tora, Samina, Ola. Concentrating on my languages, I attempt to piece together what accent and region I've heard those from, but all I can come up with is it's Greek to me. Actually, you are right. He's saying, get the freaking out of here and take all of your noblemen with you. But leave the horses, and wow, is that harsh. I guess he placed a bet with the Russ? I had no idea. At least, at the time, I had not a clue. That is when I recall what happens a week from now. Arcadiopolis. A sound like thunder. No, more like I can feel the thunder. Turning away from the horsemen and the two Varangian leaders to search for the rumbling. A shift, subtle at first, but more noticeable as I rotate around to find the quake beneath my boots. Soon, I find myself no longer on the ground. I'm in the saddle, our chargers blindly smashing into the gate, and storming in to sweep out the defenders. I already know how this battle ends and why it took too long for us to reach here in time. The dispute on who should lead delayed our forces. Oh, indecisive. At the ND, before I question and manage to knock Theo's teeth out, I see the shade again. Once more, I try to speak, but nothing comes out. I told you, don't worry, we can understand each other. Do you really see me speaking? That does take me by surprise. The Russ shade never once opened its mouth. It raises the head of its axe to point something out. Over my shoulder, I observe the scene of fires being put out in the city. Looks like they are trying to save what they can. I'm not fooled. They are only blowing out the candle to make a wish and eat their cake. Oh, spoils of war. I guess it is difficult to take something that is on fire. Maybe that is why we haven't been raped yet. My ice blue eyes bug out as I stare at the Russ shade in shocked bewilderment. Fever. They think we carry the plague. Shaking my head, I haven't a clue what it is talking about. A soft sigh escapes the Russ shade. The whole world seems to shift again. I'm standing someplace familiar. A ship. The red, beige, and black reminds me of the Droman converted to look like a Nordic raider vessel. Wait, it is the very one, once I note the crew. I can't move, but I do look around. The sound of the gulls is enchanting the beautiful scene out in the river. Snow-capped trees let fall the melting clumps onto the lush field of grass by the waterside. In those trees, I can make out the sign of little creatures wanting to collect the bark, nuts, cones, needles, and leaves from whichever branch can hold them up. I'm not all too sure how I am capable of seeing them this far away or even be sure that is what they are doing. All I know is that I know. It is a sense, rather than a sight, that is telling me what they are doing and how it is being orchestrated. Some of the men walk up to me and lay a hand on my shoulder. There is a strain in my cheeks from me trying to turn my head their way. I can't. It is a frightful feeling that only adds more fear in me when I can feel something moving, a sensation directed below the belt, between my legs, running along the inside of my thighs, and dipping along the divide of my crotch. My eyes struggle to look down, but I can't see what is going on without being able to lower my head or at least dip enough to nod for me to catch what they are doing. Why, a scream. One that is so loud that the echo rings across the whole entire stretch of the river for miles. The men around me are knocked off of their feet, rolling over, crawling away in horror. Had that scream come from me? What the fuckers? The whole lot of you, Calibri. He's stomping towards the men and kicking, swinging, and even makes contact with an oar across the face of a crewman. Get away from it. There is a severe look in his eyes as he turns towards me. Go. Go. Like a soaking wet blanket is thrown over my body, I feel myself moving, skirting past Calibri's swinging, and making my way down into the cabin to find my cot. In the dark is where I sit for a while. There is no telling how much time passes before Calibri comes down. I can tell he is angry at me. You are getting off. I can't control them any longer. There is a lot of huffing coming from him. He must have put up some kind of fight with the others and I know it is my fault. For some reason, I am causing a problem and it is sweeping through the whole lot of them like wood is to fire. My mouth, I feel the stretch of my lips, knowing I am about to open up and speak. Hisimo, I hear an odd language. Calibri seems to understand it. There is a terrible relief in my friend's eyes, as if he has been dreading and awaiting for this moment, but glad that it came. I am sorry, but there is no longer any safety here. I've tried and tried. What is that? Calibri lifts his head and I can hear it too. The crew is running around quickly, frantically, and in a panic, shouting. Then someone comes to block the light outside at the doorway and yells down. Captain. Walking to the bottom of the stairs, the captain peers high into the light of day to see what his shipmate had to say. What is it? Captain, there are ships sailing our way. Calibri turns away from his crewman's silhouette at the top of the stairs. Looks at me. Stay here, he points a shaking finger at my cot. Violently, he shoves me down onto the bedding and throws a linen blanket so thoroughly over me that it covers my head. Almost like he's trying to hide me under the covers. Straining to sense what is going on, I hear his stomping feet rise up the steps, the door being slammed shut and bolted. Give that here. Then something else is slammed into the door. I guess this is when they started to board the door shut. Slam. My eyes pop open and instantly give the source of the noise a once over. I'm inside a room and there is a loud noise, like someone shutting a door very hard and having a hard time keeping it close. A shout. Then more shouting. Slowly, I give the room an inspection. It is sparse with a single door, a pile of furs on top of a crate by the end of the door frame, one ornate cradle with masses of rolled fabric of vibrant solid colors. A ways from the doorway is some kind of dresser, and on the top of it a number of baubles in different shades. I'm in a bed. There is a powerful pull on my head and limbs, like I'm tied down, but the familiar feel suggests that it is the weakness of resting idle for far too long. How weak have I become now? Am I going to discover that weeks have gone by again? Where am I now? Once more, I go into a roll to make my way out of bed, with a loud thump. I crash onto the wood floor. This sound I made, it is as if beneath me were hollow. A pair of floors. This house has multiple floors and I'm in one of the top. Likely, a two-floored home, but I've seen halls with 4 in Zealand. There is a loud thumping noise. Feet. The stairs are being taken quickly and become louder outside of my door. My ice blue eyes dart from the wood ground to the bottom crack to see the space beneath as a pair of boots emerge. Swinging open, I lift my head, trying to push my shoulders up with a half-successful push-up. From the fall of my fair hair across my vision, I can make out a face that I've seen before. The falcon-like copper eyes and hair, with the thin pressed lips, and that controlled anger is all too recognizable. The Liv from the ship giving orders. Glad to see you can still wake up, he expresses coolly while kneeling down to me. An arm crosses over a hosed leg of brown. His chest is decorated around the collar with a solid blue tunic fashioned to complement his natural brown top and worn pants. The other arm reaches out for me and sweeps the hair from my face to hang over either ear. Now you can see too. I've collected a few questions that I need answered, but they can wait until you are ready. There is a moment of him watching me, observing my struggle to bring life back into my limbs, before he reaches out to me again and painfully grabs me by the arm. I'm lifted up, unable to use my legs properly, and he deposits me onto the bed. Laid back, I try to prop up onto my elbows. His muscled arms wrap around me to drag my hands above my head. A single fist closes around both of my wrists in the tangle of my hair. This man is leaning far too close to my face, so close I can see that there are green and red specks in the copper of his eyes, a scent coming from him that can only be described as masculine, the finer detail of his jaw tensing and neck throbbing with restraint to let out whatever it is he wants to say right away. It takes me a moment to be unfocused from his face to realize his body has pressed itself onto me. Another note is how I finally take in my vulnerability, being completely without clothes. There must have been sheets and a blanket before, but now either they were sprawled out on the floor or hanging beneath me over the edge of the bed. My legs attempt to move to kick him away and instead gives him the opportunity to wedge himself between them. It does occur to me that I've begun to ventilate rapidly, with my chest thumping against his, and my shoulders unable to stop jumping with the quick heaves of my breaths. A free hand he has, and it is used to smooth out the hair again from my face. The palm lingers over the cheek, brushing a calloused thumb along the corner of my lips for a brief instant, then raises to drum his fingers beneath my eyes tenderly. Over my forehead, he presses his advantage over me, laying his hand to slick my blonde bangs back for a full exposure. Those eyes never ever have left mine, and I don't think for a second that I had looked anywhere else from his. Then he stands up, letting me go, and turns to the door. "You're no longer burning up. You'll live." There is no more said or done as the live slams the door shut behind himself. The receding sound of his feet retreat back down the hall and descending steps. I lay still, as I am, for a little while to collect myself. In the dream I've come from, the men touching me brought a fear out of me, a scream that rips from my throat to ripple across the waves. This felt so different. There is still fear, but a different kind, a more dangerous sort. A fear that I rather be without for as long that I live. It is the sense that we get when being judged and are afraid of being rejected for a single mistake. I swallow down my panicked breathing and gradually become calm. It takes a portion of my regained strength to slide back off the bed and sit straddling Neil on the floor. My hands are pushing down to brace myself from the effects of keeling over in dizziness. I close my eyes and concentrate on sitting up straight. After the better part of my resolution improving, I attempt to pull my legs out and place them in front of me to massage life back into the pair. There doesn't seem to be much of a change in my limbs this time. Still, I will have to question how long I was out. Likely, it had been at least another week, if not more, based on how my body is responding. Over my legs, I am kneading into the tender meat of my thighs, the subtle press worked in close to my core when I notice the disturbing sight for the very first time. I am missing my manhood completely. There is nothing, a patch of golden grass, but no root, not the shriveled and sickly stem I had last seen, or even a pair of buds to display my own masculinity. Now I feel sick. I'm glancing away in turns, as if something beside me will help reassure that everything is going to be all right, but each turn is only reaffirming the look I'm giving myself down there that I've gone sissy. Eventually, I stop disgracing myself in this moment of denial and accept that I've lost a precious part of me. I'm not sure how, and yet it has been done. I don't think something like this can be undone. No use fretting about it. This doesn't make me any less of a man, though. Like a lost arm doesn't make me any less of a warrior. I'll keep myself following in the same path I've been traveling since I was born. In due time, I manage to stand up and see how well I can walk on my own 2 feet. A few times I do fall. It takes time to reacquaint myself with moving around. Now, I grab a hold of the nearest sheets to wrap myself up in over my shoulders and head for the door. Opening it, I see the light of the hall and the floor racing off of a cliff to the downstairs. I pad my way to and down. The live is down here. Good. Come sit and break some bread with me. He's ripping a very tough side of a loaf before dipping it into a bowl of broth that has passed to the middle ground between himself and an empty chair at a table. I take note that I still retain my tall stature compared to the table and chair. That would mean I'd be the taller of us here. I doubt that means much if we break into a fight. He clearly has the greater strength. Those arms of his are bulging with incredible power, enough tightly packed muscle under that blue tunic to make me think it'd take 2 spans of my hands to encircle completely. No, I don't want to tussle with him in my current state or dress. For now, I obey, sitting and taking the offered dunk of bread to my lips. He watches me silently as I consume my first bite. Is he expecting a reaction? Is this a test? Quickly, I swallow and speak. I can't answer anything until I know the questions. His brows lift up, which I had not noticed were knitted in tension before. It is acutely better on him, looking more relaxed. I suppose he was worried I'd be resisting his hospitality. Scania has not responded to the ransom. Could you repeat to me your relation to Jared Remsen? I'm his heir, his child. I can't say son, not after he has seen what I've become. Yes, I didn't believe it before, but I have after confirming it from other Scandinavians. I'm Danish. Scania was ruled by High Jarl Stegi Bellison Skolden before my father and two other jarls, the Bleik and Falk, broke Scania apart into three. Now it is Skane, Bleaken, and Halland under the overlordship of Geeland, Denmark. I let out a sigh, taking another bite of the bread, chewing, swallowing, and resuming. You have to send the ransom to Jelling, in Geeland, or to Ringsted, in Geeland, for the ransom to be recognized. My father isn't in the best health, both physically and mentally, and my aunt isn't the best source to be parting from our coffers. Especially since my aunt is the widow of Stegi Bellison Skoldung. Having her become regent was only merited because of her blood relation, seniority, familiarity with the land, and prior authority over the entire region. In no way is she to be trusted, but there is nothing to worry over. Since defaulting away from Denmark's interests would worsen her position severely. You were probably received by my aunt, Dorte Remdaughter. It should be sent to Housejute or Nidling. It seemed that this Liv was taking it all in like a sponge to water. Now, I feel like squeezing a bit of that information out of him for my sake. How long has it been since you've sent the ransom? 4 months. The muscles in my hand become so lax that the bread drops out of it. I've become completely numb and my lips begin to tingle. It is as if all the oxygen in me has dissipated into the air. I can't breathe. I don't think I recall how to. My eyes water as I search out for help on the matter with the Liv. He seems to be cursing himself for making a mistake and instantly coming to my side. A large hand is placed over my back, soothing it while holding my head close to his chest, keeping me from falling over, and bracing his and my body to each other for support. I don't think my mind can take this, but I'm not going to pass out again. For all I know, it could be years next time I wake. My hands reach up to grip a hold of the Liv's tunic, shakily pulling him around his shoulders and back, trying to gain reassurance that I won't fall into the darkness again. We might have held each other for a minute or hour. I couldn't tell time anymore in this world. One moment with my eyes closed could spell seconds, weeks, or months. We parted. His shirt had a dark stain from my tears and I'm glad that I had not hurt him or myself. There was no telling how I would have responded to anything he might have asked or told me in this state, and I don't want to know how I sound when I'm crying. He goes back to his seat, gradually. There is a concerned observance in those raptor-like eyes. Like he is wary that his prey could fall victim to an unseen predator before he has a chance to sweep in. I know nothing of this man, but that is the sense I am given when seeing the desire in those copper eyes. That is something I should work on. I give myself a moment to test my voice softly, not wanting to sound choked, before raising the question, "Who are you?" This Liv doesn't answer right away. When he does respond, it is in the form of a question, "Where do you think you are?" Somewhere in. I think over this carefully. There isn't nearly enough noise here to be a commerce like Riga, but he is in a great hall, which tells me he's of importance enough to be recognized by both the militant fleet that took out the Droman I voyaged in and have the community support his claim to this luxury. Maybe someplace in Muhu. This brought a surprised expression to his face. That would have been correct a year ago. Muhu is contested between us Livonians and the Swedish. He sweeps his hands across the table in display. We sit in my hall and home in Lemsalu. Lemsalu, that would be in the Livonian region of Livimaa. One could not be closer to the homeland of a Liv than here. If this is his home, that makes him a part of House Viga, the ruling family of Livonia. Viga? Call me Vloros. He says this while casual and giving me a shrug. I've answered 3 questions. I think it is fair you give me 2. I'm his hostage. Why does he care about being fair when he could demand I answer regardless of the count? Now, I am very curious about this next little bit. Why am I sending a ransom to Jared Remsen in the first place? Shouldn't I be requesting the funds for your safe return from your husband? I'm not sure what he sees on my face. Maybe something connected the dots in his mind, but it certainly makes him sit up straight in his seat. You're not married. Then his features change into someone who had been cheated, angry, and ugly. I think our discussion ends here. Without giving me a chance to ask what I had done to offend him, he jumps out of his chair and grabs me by the top of my head, yanking me to my feet from the sharp tug on my hair, and whips me around until I stand in front of him with my back pressed into his thrusting arms. his fist is tied into my now knotted locks while he reins my movements towards and up the steps. A yank towards the hall causes me to cry out before I'm thrown into the room. I recover from the floor, feeling the burn on my hands and knees where I caught myself, knowing that the sheet that had been held on my shoulders had slipped off in the tussle downstairs, but I am more angry than ashamed. "You goddamned bastard." I literally screamed this out at him. He had been about to slam the door again, seeing how quickly he had been steering the portal close, but stops. "No, I'm an earl. Livonians don't vie. Bastards with titles. We also don't get paid for ransoming liars and imposters." I'm a bit clueless at this one. What have I lied about? Gyrod's daughters, those still alive, have each secured him an alliance with someone. That means they're all married. I can tell by how untamed you are, certainly are not. With that said, the door manages to still slam shut despite the limited space he had propped open enough to conclude our conversation. Now I feel really stupid. I'm a warrior, not a courtesan. If I had paid more closely attention to what I have been playing myself into, I could have avoided the blow to my trustworthiness, maybe gain respect for my honesty, but that would be very hard-pressed considering that I don't even understand the truth of my circumstances. Wait. Did he just say he's an earl? As in, not only is he a part of House Viga, but he rules Livonia. This makes him equivalent to being powerful enough to be compared to all of Scania. Not Denmark, but definitely would be trumping our own forces on the field in Skane. Maybe we would equal him with the alliances we've made. I don't know. He said, surviving daughters. Last time I recall, all 7 of my sisters lived. Discovery, Kripaki ta Nelyadziki. The Russ next to me is discussing what these irregulars are. Livonia. I try to make heads or tails of them. Best word I can translate from the Russ is Livonia, or serfs. They live to serve, only to be aligned with a powerful house, and may leave with the permission to do so. It is a step down from a jener, which are no more than servants. Then again, I might be wrong, as the Russ shakes his head and explains again while pointing to one irregular after another. Rab, to one, Rabi, to a group, and then, Zakan, to one other, Brihadi, to the other group. I knit my yellow brows together in concentration, attempting to grasp the language, identifying the irregulars. Pointing at the Rab, I say, Indrikat Jener, and to the other, Rabi, Indrikat Jener. They sounded like servants, personal ones dedicated to a man rather than a single locale or house. The Russ gives my shoulder a pat and a nod, Vidstupny Slui, Bliziki. Apparently I'm close enough to what they are. To the indicated others, I refer to them as spoiled people sworn to serve them, Forkylet ed folk. I had figured that it would make sense. If they became complacent, a bit of service with their masters in this harsh trial would bring them back in line. This makes the Russ laugh and shakes his head in dismay. He scratches the rough skin beneath his chin, contemplating how to better describe them, before turning back to me with a grin that seems to be all the more enhanced once he gets into tugging on his long whiskers. Pahano, then waves his hand at the whole, Pahani. Bad. These are bad people. Criminals. That made no sense. Why would we have outlaws guard our backs? Fanger. It is with another shake of his head and he gives my shoulder another shake. I watch him, pointing at himself, then to me. Quickly, he grabs a hold of my hand and encloses it in a fist. Strong, firm, we link our forearms with the elbows locked, and he gives a nod. Beneath our united embrace, he points, looking at the Pahani, and spits at them as he rips his hand away from mine. That is when it hits me. Betrothed Lognair. Ed Lognair. Bonded and broken, trusted and then betrayed. Oath-breakers, people who swore to a commitment and turned their back when it was needed. These men were redeeming themselves by serving us. I think I'd rather have criminals than oath-breakers at my back, but the Russ don't seem to be bothered by it, and I have to find their resolve to entrust my life with these men too. No good thing comes from keeping my eyes both in front and behind me. I suppose that they won't be attempting to slit my throat. Maybe run away. That would sentence them to death if we ever catch them or our host does. Looking over my shoulder, I can see that the rest of our circle is gearing up. Their equipment is being plucked up from the burnt black sands of this coast, mostly from our long line of doused and stomped flat campfires. Each Varangian is being assisted with their chain mail shirts thrusts over their padded bodies by the irregulars and given a variety of tools for when we go on board our vessels. In the next few days, we will be sailing to assist our host army with the siege of Varna. Unfocused, my ice-blue eyes adjust to the blurred ceiling. The sound of rustling comes up to my ears as I turn my fair-colored head on the bed to stare over at the door. It looked no different. The interior still smelled the same as before, with a heady air of smoke and cooked stew from the night before. All possible that it could be a usual smell. I want reassurance that it had only been one night of sleep and not weeks or months again. Testing. I lift my head. Then my arms to raise my shoulders up until I sit straight. A set of sheets and a single lay of a blanket falls in. Folds into my lap in this experimental process. Oh, I nearly forgot about the protruding masses on my chest. Not something I wanted to recall having, but also not a thing that should be neglected. This causes me to think on something. Neglect. I had survived over 4 months being comatose. How? There were no rash of boils on my body. That would mean I had been bathed regularly, and living meant I had been nourished plenty enough. Really, I don't feel like rolling out of bed this time. Last time rolling out had caused a soreness in my arm, right where I landed on my shoulder, but it had easily been ignored over the pain of Vloros's hair pulling. Sweeping my legs off the side and landing my bare soles on the floor, I sit to stand and stand to rise up. There are clothes in the ornate cradle. Maybe it is meant to be an offer to me. No, I doubt it. He's had these here for a long time. A layer of dry and gray dust has settled over the fabric. I pick through it anyways. The sound of footsteps draws my attention to the door. Maybe I was not quiet enough walking from the bed. This could explain why he set me up. On the floor above him, a swift motion of the opening door is followed with Vloros standing in the portal's frame. His copper eyes are roaming from the bare ankles of my feet up to the exposed height of my body as I sift through the long-forgotten clothing. Get dressed. You work today and tomorrow and after, he commands before starting to retreat back down the hall. Wait, I turn and face him fully with a hand to stall him from turning any further from me. It seemed that he acknowledged my request, a bit annoyed with it, but he turns back to me all the same. I have to confess. Not a priest, he states flatly with the tilt of his head, although, he smiled, a bit amused I suppose. No, about me. Who I am. I take in a deep breath to calm myself, what I am. This causes Vloros to lean his shoulder into the frame and cross his arms over his abdomen, crossing his foot over an ankle, raise his chin and brow at me, and of course awaits quietly for me to continue. So, I do. I'm what is the word? I try to think of the name for male heir, in their language, Kerala Puisus. He shakes his head and waves an open palm at me, more like a Kerala Bredis, or crowned moose, then raises his hand above a few inches above his head to express his meaning by my height. There is an absolute mirth in his laughter that brings anger rising up inside of me. No one has ever called me a moose before. Before I react, he smashes his fist into a palm and points at me, Chris the moose. Gritting my teeth, I charge at him. He might not have been expecting it. A shoulder slammed straight into the side of his face and smashing him into the door frame and twisting sideways to fall onto the floor. There is no chance I'm giving him an opportunity to get up, being far stronger than me in my current state, and having perhaps this whole village a yell away from helping him. Using the momentum I had gained slamming into his body, I slam a knee up into his fall before his crash to the floor, rewarded with an oof, and his body lays still. Huffing, my nostrils flaring in the crisp chill of the open door and the smoked atmosphere of his house, I exhale from my peeled lips through clenching teeth. One powerful kick to his side gifts me with silence. He's knocked out. Quickly, I turn back to the cradle and grab whatever I can to dress. I had not meant to do that. There is a panic in my search as I think over what I've done. This was meant to be a moment for us to understand, to mend what had broken last time, explain all that had happened up until now. Instead, I'm throwing on a pair of hose and thrusting my arms and head into a shirt while frantically finding a coat and shoes. After dressing, to be safe, I grab the sheets and twist them into a knot on their opposing corners, and lower myself down to Vloros. Both his feet and hands are hogtied. He could still holler for help whenever he wakes, and I hope I'm long gone before then. Racing down the steps, I take a moment of my time to see if any of my original belongings were stored down here. The only thing I find are his things. One such item is a sword. I had an axe, but a sword is the sign of an elite warrior. It might come in handy if I am cornered. No way am I coming out of this unscathed after attacking the Livonian Earl. With the sword strapped and tucked away behind me and using the length of my hair to conceal its existence, I stride outside. It is the sun that first attacks me. My eyes are blinded for a minute while I walk. Then comes the sound of animals. A cow, the cluck of chickens, a banter of guineas, and the whisper of braying sheep in the distance. After the animals come the low conversations of people. None of the folk seem to be mentioning anything alarming about me. In focus, those ice-blue eyes spy the ring of trees and appear. Ships that are both beached and those berthing back out into the river for the day. I want to follow the river. It should take me to Riga and to a potential vessel heading back to the Scandinavian lands. These ships are likely utilized for local ventures. While eyes could still watch me, I casually walked to the pier, following the sands close enough to be apparently inspecting the ships, and then diving for the treeline. I am taking a gamble, watching the direction of the river's flow, and slipping away into the direction that I hope is going to take me out of here. I can't move. All of the Russ have stood and marched forward. There is a gap in their line where I should be and I know it will close up before I could reach it. Why can't I move? The darkness of the evening sky and the depth of the forest prevents me from seeing. There is a weight on my shoulders that I had not noticed until now. I had hoped that the irregulars killed all the ones that flew over me, but this one must have been missed. My elbow slams behind me into the sickening crunch of the man's ribs. A wet-sounding cough is erupting by my ear again and again as I assault his side. Finally, he rolls off of my back and onto the ground by me. I hack at his prone form, cutting into his exposed chest, until I know there isn't a whiff of air blowing my way from his cold dead lips but wheezed out of the expanding and oozing cavities I made between his shoulders. I move to stand again. Still, I cannot get up. This time, I remove the chain. Links from my hands and the leathers from each finger. Twisting around, my legs are felt up and down for anything out of place. There is no feeling in my legs. Numbness had settled into them and I can only guess it is because of how hard we had been running all day in full gear. I'm nowhere near being tough as my Russ brothers. Lowering my head down, knocking the helm again and again into the top rim of my shield, I debase myself in vulgar curses of how pathetic I am in my own language. This caused someone to lay a hand on my shoulder rather than a blade at my throat. Don't worry. We never were meant to fight in this, I hear from the voice above me. I do not know if it is a fellow Russ from our circle or an irregular or maybe one of the men in our host's army. It took me a couple of seconds to realize he had been speaking to me in my own language rather than the Kievan's or Constantine's. I am actually not sure what language had been spoken. I more so feel that I understood what was said to me than heard it. My head lifts to stare blindly over the shield at what can only be a pitch-fought battle between our brothers and the foe. Clashing metal, wooden thunks, hard thumps on the leafy ground, and rustling legs of the many-booted feet closing the gaps between each other. I know it will all be over soon and I'll be escorted back to rest with the others. We still have a ways to go until we find our peace, the one says down to me while rubbing their hands soothingly on my shoulder. I try to reply, but nothing comes out. That is when it occurs to me that I'm dreaming again. The shade. Quickly, I lift to see if I am correct. Darkness. Of course, I can't see a darn thing, but I can hear it laughing. You are right. No need to see rage. A whole heck of a lot is directed towards it. If I can't speak, then I will let my actions speak for me. My axe hand swings an elbow into the legs of the shade. I caught it. Instead of the feeling that I hit something, my arm seems stuck, motionless, and even feels as if it's being pulled in. Then my whole body is yanked towards it. My shoulder, being absorbed into those legs, rising up to meet with its hip, and further until I stand parallel with it. Don't fight this. I can hear it sobbing. Please don't fight us. In a matter of seconds, I feel the shade embrace me, and I am sunk into the folds of its dark mass. Flailing, I smack into the nearest person with a punch. Another down at my feet gets a severe kick in the shoulder, and the whole crew rises up in alarm by my yelling. People rush to me and hold each of my limbs down. Their efforts come with a great deal of struggling as I go berserk. One of them is thrown off of my leg for two men to replace him. It takes their leader to approach for this to end with a swift knock of his pommel into my temple. I am held back from the edges of the wall. The Russ is holding onto my arms, preventing me from leaning too far over, but I can't help myself. I watch in a horrified fashion the positioned display of mother and child in their final rest. The mother, with the back of her ruined head, looks beautifully at peace embracing her dead son. Tears flow freely down my cheeks. A burning ring around my eyes irritates them with no end from my rubbing. I lift and am ripped away from the edges of the wall. The Russ holding me back is thrown off. I see him, but can't make out his face before he lands someplace to call his own grave. I'm not sure which of my brothers I've just lost. Stumbling away, I see more of the wall defenders flowing in. Then, behind me, I hear the sound of stomping feet. I'm surrounded. A pot of emotions comes steaming to a boil in me. Anticipating, excitement beyond words, coming up the wall and finding a chance at glory. Then came the struggle, a fear of being overtaken by the two defenders. Realization, the child trying to protect his mother from my battery of the shield's edge. Wrath, flowing out of the mother who had just lost her child. By my hands. Acceptance, knowing when it is okay to die and let a final act be worth everything in that final moment. Loss, seeing an opportunity, a chance, slip by and having no way of gaining it back, and now hopeless. All of this explodes in me and I feel nothing. The next thing I note is the foe laying dead, beside where I lay all around me, and both Russ and irregulars holding me down. They're trying to hold their bloody hands on me. I feel the pain and know that it is my blood, but they are all splattered in gore that I cannot fathom where it all came from. It took me a while before coming to the conclusion that the assault had ended. A city in flames was not a place worth defending. Later, I learned more. It didn't have to be required of us to climb the walls. That helped, but the enemy sallied out without a choice. It was either be cooked alive or meet their end fighting on the field. I took in what the Russ told me about what happened on the walls. They were the ones who rushed to my aid behind me, not the foe, but they had not been needed after I had lost control. They told me how I had, with my accent shield falling out of my hands, launched myself at the enemy. I had bowled them down as they attempted, tripping and fumbling over each other, to fall back. The ones that fell beneath me were pummeled by my blows. It didn't seem to faze me when their clubs, stakes, staves, knives, and even the tip of the spear punctured into my flesh. I was oblivious to it all. I had become a monster in their eyes and needed to be put down. Unfortunately, they were on a narrow span of the wall and I had quite the piece of heavy armor for them to punch through. They couldn't wedge their blades far enough in my chainmail or find the opportunity to insert a fatal blow beneath my helm. Either they were rendered to pieces from what weapons I tore from their hands, flew over the edge by those pushing and shoving them out of their way, or simply crushed to death by my battery. When I finished with them, I turned to my Russ brothers. A chilling scream cracked out of my hoarse throat and I rushed at them next. It took them pancaking me with their shields to end this madness. This is where I earned the name, Winter's Wail. I woke up with a headache. The soreness in my shoulders and the restraint in my arms behind me was a sign that I'd been tied around the wrists. I wasn't lashed to anything, so I sat up. There were a number of faces that turned to me and gave a nod. I felt the tension in my hands let go when someone cut the knot around my extremities. Blood began to flow back as I rolled my shoulders. "You fought hard," I hear someone speak to me in a rough Estonian accent. "Nightmares," is my only reply. He gives me a pat on the shoulder and a few short nods. "Battle?" "Of course," I nod. "Here, bite." He hands me a stalk of yellow. I'm not familiar with what it is, but it tasted really bitter when I took a chunk of it in my mouth. Soon, it is followed with a stout of mead to wash the taste away. I take a look around and see we still travel out at sea. The chill in the air is refreshing and the wind gives my skin a nice reminder of how much closer we are to going home. Riga had not been that hard to find and getting aboarding onto a ship was even easier than expected. As I had thought, following the river and making it to the ships was the most simple of tasks. I had been worried that Vloso would have sent riders or a ship after me. Then again, a ship is excessive for a lone person. It would have made sense if I had my own crew to man a ship, but I doubt even that would have been the right move. He would have accounted for the missing vessel. As for riders, I had not heard, let alone seen, any horses around the community. They all might have tried coming after me on foot. If so, they failed. I am almost there. I can feel it. We will land someplace along the coast of Geeland or Skane. Once there, I can inform and proclaim my return and desire for a seat at my father's table. My chance at finding peace is nearly complete. Except, I have the issue of being a woman and Hermod Gyrodson is supposed to be a man. I am. Maybe not physically, but I am a man. So, I have to reshape myself into that image. With a blade, I cut my long fair hair short enough to see the dark dirty blonde roots. A clothed wrap is bound around my snug chest to keep things in a masculine perspective. One thick leather coat to be worn over my slimmed limbs and a shawl across my shoulders to reinforce the concealment of any form in my chest. It allows my upper body to appear broader and matching the new width of my hips. My voice is something I never took into account before, but I can pass it off as being sickly for so long. I remember what had happened. Our ships fled from the coasts of Varna in a full-scale retreat. The Serbian army had come crawling over, assaulting the unoccupied city, but butchering anything that stood in their way. Bulgarian citizens attempted to persuade, yield, run, or die under the piercing tips of the Serb short spears or cut by the haft of their Croatian pole-axe. Over and over, I had my ice-blue eyes glued to the coast as it blanketed with the dead or dying. No wonder she summoned me. I hear, or rather, sense the voice by my side. I turn to see the shade again. I no longer bother trying to speak. I know I cannot by now. I turn away to continue watching. It is me waiting to catch the Serbs finally realizing their folly. If they can only realize the fiasco they are making, then I can turn away, relax, and allow my injury to not be such a horrible reminder of today. Instead, I continue, reaching up to my wound, and press on it until the banding gauze turns into a deeper red. It doesn't make it any better. The shade points out my shoulder. What is one wound to the one life you took on that beach? I recall the man I held back for Russ to slay. Oh, that is rubbish. How many are we responsible for? Imagine, this whole war, and all the people that have died because of either our hands or assisting another. I can't imagine. Countless. It is without number. No, you don't. They are not numbers. They are people. I said, imagine all the people. This makes me turn back and look at the shade in confusion. People. They had history, lives, other people that connected with them. Each person had their own story unfolding and spilling into another person's life before we came here. Now I am getting more confused. The shade keeps implying that it wasn't just me, but we who did this. Yes, we. Us. The shade points back and forth between us. I shake my head. There is no telling what madness this creature keeps introducing me to. The shade throws its hands up in the air with a gasp of resignation and disappears. So does my field of vision to Varna. My vision opens to the lush green fields of a shore experiencing the change of spring into summer. There are a number of men racing along the beach. They seem to be flagging us down while our crew signals them our intent. I turn to make sure there isn't something for me to do a while before making my way over to find some privacy. It is a bit tricky to use expel any waste without someone noticing I'm not like the others. Still, I manage in a vague way. No one wants to watch someone else doing their business overboard. When we beach the ship, we all climb out, taking a hold of ropes, and pulling the hole with our running might to keep the momentum coming on until poised for a full drop of cargo without the risk of the sea washing away anything unexpectedly. The men on the beach have heraldry. Thor's hammer, house hammer, which means we are on the island of Bergen-to-Homer, not far from Skane, but it would mean we still have to sail to get there. This used to be home to House Flod, before my father and his allies purged the Scanian provinces of the Skoldung House, and re-establishing the old way of Hammerus. There is a strong hostility towards Christians here. I put myself on my best behavior and assist where I am required and more. If they need something done, I am the first to volunteer, and readily take action on the task without complaint. This is how the whole day proceeds until we are invited to stay and feast in the Hall of Hammerus. Keeping quiet isn't entirely easy. It is more difficult to keep my temper in check. When I speak, I can hear some of those at the table joke about my balls having not dropped yet or being frozen by the frigid waters so badly that they went into hibernation like a pair of furry blonde bears. When my name comes into question, I answer honestly, and omit the part about my baptized name. Hermod Gyrodson. This catches the attention of a few. They would look at me, inspecting and expecting, and then nod in acknowledgement or approval. Apparently, I still have something about my face they recognize as an acra. That is more so coming from Jarl Olof Bergenson when he hears my name ringing down the line of feasters. Gyrodson. Gunhild. Gunhela. Come here. I freeze and search with wide-eyed fear. Gunhild. Why is my sister here? She is the fifth-born daughter of Gyrod and elder sister of mine. I can only guess that she has been married off to Olof. That would mean she is no longer Gunhild Gyrodottir Akra, but Gunhild Gyrodottir Hammer. By Olof's side, I see her, pulled down by the long braid of her hair and whispered into the exposed ear by her husband, and I feel the directed stare of ice chilling and freeze my blood cold from the piercing look she gives me. There is something there that she recognizes in me, but I can tell that it isn't the fact that she sees a brother. More like a cousin, maybe, but not a close kin of hers. I don't think she brought this up with her husband. Maybe in respect of keeping the feast a peaceful one. She does, however, come down to greet me. Gyrodson? Hammer? Really? I inquire in an attempt to appear undisturbed by her skepticism and more ridiculing her for a choice of husband. Ho and behold, someone who can talk about their host with the sharpest pointed tongue I've ever seen. She whispers directly into my ear. You, brother of mine, best watch your tongue or I'll find it lying somewhere. A pat over my head and shoulders is given as a gesture of goodwill following the threat she makes of me. Once again, I am labeled a liar and imposter. Before she walks from me, I reach out and grab her wrist, pulling her roughly back to me as I stand, and cling an embrace strong enough to hold her struggling form still. Unhand me in. Our sisters. What happened to our sisters? This has plagued my mind since Vloros told me about those who survived. Gunhild stills herself. Hermod? Is that really you? Instead of acknowledgement, I ask the question again, and it seems this gives her the answer anyways. We lost Ellen and Seal. Ellen Gyrodottir and Seal Gyrodottir, the youngest of Gyrod's daughters, but both my elders. I lower my head and accidentally give a short prayer for them by my sister's head. Wah Hermod, shut up before he hears you. What happened? Let me go and I'll explain. I loosen my grip and the hug breaks. Sitting back down, I gesture for my elder sister to use my knee as a seat. This was not exactly how I recall women sitting in my lap. The sensation is different. Odd. I used to be excited about this, even from my own sisters. The warmth of their subtly soft ass running along my leg would always stir my loins. And of course my height had attuned my senses down the luscious valley of their breasts. Now, it was a burden of their weight. I took note of how heavy my sister is and that her buttocks felt more bone than cheek. On top of that, I decided to look away and down in my rising cups for consolation. Ellen was the first. They nailed her to a tree and left her there for us to find her disemboweled. I splutter the mead back into the cup. I had expected childbirth, or sickness, maybe an accident on the steps, or drowning at sea. Not this. It had been difficult before, now I couldn't control it in my voice, and I ended up repeating the same question again. What happened? My ice blue eyes latched onto my sister's ocean blues. We are at war. Ostlandet, the Norwegians, invaded Ryavalki and Hordaland. Småland and Svitjod, the Swedish, assisted Ostlandet with the taking of Telemark and Agder. This meant Eikundersund, Bergenhus, Fredrikstad, and Iveland were gone from Denmark and in Norway's hands. The balance we had against the two great northern powers was bearing down on us as the Holy Church dedicated its resources in the south for the Eastern Franks to continue pressing up past the former Sexlands. Seal. What happened to Seal? There is some choking in my throat and I try washing it down with more mead. They burned her eyes out. She had been safe with us, but infection set in. Gunhild was silent for a moment as I digested this image. You understand? She went mad. Insane. I don't need to listen anymore. Without warning, I stand up with my sister slipping off. She catches herself and stands with me and gives a hug about my waist. I stand still, cold, to her warm touch. Seal, she would have been executed. A mercy kill. Fallen laughter rang out dully. It was a strange echo that bounced off the walls and yet didn't have a sharp ring to it. Maybe it had something to do with the way these Greco-Romans constructed the stone, or if it had all to do with the steamy pool we soaked in. Our circle of Rus had gone on to investigate our next destination in the campaign to stall the invasion, occupation, and uprising of Bulgars, Serbs, and Croats. Oddly, they insisted that I relax with the majority of irregulars. A number of these men had provided places for me to visit. The taverns, the beach, a walk outside of the city, and a few insisted I get a porny for myself. It took me a moment to realize what that had meant, and somehow I didn't feel in the mood to sow my oats at all. The vision of the mother and child had still stuck with me. I didn't want to think about having an unknown child brought up in this war-torn empire. Instead of any of those suggestions, I took up the offer by the irregulars, and went to cleanse and soak in a bathing complex. It reminded me of the saunas, the Rus and Polska, only in a much larger scale. Officials and important figures were in attendance in some parts of the housing. The irregulars were directed to another. I had no idea why I had been singled out for a private section. Up to my waist, I watched from the hot pool the companionship of greater and lesser men converse with each other. Their language is far from being understood by me, but their gestures, reactions, and responding pitches in their voices told me much of what they talked over in varying degrees of topics. Secluded, I wandered my ice blue gaze across to the serving men and women of the bathing complex. Some engaged with their own conversations. Others were ignored. A few had more interactions that I would have thought be best behind closed doors. By my shoulder was a sound of wet padding steps. I turned to see a platter with a single cup placed down by me. Leaning my back against the pool's edge, I scoot my elbow back to hook around the platter, and lift up the cup for the service. I don't bother to look. Hearing the pouring sound for a moment is enough to know my cup had been filled. The platter is lifted and I return my arm back in front of me to inspect the content of my dish. Purple haze with a transparent body. Granules settled in the bottom. No idea what it was. I drank it down in one gulp anyways. In minutes, I felt the light-headed effects. It became stronger until I could swear I had been floating instead of standing still against the wall. Before it became more than disembodiment, I dragged myself out of the pool and walked to where I could change into something more appropriate when I go out. Some men were talking more heatedly as I dressed. I turned to look at these men. All at once, they went quiet, but still conversed. I could feel myself bobbing my head down. It didn't occur to me that I might have been drugged for some reason. A hand grabbed my arm and I had been pulled away from where I stood gaping at the men. The irregulars took me over to where they were enjoying themselves. They let me lay down by their pool and watched me, poking fun, and playing a bit of a game with my hands as if I were a puppet. The world was tilting again and again as I watched them do this, but I couldn't complain. They seemed happy at my expense. It didn't take long for one of the irregulars to put on a sour face when one of those other men from before came over. Quickly, as one, all of the men watching over me came out and stood around me. It was all I recalled before blacking out. The table and all of its dishes from the feast are tilting on its axis again and again. I lift my head up from the wooden surface. Gradually, I feel the presence of crumbs on my cheek and begin to pinch or scrub them off. Many of the men in the Hammerhis Hall are stirring or already awake. There is no sign of Olaf or Gunhild. Likely, they have retreated someplace more private for my sister to perform her congenital duties. That is a sobering thought. Stepping out and pushing away from the table, I head out of the hall, escaping to find some fresh air. It is late in the morning, maybe close to noon, and I can see clearly the distant ships preparing to be reintroduced to the Scanian waves. Quickly, I make my way back inside to see if any of our crew remained. Before I finish my scan of the hall, my attention drifts, feeling a hand set down on my shoulder. I am met with the grim face of Olaf. Stay. All the Jarls are summoned to gather at Helsingborg. Then he passes me to find a horn or two of mead for himself. It takes me a moment to realize I'll be in Hammerhis's retinue. Over the next few hours, I simply sit, listen, watch, and wait. I'm still stewing over what I have learned about my sisters, but there is nothing I can do while I am here. I think Gunhild figured that one out and came up to me. Come with me, I hear and follow. Around the back of the great hall are piles of branches. There is no order to them than all laid and overlapping each other on the earth. Our household has been working on shipbuilding. As she says this, I watch her kneel down to begin picking up the many discarded cuttings. Will you help me clear this away? Yes. Simple reply with a better response of kneeling with her. We labor in collecting and moving away the many branches from the base of the hall down the slope towards the line of stumps among the trails leading out to the coast. I catch on that the trail is where they dragged the logs. The collection is deposited in a pen away from the hall. It will be used to fuel the fires inside or some other convenient utility. The reason it is away from the hall and not closer is because of the chances it rains. When it rains, there is a possibility of the heat later on causing the thick foliage to grow hot and possibly burn. The chances are low. It is still not a chance to take. Afterwards, Hermod, when was the last time you washed? She stares down at my hip and raises her ocean blues up to meet my ice blues with a combined face of concern and disgust. I can smell you from here and it is not pleasant. What? You stink. I look away from her, feeling ashamed that my sister had to be the one to tell me that and having to deal with probably last night too. All right. I'll wash up after this. Good. I'll go fetch the buckets and boil the waters a while. What? I am not sure what she is talking about here. There is an exasperated look on her. Can you say something other than, what, once in your life? She shakes her head. Alof has a tub. It is very nice and relaxing to sit in and I am sure you will enjoy your scrubbing when the water is hot. She gives me a smile, shakes her head one more time, and nods about to me before running off. As she passes, I feel her hands grip my arm, a few pats along the length of my leaner muscle, and on she goes. My gaze trails after her with me unable to protest. There is not good reason to without bringing back that skeptic look she had on me last night, for now, I continue to picking at the ground for all of the branches, stems, and tiniest of twigs I can find to delay my return to the hall. I can feel myself rise in anxiety. Is the tub in a public viewing? Am I going to be attended when I unclothe? Will someone be helping me wash? Are they going to discover what I am before I can plead my case? Across the hall, up the stairs, and further up along the furthest doorway is my sister waving for me to come up. The men are all companioning around the table once more and I account for Alof displaying a chart of some sort in front of his inner circle. Likely, they're preparing for the departure. My feet drag up the steps. Dismayed, I turn to see my sister watching and awaiting me impatiently with the crossing of her arms and tapping of those feet. Hurry up or the water will cool. No point delaying the inevitable and I hustle. Inside, I see the large tub. It is certainly designed for a large man like Alof. Mai walks out and closes the door. Quickly, I tear the shawl, jacket, and shirt over my head in a series of tugging pulls. The clothed wrap around my chest is dislodged and thrown on the pile on the floor. My boots, one being hopped on while the other is up in the air between my hands, gets yanked off. I fall from that and land hard on my ass. Instantly, I reach for the other boot and throw it at the pile in a tantrum. Unbinding my waist, I slip out of the pants, kicking it off, and wiggling foot to let the dangling hose fall onto the outfit pile. I stretch out and pluck it violently off of my foot. Slipping into the tub was painful. It burned, but it also soothed away the stress and tension that had built up in me over the last week. Maybe months. I know that Vloros had been ordering someone to wash and nourish me while I had been comatose. At least, I think he gave that task to someone. What if it was him? Oh, what if it was? Splashing. I freak out at the shade appearing over my head. Hey, don't waste the hot water. It feels good on us. What are you? It clucks its tongue. You. Us. I already explained that. Shut up. Tell me what is happening. It backs its head away and blinks in confusion. Wait, you want me to shut up and talk? A dark hand waves at me. Those two don't work very well together. What is happening to me? Have I gone mad? A soft ring of laughter bursts out of it for a second. Oh no. I've seen you get mad. It shakes its head and walks around to face me at the tub's foot. There is nothing happening to you. It has happened. Done. What? I am going to make a deal with you. For every day you go without saying, what, I will strip the changes I've done from your body. A beaming bright smile, something that is blinding from that dark body, shines off of its teeth at me. I take in consideration my next words and say, okay. Good. Keep that in mind and watch what you say around others. After that bit of obvious advice, it jumps into the tub with me, and disappears. I am sitting up in complete bewilderment of what that had been all about. Then the door opens with my sister walking on in. My body dunks down into the tub, crossing my arms around my chest and shoulders, watching with bright blue scared eyes over the rim of the tub, and awaiting Gunhill's next course. She comes up to the tub. Sit up. I'll get your back. She says this softly with a rag waving in her hand above me. Again, I can't really protest. I rise up enough and curl forwards for my back and shoulders to be on display. The feeling of her hand running on down the ball of my shoulder and around the nape of my neck is delightful. but I am far too panicked to enjoy it thoroughly, and I think she can tell from how tense I've become. Hermod, settle down. There is nothing there that I have not already seen before. I'm given a shove forwards, my height causing the dirty blonde roots of my bangs to dip against my raised knees, and slipping a bit under. I catch myself on the side of the tub before I can be fully submerged. Sitting back up, I suddenly feel her hand on my shoulder and on my arm. My sister comes around to face me, but is looking down, then up in my face, and back into the water. I begin to hyperventilate. Turning to the door, I wonder if I can run out fast enough to not be caught, but I would have to wrest my arm from gunhell first. Hermod, I said, settle down, softer, but closer and more determined. She is fighting with something, I am fairly certain what it is, but I don't know how she is handling this situation. Apparently, she has been convinced enough that I am her brother, despite not being a brother anymore. There is no way I cannot calm down. I'm stiff-limbed, gripping the side of the tub more so to hold something, braced for whatever might come my way, and becoming lightheaded from how deeply and quickly I vent my anxiety. Gunhell steps into the tub, fully clothed, and grabs me around the shoulders. She pulls me up into her arms and holds me. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. She repeats again and again. Her embrace and soothing voice brings me down a notch. When I stop breathing so hard, I notice the sound of my hiccuping, a sob that must have started from the moment she grabbed my arm and looked at me so seriously. Had I been crying? Why have I been crying so much? Recently? Is everything all right? Olaf appears at the open door. Gunhell turns on her husband and barks, close the darn door. This causes me to look over, and I can't tell if the hammerhiss Jarl is stunned at her woman demanding of him or me being held like a sorrowful child by my elder sister. Either way, he closes the door behind him and leans his back into it. I don't think he is pleased by any of the two possible instigators. Hermod? He stares down at me, then turns to his wife, and back to me. Then he barks a laugh. I have no idea what he finds so amusing about this display. That laughter stalls, he looks at me again, and laughs all the harder with a knee slap. What do you find so funny about my— Gunhell looks at me, my brother. Olaf keeps laughing, points down, swallows, and shakes his pointing finger at me. Trickster. Then laughs enough to snort. He pats his chest and traces a pattern over his sternum. I make it out to be an S at first, but then he retraces it differently the other way. It clicks in and my sister seems to have connected with me in understanding. He draws the Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail, the sign of Locommand. If this had been any other Jarl, I would have been put to death by a slow torture until I forced myself to confess my wrongs. Luckily, I suppose, Olaf and his family are heavy believers of the Old Norse faith. His whole house name is dedicated in respect to Mjolnir. I think it had something to do with his family origins being on the fields farming before the fall of House Flawed. It mattered a lot right now. His beliefs, however wrong they may be, saved me a lot of trouble. I still dressed as a man, and I know that my sister understood the reasoning. At least you don't smell anymore, she comments to me with a sharp jab of her elbow at my side. I glare down at her and she gives me a funny smirk. Before walking over to her husband, Olaf, being Jarl, didn't give me the privacy to get dressed, but at least did not comment or laugh any as I clothed myself. In fact, he seemed to be still amused by the whole situation. As if my circumstances has opened up a whole new stage of entertainment for him. He lives on an island, so I suppose he gets bored. Hermod, I look away from Olaf and to my sister. I will be with you both to contest anyone who doubts you as my brother. Both? What did she mean by that? I had been about to say, what, but instead my mouth hangs open and I close it. My silence, I think, had been taken as acceptance and understanding by my sister and her husband when they both nodded to one another. I didn't understand. Maybe it didn't matter if I did. They knew what to do. Questioning them would possibly upset their idea, and I needed trusted family and friends now more than ever. A part of me wanted to tell them all that had happened. I didn't. There was something in my mind suggesting I feign ignorance over how any of my changes had transpired in the journey that brought me here. It would be simple if I played that my voyage took me from point to point without incident. We three left the room to head back into the hall. It had been decided that I continue to help my sister in all things rather than stick around the men. There is a chance others could find something out while they become brazen in their cups. This also meant that when night came, I would be sleeping with my sister, not out in the hall along the feasting table with all the housegirls. I don't think I really minded, Olaf kind of did, but he could go one night without his wife before we set sail to Helsingborg. Across the table is Calibri. The hall is bright and jovial in delight of the middle-aged woman filling their cups and speaking with them in a sultry manner. I'm sitting with my fist tucked into my cheek like I've been done listening to the former captain talking about his plan to take the Droman ship before the storm hits. This is in Varna, back where it all began, and just before this curse had been inflicted on me. Whoa now, I told you that I am not a curse, the shade speaks from a seat next to Calibri. I stare at it for a moment, recalling what Olaf had revealed, Lockemand. This thought caused the shade to stiffen and glare at me. Did I hit it on the nose or what? Don't. Forget that name and continue being a good Christie. I smile at it and think of the entire lore following after the trickster. That he is a Jotun, a giant, something that I am even called and is sometimes mistaken for a god because of his mixed influence with the Old Norse pantheon. The whole entire world becomes darkness. I'm curled in a ball on the ground. I don't know when or where this happened. In fact, this is not familiar at all. The shade kneels down to me and lays a hand on my bare shoulder. I'm not who you think I am. This is no trick. The shade looks off at a doorway. It opens and a massive man strides in. I can feel myself curl tighter into a ball before being yanked up in the air. I have long hair again and the pain of his pull brings tears to my eyes. It is slow going, but I'm dragged by my head out of the dark room into the open air and clear field. There are people everywhere. I can see that my body is exposed and I feel incredibly vulnerable to these men. They wear clothes and dress in a fashion like we, the Danes, would. Their speech is not Danish, it is Norwegian. I'm panicking. My fingers dig into the earth to try clawing away. I don't care if my scalp is ripped from my head as long that I get away. Images of my sisters, those who've died, pop into my head. More than ever I want to go back into the darkness and hide inside with the shade. It looks out of the door and watches me be dragged up onto a dais. I am tied to it. A large man holding a bearded axe is directed to my right. He lifts up the blade and hacks down into the flesh, bone, and stone Eli on with a crunch. My right wrist ends in a bloody stump. I am too shocked to scream at first. I begin screaming when he moves to my left to repeat the process over. I stop when he finishes with my feet as well. I don't know if I have any more breath left in my lungs to cry out. Forget. Forget it. Forget all of it and find peace. The shade, wanting to run out to me, stays inside of the dark room. It is sobbing as it cries out to me. Chris, please. Forget that name. Another darkness is settling over me. A cold one that leaves me thirsting and desperate. HREMOD. HREMOD. Wake up. My sister is screaming my name at the top of her lungs at me. I can feel hands all over me, from my shoulders, head, wrists and arms, legs and ankles, and even more holding me down by my stomach and chest. I am not in the bed anymore. On the floor from the looks of it. Wah! I stop myself. That didn't count, right? Closing my eyes for a moment, I account myself for what might have happened. Had I been thrashing once more in my sleep or did I attack someone? Is my sister well? I open my eyes to look up into the ocean blues of Gunhill. She appears fine, with the exception of the misery seen on her face as she stares at me, but overall without marks. I think the men on me have concluded that I've regained my senses as their constraining hands lose the pinning tension. I'm sorry, sister. I speak slowly, but loud enough for her to hear me. Olaf, we need him here now. We can't wait for the sail. No idea what is being talked about here. I turn to search the faces for my sister's husband among those holding me down. Go and bring Hearthswain. Tell him to bring his runes. I find his face above my head. Funny, he was hiding right above my nose the whole time. I am let go to be allowed up. Not really feeling like standing, I scoot back to sit my back against the bed, looking up at my sister and Olaf holding each other. There are soft sounds coming from Gunhill's buried face like muffled crying. What had I done? What was it that had to take this many people to hold me down? In a short while, a man well past his prime, but I can't say he is old yet, stands before the Jarl. There are whispers exchanged between the two and the stormy gray eyes of the man come settling onto me. I suppose this is Hearthswain, the rune priest. He doesn't look mysterious or anything. Normal tunic and pants, a build like any other, peppered beard, and a start on a widow's peak on his scalp. He crouches down next to me and takes a closer look over my head and face. Then he looks back over his shoulder at Olaf. Are you sure? She doesn't look like one. Olaf nods his head sharply and I see my sister do the same. One what? What the heck are they talking about? Hearthswain sighs and takes a seat next to me. He scoots back and sits shoulder to, well, arm. He doesn't reach my height. Not many do, and he comments on this. You're a tall one. Without another comment, he grabs a bundle of something, cups it between his hands, and I can hear the rattling. Runes. His legs spread and he drops the scattering pieces across the floor. A few of them fall into a knotted hole that neither of us had seen until now. Oh freaking. Places his fingers tenderly on the ones that remain. He looks over at the jarl and holds up 2 fingers. 2. 2. From Hearthswain, to Olaf, and then to my sister before coming back to the rune casting man. 2 means WH. How do you mean? A finger of his drags one rune after another in a line in front of his crotch. These symbolize an animal, a god, weather, or an item. Together, they mean something else. He tapes those in front of him. This means 2. It could mean 2 days, 2 events, 2 people, 2 wars, or 2 solutions. His hand is held up to forestall anything anyone might say. 2, not to be mistaken as a number, but that her ailment will be solved by 2. I don't know how rune casting works. It always made me think of fortune telling or a way for a seer to play guessing games with people. This is exactly how it feels. Far too vague for me to grasp what is meant and not having a clue what kind of problem I might be having when no one is talking to me. 2 days, the jarl speaks. It will take 2 days to reach Helsingborg. 2 events, my sister speaks up, the war and my brother's return. How does this help me in whatever problem they are talking about? It might also all come in 2s too. Remember to keep that in mind, the rune caster mentions before getting up. I'll be going back after I find those bastards down there. He's likely referring to the runes that fell through the floor. I can't imagine having 2 brothers, my sister mentions with a grin directed down at me. This one is already a handful. Everyone out, the jarl commands. We set sail tomorrow. I'm not too sure I want to return to sleep. Not after having a dream like that last one. I felt it. I actually felt the pain come through my limbs. Maybe it was the men holding me down harshly, but it felt very much like I had been cut to pieces. Gunhild meets me sitting down on the floor and reaches her arms around my neck to bring me down into a hug. Don't worry, she whispers up to my ear, we will protect you. I am confused at what happened still. Unable to help it, I ask, did I do something wrong? I feel my sister stiffen for a brief moment. Her face rubs into the side of my arm as she shakes her head no. You were violent. Fighting. Something. She pulls her face away, but you were not fighting it in a dream. It was here. Real, her body parts fully from me and I watch her bring a palm up to her face and then I saw it. I saw everything. Then she looks up at me. I saw you fighting for your life before they dismembered you. I was awake and I saw it. The warmth in my cheeks drain as I hear this. Maybe there is more to fortune telling than I originally realized. Pairing hot and dry. Arid, wherever this may be. I look around myself and can't recognize the place. There are trees, grass. Sprouts from the ground in a formation that could only be designed by men, with those tall shoots of greenery acting as a natural wall. Then there is the rolling hill that slopes down into a valley. A village lays along the base before sprawling into the valley. I can hear cries of the people running into the canopy of the trees up the hill. They won't be on the top where I am. Need to be to survive what is coming. Looking right, at the bend of the valley, I can smell before I hear or see the marching lines. I have never seen an army like this before. High in the air are pikes, long, gradually tapering off into sharp gleaming points. Hundreds of them. Each no more than a hand's width apart from the other in rows of 6 or maybe more. Hoplite, I turned down to see who spoke. The shade, oddly sitting in my shadow, by my feet. It points out further, gymnets. See them, Chris? The hue of the afternoon and the orange-yellow of the ground had almost completely concealed the bare men running before the hoplites. My focus is broken by the rumbling I feel beneath my feet. Looking over my shoulder, I see the horsemen approach and halt not far from where we watch, dismounting, and excitedly setting up a camp. They speak in a tongue that sounds like the Constantines, a Greek, but it is far too heavy of an accent for me to comprehend. They are just glad the show is about to start and they feel they're on time, the shade explains to me. I take a note that the shade is still watching the valley, but in the opposing direction that the army is coming from. Not seeing anything at first, there being a cloud, like a storm of sand billowing through the valley and creating a fog-like atmosphere through the hilly trees. After figuring out that the cloud has kicked up dry dirt, I focus more on what is marching within, and that is when I catch the glimpses of those shiny-tipped spears gleaming in the hot sun. One of the men behind me, nobles from the looks and sounds of it, shouts and points at the other army approaching to apparently meet in the middle. Those villagers are caught in the center. Why are Ethi not running up here? Because they will die by their hands. The shade points at the nobles sitting and watching what they find to be entertaining. Inside of the settling clouds of dust, I hear the sounds of drums pounding rhythmically, setting a beat that both inspires and directs, and the lines of these opposing hoplites rush to form into a tight-knit group. They are not in time. Those bare men, their swords glinting in the light of the setting day slash out, and a chaos ensues. Some of the nobles are hooting or cursing. One of them, no longer sitting in their makeshift camp, walks to where I am at. He is incredibly handsome. Far more than normal, like the combined majesty of a divine beauty to both sexes. The shade tugs on my leg. Sit down. We can still see everything from here. Taking one last look at the majestic noble, I obediently sit with the shade, and turn back to the carnage in the valley. Despite the initial chaos, the opposing hoplites managed to cut down the vulnerable bodies of the gymnets. Unfortunately, that gave the first hoplite army to set up and form an odd row upon row of spears. Phalanx. Think of it as a spear wall. Note taken from the shade. I can see why. Those spears are ranging in lengths, some being short, others long, and the ones in the middle of the formation being at least 9 or 10 meters. Even if I were to shuffle sideways towards the phalanx, I wouldn't fit between the protruding points. A number of the nobles begin to pass around fruits, meats, drinks, and at least one is enjoying the company of a young lad. The majestic noble never faces away from the valley, but he does appear to be looking beyond, further out to the other hill running along the valley opposing our position. By the way, Chris, there, it points at the hill that the majestic noble is looking at. There is a division awaiting. When it points out the army that had been disorganized by the gymnets, they meet with the phalanx, they'll be flanked. At least, they would. The shade looks up, annoyed, at the majestic noble. I follow the shade's stare and see the majestic noble's smile beaming brightly, his teeth so white that they are blinding, and for the first time his face becomes ugly with howling laughter. He quickly turns around and begins making some gestures while jumping and hopping around the other nobles. Then, kicking the lad out of the one noble's lap, he makes some kind of demand from the kid. He wants instruments. Tiresias is going to perform. The shade translates the meaning behind this old Greek. Without having to wait long, more children pull out of the thick walls of chutes with a variety of drums and odd flutes being propped around Tiresias. All the drums have a child sitting at it while Tiresias holds a flute in his hands. He points at the flute and announces more of some kind of demand. I don't need the shade to translate this much. Basically, he's telling his small retinue to follow his lead. Tiresias plays. I sit mesmerized by the sounds he makes. It brings out the vigor in me, wanting to stand, pounce, and flourish myself in front of everyone. In tune, I listen to the drumbeats following. I slowly realize it matches the same rhythm that the army had been playing earlier. My ice blues dart down to the valley and I see the phalanx formation of the initial army break. They are falling back and reforming. On top of the opposing hill, I catch the movements of the ambush party running along with the broken phalanx units. They are reforming to meet a new threat, a non-existent one. Tiresias stops playing and screams out in joy. Throwing his arm up in the air and hopping on one foot, he nearly jumps out of his skin when a noble cries out at him, and he falls majestically on his ass. A snake. No, a couple, entwined. writhing in the grass together were nearly hopped on by the flutist. Here is where it starts, the shade announces. A boy hands over an odd-shaped sword, curved, to Tiresias. He stands back up, allowing the boy to dust himself, watching with disgust as the two snakes mate. A foot stomps on their heads and he hacks at their bodies repeatedly until their pieces lazily wag for the rest of their miserable lives. Handing the blade back to the child, Tiresias smiles, then looks back out at the valley, ignoring the dead at his feet. That is when he cries out. Both heads of the snakes bite his foot. I hear the shade suck in its breath. Turning to look at what had happened, I see the dark figure rub its own foot, but still watching the valley below as the new formations of phalanx start a pushing match with spears pinging off the shields or whacking into the extended shafts. This will last for an hour. Really, kind of boring from here on out, the shade explains in a flat tone. It stands itself up as the afternoon darkens into a blue-hued evening. It is a chilling blue morning sky I am capturing in my blurry vision. The back of my head is snugged warmly between the thickness of my sister's thighs as she strokes the blonde from my forehead. I don't hear much beyond her muffling my ears with those legs, but I can catch the wash of the waves breaking against our ship. Did you sleep well? I give Gunhild a single nod in response, not wanting to break from the warmth she offers my temple or the comfort she gifts me with. I could not sleep during the night of when the runes were cast for me. The vision that both I and my sister shared was far too real for us to remain calm enough to rest. We remained awake until it had been time to board the ships for Skane. It had been exhaustion that finally took me. The first day at sea, I watched my sister finally take her peace in slumber, while I remained watchful of the direction we were heading in. The second day, I couldn't take it anymore, and I nearly fell overboard. I had my hand wrapped around a rope, idle and gazing out at the waving waters, before I had let go in my instant of blacking out. It was less than a second. Not at once, my eyes blinked, my strength in my legs buckled, and I fell forwards. As I had been staring out at sea for the land I yearned to return to, Gunhild must have been watching her only brother, falling into her hands embracing me from behind to pull me away. I slept where we fell and found myself awake in the same position. Do you remember dreaming at all? The ocean blues of my sister's eyes? Observes my ice blues in wonder. Is she thinking that I had another vision, a nightmare, or some prophecy? I think I'm jumping to conclusions on that assumption. I did, but I don't know what it meant, I reply honestly. This is the first time I had a dream of battle that was not my own. Do you want to tell me about it? I consider the chance to confess my confusion to my sister, but abstain putting our heads together. It may have been random gibberish that I once heard from a skald, storyteller, in the Constantine states. My head gently shakes a rejection to her. I shift my head to see who was about. This causes my sister to have a chance to move me so she can be free. Somehow, I have a feeling that she was in need of relief in more ways than one. Sitting up, I catch the sight of land not far from here. Has the second day already passed by? I rub the heel of my palm into my sockets to remove the blurred crude out of my vision. One more look at the coast confirms what I am seeing. Skane. Home. We approach within the next couple of hours. The delay was to sail along the coast for a point to beach ourselves near other landings. A long row of dragon ships were positioned all over the coast. I was told that a gathering was to be here, that all jarls are to attend, but I had not discerned which jarls. With this many ships, it had to be more than just the Danish, but also those who see us as their sovereign nation. Too many to count. Helsingborg is a great town settled in Skane. There are a number of villages that litter all over, but this is the greatest of them. Lines of people are eventually seen to be flooding in and converging into ethnic districts. There are Scanians, Gelanders, Schillenders, but I stopped noting who was who when I spotted a surprising bunch. Holstein. Sax Christians, baptized when their Saxon brethren were massacred by the first Frankish emperor. This is far more than just jarls. That part worries me a little. Searching around, I confirm my fear when I see a group of livs far down the lines. There is heated tension sparking between the voids buffering everyone. It would only take a little push to have my home turning into an instant battlefield. It is overwhelming to my ears, how many languages are being spoken at once, but it doesn't take much out of me. I can tune it out, since it is not directed at me, and pay close attention to the party I came with. My sister pulls on my arm. We can go ahead. I don't think they mind their own blood visiting. I give in and follow. The Great Hall of Helsingborg is incredible. It doesn't compare to Jylland's, but it beats Sjælland's, and blows Hammerhus's Hall out of the water. Rows and rows of tables line the floor, doorways that leads to ever more. Compartments housing more doors to rooms filled with comforts surround the awesome space, floors that reach high above my head and further too. Allow a continuation of what lays behind each door, and the roof decorated with the hanging skeleton of a great whale of a beast like some dragon out of myths and legends. Far down the great hall, I see my aunt running around to inspect each individual, preparing for the masses awaiting entry. Beyond her, my father lays on an ornate couch, watching something or simply looking out into the oblivion of space. His mind had shattered from falling off his horse. Since that time, it had been one of his own men that had acted as regent. Myself, being sent away, for safety, to the Kievan Rus had been suggested by my aunt, Dorte Remdottir. Gradually, she took hold of the reins as acting regent. Not officially, but there was no one better at knowing how to run things than her despite being a woman. The Jarls tolerated the change, but never voiced their acceptance. From off to the side, I could see my other sisters assisting in the preparations. Each of them would be married, but like Gunhild said, we are direct kin and allowed in. Dorrit Gyrodottir, the eldest of us all, is married to a great man named Rigfin Estigelgason. Their home is in Bleakin, of the House Bleik, who had joined in the breaking of the Scanian kingdom. Age seemed to be creeping up on her or much stressed her back. She bowed, hunched as she paced to each table, but never seemed to express discomfort. Britt Gyrodottir, the second eldest, had married Bjarn Bjornsson. To call him a large man is an understatement. He is as tall as he is round, with his thick limbs jiggling with a power that could crush just about anyone in a hug. It is a wonder how this sister of mine isn't the one with the back issues. Their home is in Halland under the House of Falk. Luca Gyrodottir, the third eldest, married into the same house as Britt to a man named Magnar Bjornsson. Not nearly as big, but just as tall compared to Bjarn. There is a pretty quality about my sister that gives both Bjornsson brothers pause to admire. Maybe that is why Britt has yet to break her back. The fourth sister I fear. We all fear her. Solveig Gyrodottir, married to Astin Rodslogson of the House Styr. Their home is in the lands of Alfheimr. This is a place that only the Jotnar are welcomed, and yet they call it theirs. It is land, once unoccupied, and I suppose it would make sense for someone to take responsibility of handling it. At the time, it filled me with dread when I heard about my sister marrying the man laying claim to it. No one else dared set foot there. Now it is bustling with activity and trade that has the region in conflict over beliefs. The lack of Old Norse who respect the land has given way for converts of the Christian faith to settle there. As such, Solveig has converted, and looks all the more regal in her outfit compared to the other siblings. I don't know what to call her. In respect to my family, it would be Solveig. To her, Abella. I had refrained from mentioning my baptism in fear of what Hammerhus's reaction would be. Unfortunately, if I am to keep my pride, I would have to confess and reveal my converting. Though, recently I've been questioning if the old ways were the correct path to follow. These strange incidents have continued to sway my beliefs back, returning to Hermod Gyrodson. A sharp inhale from me causes Gunhild to stop pulling on my hand and turn to look up at me. I've dug the heel of my palm into one eye while hunching over in silent agony. My mouth hangs open, wanting to cry out, but nothing flows from my lips or tongue. Shakily, my world spins, looking on at the faces turning to me in their halted busy day. Several people rush to me as I watch them grow into giants. No, I have fallen. My body was just too numb to feel the crash to the floor. A dark figure kneels down to me and shakes its head sadly. Chris, I told you to forget. Its words are terribly base in my mind. The image blurs as the face of Dorte, my aunt, fills in the space like someone parting smoke. She shoos off everyone crowding around me and inspects my face for a moment. Gunhild, I can see her frantically telling Dorte something. My aunt shakes her head a few times, but looks down at me, then back up at my eldest sister. Instantly, with a strength that I never knew my aging aunt could possess, she raises me off the ground in a cradle, and walks us off. Someplace before my world becomes darkness once more. I watch a pair screaming at each other. The woman looks familiar, but I can't quite pick out where I've seen her before. Then their Greek dress hits me. Tiresias? I had thought she was a he? Suddenly, I feel pain shoot through my head. My eyes close in a wince as the keen pierce of agony sears itself through my temple. When my eyes open again, I see a woman hanged. The change startles me and I back away to only fall into a hole. A darkness envelopes in rapid waves as clumps of dirt are thrown in over me. I try to reach up and out, but each portion of the earth throws me back in. I'll be buried alive if I do not find my way out of this. Quickly, I reach out, my height helping me greatly, and I grab a hold of someone's ankle. As I pull myself out, I note that the man I have grasped is being assaulted by another man. The hanged woman is nowhere in sight and the hole I crawled out of is gone. In my confusion, I had been slow to realize that the man that is being held down by me and is under attack happens to be the same man Tiresias was screaming at. Blood blossoms over the man's face. I look up to see the attacker plunging a blade into his own heart. His body trembles before the blade is ripped from his torso. The spray of life fluid catches me in the eyes and I am once again blinded. Smearing the stain of violence from my eyes only greets me to more to come. An elderly woman holds out her own beating heart before laying it on the chest of the dying attacker. At this point, I am beyond confused. I'm annoyed. Is this some play? Am I up on a theater on one of the Greek Cyclades? Oh hush. That's his mother. The shade gives the back of my head a smack. I turn to look at the dark figure, once again wishing to speak, but only feeling my way towards it with what I want to know. Why am I seeing this? Different approach. Learning from mistakes is a common thing. Maybe if you witness some experiences of me freaking things up, you might be able to get us out of harm's way. At least, I hope. This is the first time I'm hearing it refer to only itself and not as if we are the same person. Looking away from the shade, the whole scene had changed once more, and I am witness to the man that I had held down again. Only, this time, I see him sitting before many subjects of his. A manner of his posture makes me think of him as king. There is going to be a war, the shade informs me. All, but the father, have killed themselves. That father happens to be a very powerful king himself. Why is this so confusing? Father? What father? Oh, the lover, he was his son. Now I am all the more confused by what Tay Shade is telling me. I see it sigh and shake its head. I can feel it being frustrated. Why can't it just tell me what the freaking is going on? Because I want you to see it. Feel it. Experience the mistakes I made so you can stop freaking things up. This time I am thrown back in surprise. The shade's voice changed into a feminine one. Multiple women's voices are arguing over me. I barely crack my eyes open when I hear one of them say, "She's waking up." Hermod. You are Hermod, right? What are you talking about? Hermod is our brother. This meanie needs to be dragged out of here immediately. She is Gunhel's guest. Respect your sister, even if it is too difficult, and keep your mouth shut. I can see it. She looks a lot like Oma. Leave our grandmother out of this. Silence. All of you. That voice is recognizable. My aunt shuts up all of my bickering sisters. I'm actually kind of glad too because that headache felt like it was coming back. Dorte. This whore needs to be taught a lesson for imposing on us in a time we need to be united. Falsehoods are only going to. I said silence. I get startled fully awake when I watch my aunt grab and lift my sister Luca up from the floor by the scruff of her neck single-handed. Immediately, she is walked out, like a sack of refuse, and thrown out of the door with a scream. Whipping around at the four sisters, anyone else? She is pissed with a capital P and O. All of my sisters, those that remain, are all very quiet. I scoot to sit myself up, finding myself in a bed, unsure which room this happens to be, but I suppose many have the same luxuries. My aunt walks back to where she had been and stares down at me. You are an exact image of my mother. Taller, but certainly as beautiful. Dorte lifts her sky blues towards Gunhel's ocean blues. Do not speak. Nod or shake. Law command. Are you serious about this? Gunhel had been about to open her mouth before Dorte snarls at her. A very deep nod is followed after shutting her trap. My aunt doesn't stop snarling, but at least turns away from all of us. She walks towards one of the walls and stares at it. Without warning, well. Maybe the snarling was a sign. She begins to punch and smash her knuckles into the barrier. Splintered and bloodied, I watch my aunt slowly come down from her rage in heaving breaths. A glare is directed over her shoulder at me. Her tight lips and deep gaze is weighing on me before voicing a decision. I'll inform my brother of his son's return. Not 1 second passes before she storms out of the room, startling Luca at the doorway by shoving her aside, and disappearing with fading stomps towards the great hall. Everyone exhales at once. I feel Gunhild's hand on my shoulder and Solvijay's, Abella, on the other. Brit rushes to close the door in Luca's face before another tantrum erupts in the room. I hear a muffled, "Meanie," be screamed behind the closed portal. Those two never got along, and being married to brothers didn't help. Dorit, the eldest of us all, stares down at me. You are in a lot of trouble if the gods did this. She waves her hand over my figure. What trouble? I didn't do anything, I exasperatedly tell her. My ice blue scans across the surrounding faces of my sisters as I continue. I had done nothing any other man would have. This, as far as I am aware, is true. What had I done to deserve this? The headache, that agonizing pain, was pushing through my skull once more. I could feel Abella's hand grip tighter on my shoulder as she leaned down to my face. That is your sin, she whispers to me. You do not recognize the evil you welcomed into your soul. Abella lifts her sapphire eyes up, catching the looks she is getting from the other three, and shakes her head with a sigh. Sinners. All of you. Her hand removes from my shoulder as she stands straight as a pillar of salt. How are you still alive? I would have expected a Norweg. Gunhild lets go of my shoulder as she argues with Abella. The pain in my head doubles and I no longer can keep up with their talking. I wince and feel dizzy. I lean myself back to lay down, seeing Dorit gaze down at me with pity, Brit with curiosity, Gunhild with concern, and a knowing nod and frown from Abella as she clasps her hands together in prayer. Did my pain manage to shut them up? Not really. You actually blacked out again and didn't realize it. The shade is laid out beside me with its feet kicked up and crossed while laying both hands behind its head. It lasted maybe a minute. It shifts to prop itself a bit up onto the side. You did stop them, but only when they noticed you. Sweating. My hand comes up to wipe at my face. It is wet. Why am I sweating? The deal. Remember. You go without saying, what, each day, and I will strip more layers of my change from you. It smiles. It is a nice sign. You have it in you to better yourself. I'll be back with water, I hear Abella state. I guess she was getting stuffy in here with us heathens. Freaking. Both of my hands shoot up to my temple as the pain nearly causes my head to explode. I can see the shade stare at me with an incredible amount of anger pouring from it. I told you again and again. If you won't change your mind, it snaps its fingers, I will make your life heck. What am I doing wrong? I breathlessly whisper. Heathen. A heathen. You considered yourself a freaking heathen. Don't start believing in their junk. Norse gods? Are you freaking crazy? They should not exist. Should. My voice comes out, regardless of being in pain, and I catch the shade stiffening. It made a mistake. Should? Hermod, are you fine? Of course she's not fine. Look how drenched she is. What are you still doing here? Go get that water. Dorit yells after the fleeing Abella. I stare at the shade for a moment. I've decided. I've had enough and am going to confront this head on, as I have promised myself so very long ago, and get to the bottom of this. Are you Lockcommand? There is a whisper. A hiss. Then a scream as one of my sisters backs away from me. Dorit quickly stabs down her hand between my legs at a slithering lump beneath the sheets. I watch it writhe its body as her hand holds the very end of its bulbous mass from snaking its way closer to me. I reach down to grab the slithering body and bend it, break it, and crumple the whole until the sheets stain red with blood. I let go of the sheets around my crotch, Dorit not letting loose the lump in her hand, and we look at one another before deciding to pull back the sheets. Nothing. There is nothing there. Plenty of blood, but no snake. All of us are stunned into silence as we watch the empty void between my legs. Abella comes back with a filled bowl and a rag to see us gathered around the bloody mess on the bed. Oh. That time, is it? Don't worry, you will get used to the flow. What? I stare at Abella in complete confusion before realizing what I said. Freaking. Conflicted, we discussed what had happened. Abella took it in and accepted the incident as a sign from God. No real surprise there. A serpent, tempted by you, and the curse of us women followed? Of Course I am going to say God is giving you a message. Abella was getting on my nerves. I knew she converted years ago. Now her zealous nature is on a ridiculous tier. At least she isn't wrong. There is a curse. I had been tempted by that smiling woman in Varna, and that God is responsible for all of these happenings. Gunhild had excused herself from the room. I'm not feeling well. I'm not sure if it is the final straw that broke the camel's back, but I feel that for her, seeing was believing. Did she still have a skeptic view over who I am? I don't think that is the case. Maybe she is more worried about me than anything. I am worried. This is the first time the shade had actually attacked me. I'm considering it an attack. Even if there really wasn't anything there, it still caused me and my sisters to flip out. One thing that bugs me about this is the convenience of one sister not being present to witness this. Luca would have started to understand what is going on rather than thnk I'm an imposter. That thought does bring another worry to my attention. How does my aunt intend on announcing my return? I can try playing the son's role, at least for a while, but it is going to be difficult with not everyone being on the same page. Luca, being a major one. Another would be the Liv, Earl Vloros Viga, who is likely here. I will have to keep my eyes out for him and attempt to be inconspicuous in his vicinity. In the meantime, I'm getting myself out of this bed. Dorit is still tenderly stepping and nudging the blanket on the floor in the chance that we had thrown the snake off too. I likely would be doing the same, but with an axe, not my foot. Britt stands beside Abella to discuss something. I stare at them and they certainly know I am looking at them. This doesn't seem to stop their chit-chat from being private. Still nothing. Dorit looks over at me and waves a hand for me to come over. Grab the end and straight it out across the floor. She looks to the two gossipers, get back, just in case. Kneeling down, I grab the end of the fabric. Dorit nods her head while counting down silently. At the same time, we pull on our opposing ends, gradually walking back and letting the sheet stretch and spread flat between us. Nothing. A bloody stain, but that is about it. No snake. At least, nothing. There that would appear like one. It only confirms that we had been visited by the trickster. Now that we are out of harm's way, I hear Abella come up behind me. You need to bathe. She holds up the bowl of water. This is not nearly enough to clean you up or get rid of that awful stench. I stink? I am taken aback by this information. I bathed already, today? Britt asks this with clear skepticism in her voice and face. No, earlier this week. At Hammerus. Why are you looking at me that way? Britt, Abella, and even Dorit stare at me like I had said something really stupid. You've been sweating enough to soak the bed and you were bleeding everywhere. On top of that, Abella reaches out a hand to tug on the blue tunic, sweeping a hand over the jacket and shawl I have on, and then fans her face as if toward something in the air. Your clothes are perhaps the filthiest things I've encountered in a long time. That might be a bit true. Looking down at myself, I know that these clothes had been stolen from Vloros's stockpile, likely discarded, and had been in there for who knew how long. I give my elder sisters a nod. I will bathe regularly, Abella states. Huh? How do you mean? I have an idea how she means it and I don't like the idea of wasting my time like that. Heating water every day to take a dip is a bit much. I'd rather the spray of the sea be my choice of bathing. Every day. Abella points at me. Cleanliness is the closest you will be coming to purity. I have to admit, my Christian sister does smell the best out of the bunch, but that is not saying the others stink. I can almost taste something in the air around her. I've had a similar encounter with that aroma before in the bathing complex. I will do what I can. I give my sister a nod of my head in acknowledgement of her wish of me. Not good enough, but for now, Abella turns on her heels and heads for the doorway. I'll draw a bath for you. I can't stand the smell any longer. My eyes are wide as I stare after Abella, then turn to both Britt and Dorit, and ask the obvious, do I really stink that badly? In unison, yes. I take in a deep breath to calm myself and decide that it would be best to follow after Abella to get this done and over with. Dorit grabs my arm. Before I make it to the door, where are you going? To take a bath? I look at my eldest sister in confusion. Didn't we just discuss this? No, her free hand points down at my pants. Take those off. You are not parading around with guests about like that. I had completely forgot. I don't have, I'll find you something. Britt chirps in and runs out the door, closing it behind herself, and fades off in the hall someplace. Off, now, Dorit commands again. She lets go of my arm and takes a step back. Her arms cross low with her hands clasped together, awaiting me to act, and expecting my obedience. Well, she is my elder. Undoing the front of my pants, I slide my thumbs along the snug waistbanding around me and wiggle out of the hose. My feet, I had taken note that my boots must have been removed beforehand by someone, gives a kick to fling the article of clothing away from me. I walk over to the wall. The one that Dorte vented her anger out on, and turn around to lean my back against it in rest. Dorit clucks her tongue at me and shakes her head at the display. How about next time removing them with a bit of modesty? There is no hurry here. Modesty? It's clothing. I wave my hand down at the pants laying on the floor. I don't mean that. How you undress, the way you now stand, and the fact that you've yet to even use the rag to wash that mess from yourself. Dorit points at the bowl. At least wash before Brit comes back. My head shakes, thinking this is unbelievable, but I push off of the wall to collect the bowl and rag. Dorit says nothing more, but I can tell she is disapproving of my attitude. I move to the bed and am about to sit down when I see my sister's face light up in alarm. Oh, yeah, sorry. I take in a deep breath and stand straight again. Almost gave the bed yet another stain. Turning around, I prop my bare foot up onto the bed and spread myself between the divide of my legs. My other hand brings in the dripping wet cloth rag to clear off the mess. That's when the door opens back up. I assume it to be Brit bringing something else for me to wear when an outfit is set by the cleaner side of the bed. When I finish, the dirtied rag is deposited in the bowl, and one watch the dish be taken away by Dorte. Alarmed, I back nearly stumble from being half on the bed to taking my position near Dorit. Those sky blue eyes are investigating my nudity before they raise up to meet my ice blue ones. Gyrat is aware. She turns away to walk over to the door, opening it up with Brit on the other side. My sister looks a little sheepishly at me before the bloody bowl is pushed into her hands and the door slams shut. My aunt turns her attention back to me. Dorit seemed to have been shuffling gradually away from my position while Dorte's back had been turned. I had to ask, "Wah, how did he respond?" My aunt smiled. That is never, ever, a good sign. My brother welcomes you home. There is a long pause. Dorte ignores me for the time it takes for her to collect the bloody sheet off the floor, bundling it into her arms, and faces me again. He has long awaited his child to return. The door is opened once more, no one being on the other side this time, but it doesn't stop my aunt from throwing the ruined sheet out into the hall. You told him who I am? This part is important. If my aunt played some game on my father's fragile mind, then there is heck to be paid here. Hermod. Yes, I told him. She didn't look at me this time. She's still facing the door as it closes softly. It took some time to explain, for him to understand. How you are. Dorte looks back at me. You know why today is important? It takes me a moment to think about this. We are gathering not just the Jarls, but everyone within the vicinity that can potentially be of use, and even some that would be a huge hindrance if they decide on taking advantage of our current losses. War. We are discussing war. Unity. Everyone is here because of the union we represent. Her face turns away in thought. War, yes, but not something we desire to continue. Why are we at war? That is something I cannot grasp. We were all united under one rule. Maybe it had been a shaky unity, there were still plenty of raids and death. It still had been considered a sort of peace. Now, after hearing about my two sisters, the taking of those lands, and now the looming threat of the Swedish joining the fray. Not for me to talk about. A finger points at me. Get dressed and find Solveig. She prepared a bath for Dorte STPS in mid-sentence, grimaces, and strides directly to me. She grabs the bottom of my shirt and jacket to tear them up and off of my struggling frame. Hold. The clothes are thrown off of my body and handed in one hand to Dorit. My aunt's other hand grips me beneath the jaw and I am too stunned to react when she lifts me off of my feet against the wall. If I ever find you wearing that piece of filth again, her hand grips my jaw to keep me from protesting, I will force you to eat it. She drops me and I nearly fall to my knees. I soothe the soreness in my jaw for a brief second before pain yanks me forwards. Dorte rips the clothed wrapping I had around my chest savagely away. My arm comes up and around my chest to feel the burn along my ribs to the back of my shoulder blades. With a snarl, my aunt leaves the both of us, the clothed wrap in her hand, and snatching back the clothes she gave Dorit in the other in her enrage. Wake out the door. Dorit, I can hear finally allowing herself to breath again, rushes to my side and escorts me to the bed. Hurry and get dressed. You will feel better after bathing. She reaches out to the outfit on the bed, but halts. I look at her, wondering why she is looking at me oddly. It is as if she is seeing me for the first time. Almost. Like she is completely surprised to see me. Dorit pulls me down into a hug, embracing me around the neck and the back of my head, pressing my face into her bosom. I feel her lips brush in small pecks on the top of my head. Then her hand smooths the short dirty blonde hairs down the nape of my neck. Shish, everything will be fine. We will take care of everything, don't worry. Don't worry. Shish, her voice is soothing and I can feel tension that I had not realized was building in me come undone. That is when I realize her front is being soaked by my tears. I gulp and swallow my breathing and reach around to brace and hold my eldest as I kneel down. I couldn't help it. I begin to hiccup and actually cry. What had I come back to? Peace? What peace? I was running away from this very thing called war and now it followed me into my home. Nothing has been turning out the way I expected it. Not the land or my family. To my closest, I appear a complete stranger. In time, am I going to enjoy the chilling wind on my cheek or the brush of ashes dusting my face when my world burns? I don't know how long we held each other like this. My knees were sore by the time she parted from me and took the outfit from the bed. It is a simple slip. Something that could go over my head and cover the rest of my body. Dorit pulls it over my head and I poke my arms through the sleeves. When I stand, the rest of the slip, well, slips down. Not entirely all the way like it should. I'm too tall for it. Still, it is beating heading out into the halls completely bare with a red target between my legs for all to see. Dorit decides to accompany me on the way to see Abella. I am sure we will be getting an earful for how long we had her waiting. Good chance that she had to reheat water. I discover that time had passed since I passed out in the hall, enough that the great hall is filled with the jarls and guests of other realms. Many appear to be feasting while others bring their voices up in challenge to be heard between others shouting. It will be a wonder if a fight doesn't break out in this lot. Dorit, holding a hand along my back, and another to smooth out the silk slip on my arm, comes to a halt. I pause to look down at her giving a bow of her head to someone. I did not take note of the heavily muscled man approaching us until Dorit had stopped. My ice blues lift from my eldest sister to meet with a copper set of eyes. The hair and features of the man is compared to the likes of a bird of prey, a raptor, more specifically that of a falcon. A broad pair of arms cross over his massive chest, having paused himself, and taking both my sister and I in his field of view. I quickly tug on Dorit's arm to get us moving again. Quickly, if possible. I am not sure if he recognizes me like this. Maybe my height is what gives me away, but I can't be sure if he knows. He could be simply curious why I am in a slip that is too short and hurriedly steering the outskirts of the great hall full of men. Dorit takes a look up at me and can see that my eyes are locked with the man I know well enough to stay away from. As if taking the hint, she gives Vloros another bow before resuming to escort me to where my bath can be taken. I watch as the Liv turns away, speaking with someone else, nod towards the two of us, and then leaving me with an image of him smiling in amusement in our direction. Stop staring, Dorit pipes up at me. I look down at her, my sister focused on where we are going and steering me away from the men. I know he is quite the looker, but making it out that you are interested devalues you. I am completely in shock that my sister would say something like that. There is a wave of heat that rushes up in me and burns my face. I don't want to be angry, not here, not now, not after the comfort my sister had given me, but I am steaming. At least, I thought it was anger. My skin tingled and there is a fluttering in my stomach that caused me to want a bigger gulp of air to cool off. There is an electric charge running up my thighs and my back felt the need to straighten. Nothing comes out of my mouth to rebuke what my sister suggested. This really makes me afraid. I need to stay away from that man. Abella is standing outside of a doorway with a look that could kill. We come up to her with a united bow of apology. Sorry it took so long, Dorit apologized, but Dorte. I know, I heard from Brit, but that doesn't excuse why it took so long after she had left. There is a tapping of my Christian sister's foot as she lifts her head up to face me. Are you still sick? Your face is completely flushed. Red. Immediately, I shake my head. No, then I correct myself, I don't think so. It is Dorit who makes matters worse. A man. This causes Abella to flip her attitude upside down. Those eyes light up and the strain in her face breaks into a smile. Then she returns to look up with me with a quivering lip trying to contain laughter. I, of course, glow redder than should be possible and feel more motivated than ever to go into the room and drown myself in whatever hot tub my sister has prepared for me. Without even removing the slip, I step into the steamy water and lower myself in until my knees are all that remain above the surface. Staying under the water to drown myself is good in theory. Unfortunately, it is bad for my health and my body reacts accordingly when I need air. My head pops up and I gasp for a lungful while wiping down my face of the excess wash. Feel better? I bet not. Why is that? Because I bet that man would feel better. I dunk back in to at least go deaf if I cannot drown myself. If you go deaf, then there will only be me you can hear. All the air I had pulled into my lungs is expelled as I hear the shade. My head and shoulders jump out with me searching around for it to appear. My sisters are backing away after getting splashed by me. What was that for? I hear Dorit ask, but my focus is on finding the dark figure. Is something wrong? My other sister Abella is concerned with the way I am acting. It's here, is all I say. This is met with Abella crossing her heart and Dorit cursing. We are here. Dorit comes back to the tub side and kneels down for her hand to rest on my shoulder. Wherever it is, that thing has to get through us first before you. That isn't exactly how I work, the shade states in a wary way, but I like her. Why can't you leave me alone? I ask this, facing the water, knowing now that this thing is inside of me and not someplace within the room. Dorit gets a little confused, but her reassuring hand remains on me. First, it is because we keep stepping on each other's toes. Second, you are getting this entirely wrong. Third, this is becoming a fiasco. 4. Death is going to spread out much further than here with the way you are handling things. FIV. I can freaking help you darn it. This time, the shade passes from my chest to face me, eye to eye. Fine, I tell it with a quiver in my voice. Okay. What do you want? It takes in a deep breath and relaxes. It is a bit too late for some things, but we can mend the later half. The shade leans up to me. You are past being permitted to control your destiny. Not my fault. It throws its hands in the air. You had to open your mouth and make everyone believe this is some Norse god's trick. But you? I don't get to finish. I never said my name. I told you I wouldn't after nearly smashing our jerk off. More and more, the shade is sounding feminine, and I am starting to see features in the shade that I've noticed someplace else. Something majestic about the darkness in the shade's face. Tiresias? The shade, Tiresias tilts its head to the side and gives me a smile that is bright and blinding white. It evaporates with the tub's steam. There is a silence in the room. My eldest sister is keeping quiet, watching me, not risking to interrupt whatever conversation I am having with whatever creature Tiresias has become. Abella stands with her hands cupped together around something hanging from a necklace while she quietly prays. What worries me now is what Tiresias meant by my destiny being out of control. The images of my dismemberment comes flashing in my mind. Is that going to be my fate? My hands grip a hold of the tub's sides tightly and I try to get out. Dorit pushes me back in and holds me there for a moment. Please stay. At least let us help you clean up and then we will not get in your way any longer today. I look from Dorit to Abella and back again on my eldest. A small nod is given and I submit to the two coming onto me with their hands and rags. They actually had soap. This surprised me, but I didn't voice it. Too many topics outweighed the appearance of soap for me to test how steady I could talk right now. Pandemonium. After pulling the soaking wet slip off of me, I hand it over to Abella without looking, staring at Brit incredulously. She did make it a mission to find me an outfit, but I had not thought she'd come back with a dress. I am not wearing that. I make my point plain and clear as I scrub to dry off. Brit grins sheepishly. Not my decision. Dorte commands it. Wait, what? Why? Now I am worried that something really is up. I dunno, is all that Brit replies with, but I think she is being full of crud with a grin like that. Dorit looks over at the dress and nods in approval. Wear it. Go hide in your room, and don't come out if you're ashamed. turning to me. Is that difficult? I bite my lower lip and shake my head lightly. No, I suppose not. Good. Dorit bows her head to both me and the other two sisters. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to find out how Gunhel is doing. My blonde brow raises and I must have a quizzical expression for Dorit to pause. Is something the matter? I know she left the room, feeling ill, but I had not expected it to be serious. Honestly, I thought she had experienced too much strain from my ordeal. Dorit smiles and shakes her head. Nothing horrible. Her hand places itself flatly on her own heart. Having children of my own and watching Luca pop out so many, I've become quite aware when someone is expecting. I lean forward with a show of surprise. I didn't know. I run my hand to the back of my head in attempting to recreate the same soothing petting that my sisters have done while looking away and down at the floor. This gives me a mixed feeling of both joy and guilt. Too often, I've been thinking of just myself. Gunhel's reaction, I thought it was me, but I had not thought of the fact that everyone else here has their own issues to deal with. Without a word being brought back up, Dorit bows again and excuses herself, leaving with the door being closed shut behind her. In every way, except for being hunched over, Dorit reminds me of my own mother. Certainly, she has the same responses and motivation to be our overbearing mother hen. Letting out a dramatic sigh, I pick at the dress that is made available for me to wear. An intricate design, like that of Abella's, but in royal reds below the collar. The collar itself is black, the same for the ends of the sleeves, and embroidered with a deeper red through the rich black band around the bottom. At least it doesn't have a V cut on the bust. Then again, looking down at my own pair of breasts, it might not be much of a show. In my hands, they would fit in the palms easily as apples. I look over at both Brit and Abella, who being smaller than I am, both have nature's blessings being endowed upon them. What the heck am I even thinking? I'm a man. There is no way I would be feeling envy over this petty flesh. Do you two want to show me how to put this thing on? My dress is lifted up in front of me for a more thorough inspection. I have no clue if I'm supposed to pull this over my head like the slip or if there is some trick to it. I'm not even sure if I'll fit. Brit smiles and Abella rolls her eyes, but they both come to my rescue. Lift this above your head. No, you do it. Abella pushes the dress back. Before I could hand it to her, I was just going to bend down a bit for them to slip it on me. She's right, you have to learn how to do this. Brit chips in with barely contained giggling. Now, over your head, slide it down to here. She gives the dimple of my stomach a firm poke, and then lift up the top half to fit your arms through. How'd I shake my head and just do as I am told. The dress is pulled down to my waist, adjusting it to conform around me, and lifting up the sides to insert my arms through the sleeves. Brit comes in from behind me and begins to tighten something back there. I had not looked at the back of the dress to realize it had drawstrings to tie up. Does that mean my back is going to be exposed? Abella looks over me like a judge. This is something I really hate and I must have shown it. Don't fret. You look more beautiful than you had in that man's get up. Get up? What is that? Get up. Brit smirks and chips in again, as in, get up, get dressed, and head out. Men don't really care what they wear as long as it is comfortable. My expression drops as I look back and forth at the two. I am a man. Not anymore. I nearly jump when my aunt speaks through the door. It is opened gently, with Dorte coming in holding a piece of parchment and a thinner slip of paper beneath it. The look on her face has some amusement in it. Brit drops her smile and backs away with a bow. Abella, on the other hand, lifts her chin and awaits for our aunt to say more. I can tell, though, that she's making her breathing light. My aunt looks over the note, then lifts her sky-blue eyes at me, and back down at the piece of written notes again before turning it over to the thinner paper. There's a silence in the bathing room. I think the three of us would like it very much to run out of here soon as we have the opportunity. Finally, Dorte settles her filled hand down at her side and comes to me for her own inspection. A hand is waved at Brit first, then at Abella, my aunt dismissing the both of them. Brit runs by, giving me a wave, and Abella bows to my aunt and me before she too follows Brit out the door. The portal shuts once more. I gaze silently down at my aunt in both fear and wonder of what this private meeting is about. Nod your head or shake it no, she states. Freaking, I'm being interrogated. Did you steal an heirloom from a lord? A what? Quickly. I shake my head no. This causes Dorte to raise a blonde brow questioningly. More precisely, a sword. My icy blue eyes widen. Not reacting fast enough, my head jerks away from my aunt as she streaks her hand across my cheek in the harshest slap I've ever received. I can taste the tang of blood in my mouth. We are on the brink of war and you freaking dare to start another. Her hand raises up, crumpling the 2 papers, holding it out for me to see what she holds. First, I receive a letter of ransom. Chris. Chris. WHO the freaking is Chris. Our hands nearly rip the papers in half as she pulls the other one from each other. Then I am delivered another letter, saying you attacked and stole from a lord. Hyperventilating, I can't look down at her. This is not how I had intended to reveal my conversion to Christianity, and I hadn't the vaguest idea that my escape would cause this much turmoil in my home. Is this why Vloros is here? Dorte squares her shoulders, reaches out, and snatches my jaw so I am forced to look down at her. I omitted some things, but your father is aware of enough, and if you have anything else you'd like to reveal to me. Her thumb digs into my cheek painfully with the nail imprinting sharply enough that I am certain to be cut. I'd appreciate you telling me now. Speak. My face is shoved away. A smear of crimson appears on my palm as I wipe away my lip and cheek. There isn't much more for me to lose now. I fairly well have fucked things up for my whole family and kingdom. I was baptized. I speak softly, but clearly, as I watch my aunt for any reaction. I continue when Dorte remains stone cold. They gave me the name, Chris. I am Chris Gyrodson Akra. Gyrodaughter, my aunt corrects me in a flat tone. That is the only thing good coming from any of this. That confuses me a little bit. I watch my aunt turn away from me and walk towards the tub and kneel down. In one motion, I witness Dorte grip the side of the filled tub and push. The whole thing skids an inch or 2 away before it topples over in a flood of steam and water across the floor. She slips forward, landing on her hands and knees, breathing heavily, and not saying a thing. After a few moments pass in silence, I can hear her crying hiccups, and finally take note of her shaking shoulders. I don't know what to do. This actually scares me more than seeing her angry. Should I go over and comfort her, or will it be better I let her be? Would she lash out at me again if I did? If I did not? What should I do? A Christian. A Christian heir. Her face swerves around to look directly up at me. My brother is at death's door and you come back to reveal we would be ruled by a Christian. It finally dawns on me what kind of chaos that would cause. Most of the Jarls and subjects follow the old ways. Would they seriously support us in a time of war, or simply let this kingdom fall apart to benefit a familiar benefactor? I had been blind by my own fears to not see how many dilemmas I would create for my family and home. That is also when I realize a hard truth. I've been forfeit. My role as heir has been revoked out of survival. Is this why there are so many Jarls and others here? This isn't a gathering. This is a moot. They're going to elect a new ruler of Skane. Dizzy, my hyperventilating drying my mouth, sending chills and tingling waves down my face and bust. I reach out to the door, wanting to run. Run anywhere. I no longer want to be here. This isn't my home. No place is my home. Throwing open the door, I stare out at the hall. To the right is the gathered guests feasting and being an uproar in the great hall's vastness. I shake my head, feeling the cool stream of my tears running down to mix with my bloodied face. These vultures are going to pick Skane apart just like my father and his allies did to Scania. I stumble out, but do not stop, rushing forward quickly and without care. Some I knock into, no word of apology, but quite a few curses as I pass. I don't know where I am going. Someplace, any place. The room where the trickster laid its snake, outside, to my father's side to beg forgiveness, to my sisters for comfort, or should I make for the ships and hide there? Should I leave? My vision blurs with the tears welling beyond control. I try to wipe at them, but it shames me more when my hand comes away with the pink blend resulted of my aunt's fury. I can make out the great door that leads outside and I shove my way through. I almost made it. A strong hand clasps around my arm and I immediately struggle to pull away. I cry out. Many are watching me, staring at the scene I am making, but I just don't care. Then the strong grip pulls me away, off into another doorway, the power of that hold beyond my own sapped strength. There are no lighted scones in here. In the dark, with only the light of the day to shine through from the great hall, I am taken, pushed with my back pressed against a wall. 2 powerful hands grip both of my arms to keep me from leaving this spot. The great hall's dim light shines what it can on my face, but doesn't offer me the same courtesy on the person holding me back. I didn't need to see his face. Rage. A fury like my aunt's fills me. VLOROS. This is your fault. I suck in another gulp of air. You freaking bastard, I push, trying to force him back. I want to so badly beat the junk out of him. Smash him. Break and cripple him in so many ways. The gleam of his copper eyes watches me. He is still. My struggling isn't even making him break a sweat. He slides his hands down to my wrists, gripping them tighter, and strains a little to raise them above my head. One hand trades to hold both of my wrists. Let go of me. My leg rushes to kick. This time, I hear a grunt as my knee makes contact. I try again, but he presses his broad figure against me, wedging his thick muscled thighs between mine, and gives me the impressions of his masculine features intimately. His free hand grabs at something about his hip. I hear the sound of ripping before he brings his fist up to my cheek. A wad is pressed onto the cut. He spreads his palm over the side of my face and presses it there. I feel his thumb stray over my cracked lip, causing me to wince, and take note of his copper eyes narrowing up at me. Slowly, carefully, he lets go of one wrist while pulling the other down to have my own hand cover my bleeding cheek. He backs away from me. I can see him gazing at me for the longest time, and I can't say that I wasn't doing the same. We both probably didn't know how to respond to one another. At least, I thought that was the case. Vloros cursed vehemently and turns to stomp out into the great hall. I only catch him for a moment, shoving someone away, before he disappeared into the crowded gathering. I slide down the wall and sit, pulling my arm around my knees and hugging them to my chest before resting my chin. Now you see how much you messed up, Tiresias. I couldn't see it, but I certainly heard its voice. I didn't bother replying. My mind is even blank. I had everything yesterday, with the exception of being turned into a woman, and now today it is all gone. What more could I think about? My future is gone. My eyes close. I simply want this to be yet another nightmare. If I can wake up, that would be great, and I can go on with life as I had normally. After a while, I must have dozed off. I'm looking at the door. The sounds of clashing steel and screaming men causes me to cover my ears. My small frame dives beneath the bed to hide as I hear the sound of the door being pounded violently. How old am I? 9, 10, maybe going on to 10. They wouldn't harm a 10-year-old, would they? The door pounds more violently, more voices hurriedly behind it, becoming more orderly, and the strikes against the only barrier between me and the Scanians splintering. Halfway, the door splits open, with a scattering of hands searching for the bolt before it is grasped. They unlock the broken door. 4, 5, 6 warriors storm inside of the room to pause and look about. Find the little crud. Almost immediately, the bed is thrown off of my back, and I cry out as they grip a hold of my arms and legs. They haul me out of the door and into the great hall. There are clashes of warriors against warriors. Scanians against Danes. My father is someplace outside, leading the counterattack on those storming the gates. He had not expected the southern walls to be breached as well. I am being held between two men, one holding my arms, the other my legs, and lugging me around as a prized pig. Show him his son and he will surrender, I hear them gossip. I am being used as a tool to win the war. My father. He married his daughters to unite the Danes into action against the Swedish rule of Scania. Halland, Bleik, and Skane among other lesser territories. He had won every battle and conquered the coast, but this single battle would lose him the war. Dread fills me. It will be because of me that our family's sacrifices will become ashes in their mouths. My own, because I was born the only male, it makes my value to my father then much greater than anyone. Heir to his one throne. My head whips to the side, as do the Scanians holding me, as we both hear the screeching roar of a warrior. I am thrown to my side and immediately I crawl away. Making my way to a doorway, I watch from the inside of a darkened room the fight. I choke on my own heart in my throat. My mother rushed the Scanians. She hacks at the first man she brought down repeatedly with an axe to the face. The other warrior gets up and tackles her to the ground. The two roll for a moment before she opens her mouth wide. I had expected her to scream, but instead I watch her bite the man's nose. She shakes her head, the man screaming instead as a gushing hole appears in the center of his face. My mother easily shoves the flailing man off of her. Blood covers my mother. 4 of the warriors from before come rushing out of the portal we had come from. They surround her crouching form. I can hear her snarls louder than the clashing steel. As one, the 4 rush her, and I feel my heart breaking at the sight. Knives, axe, and one man struggling to hold her from behind as she is being repeatedly stabbed or struck. Her life blood seeps through the dress and colors it crimson until pooling black at the bottom. Unexpectedly, she raises her feet up, braced and propped against the man behind her, and kicks off of the ones stabbing her. The 2 fall back. The axeman rushes in to finish her. Rolling. The one holding her ends up being struck instead and lets go of my mother. She wiggles out from under the man, still being grabbed at despite having an axe in his shoulder, but manages to free herself before the weapon could be freed. Those with the straight steel run around to meet her. Another screeching roar rips out of her as she tackles one of them. Her thumbs find his eyes and squeezes. The screaming he creates causes the other knifer to back away in shock. How the freaking is she still? The man never finishes as she had snuck the fallen Scanian's knife into her own hand to fly up and shut the other up beneath his jugular. He gurgles, stepping back, gripping at the knife and removing it, and falls squirming on the ground coughing. The axeman kicks off the other man to free his weapon. The 2 stand themselves up. The injured one backs away to retrieve a spear from the wall, and returns with it gripped and held beneath his arm. He aims it to keep my mother at some distance. Flashing, the axe somersaults in the air to be embedded in my mother's breast. Her eyes light up, looking directly at the axeman, her lips curling in a snarl, and she runs straight at him. The spear point impales her in the waist as a result. Her hands grab the shaft, swinging the injured man with brutal strength into the axemen, causing the 2 to stumble. She lets out another battle cry. Before wrenching the tip out of her, both men look at each other for a brief moment. Berserk, and the 2 make a run for it to the gathered Scanians, ending what little fight is left in the hall. They scream out to those comrades available. For me, in slow motion, I watch as axes fly out to tear through the air between them and my mother. Most don't find their marks. Those that do causes her to stumble back under each powerful landing. Even after all of that, she stands. Her bloodied face gradually turns to look over her shoulder. She spots me. Then her flashing blue eyes take in the stunned Scanians. A blood-curdling scream tears her throat to shreds in the end, becoming mute, but all the more fearsome with her red teeth glaring at the men. She rips out 2 of the axes in her and runs to them. I don't watch the outcome. Something else caught my attention. The ground shook. Through the great hall's doorway, horsemen charged through, circling about, and the noble Danes searching for their targets. The crunch of wood, smacking of hooves, and the new ring of steel causes many of the Scanians to either run or drop their weapons in surrender. If my father could spare these men, that meant the battle at the gates had been won. I do not leave my spot until I am picked up by someone. At first, I thought it was my mother coming to get me, based on the long blonde locks of hair matted with blood, but I was wrong. Dorte holds me, her chin trembling as she holds me tightly, running away from the hall as she shushes me. I don't know why she is taking me from the hall. I wanted to see my mother. I wanted to know she was okay. To thank her, tell her that I loved her. My father and uncle come into view and my aunt kneels down, still holding me, and bowing her head in respect to her siblings. Red-rimmed sky blue eyes raise up as I hear my aunt speak. "We have saved your son," comes croaking out. I hear my father, "Send him away." What does that mean? What? I turn my head to look up at my father. In every way, he resembles the image I had pictured the great Thor to be. Long golden beard and mustache, bright blue eyes, hair that reaches past his shoulders, an incredible cord of muscle straining to break out of his tunic, and the majesty he holds up on top of his horse creates a wonder how he is not among the gods. The only exception is that my father holds a sword and not a hammer. "I will take him," I hear my uncle speak up. "There are some friends of mine that owe me a favor for letting them live." He chuckles a bit and then sobers when my father glares his way. "Sorry for your loss, but she went down fighting, I hear. I'm sure there is a place for her in the halls." What is he talking about? What? I turn to my uncle now. I don't know what he meant by that at all. My face comes to meet my aunt. What? Dorte still holds me, her face still in a great deal of pain, but her voice soberly tells me, Gunhild is dead. What are they talking about? I saw my mother not long ago, fighting, and there was nothing that the Scanians could do to bring her down. She was invincible. I saw them try. Nothing could bring her down. What? My voice breaks and I can't speak anymore. I feel my aunt pull the back of my head to bring my tear-stricken face into her bosom. She holds me for a while before I feel powerful hands take me up onto a horse. My father gives both me and my uncle a nod. Farewell. We will meet again when this is over. He turns the head of his horse around to ride back the way we came towards the Great Hall. I am too stunned to say or do anything. The ride is quiet as my uncle orders a detachment to follow him out into the fields. Eventually, the next I take into stock of my surroundings, the spray of the sea is hitting me in the face, and we sail for the river mouth that will take us to Kiev. Flinching away, I feel the cold brush of a wet rag on my face. My icy blue eyes wander around the room, seeing either that I have landed myself back in the same room I slept in before or one just like it. Again, the cold rag smooths out my features. I turn to the one holding it. My aunt, still holding a very pissed expression, lightly runs the cloth over my face. There is no way for me to halt the stare I give her, turning into that of fear. She stares at me, but doesn't stop washing my face. Turning, she dunks the rag into a bowl of water and returns its cool texture to meet my smooth skin again. I'm completely still, not wanting to stir any kind of emotion from her, and subject myself to the cleansing without protest. You remember my husband? She asks me something that takes me by surprise. I do recall the man, the very Scanian ruler that my family fought to take land from, but I don't think I've ever met him. I lightly shake my head no. Good. That man isn't worth remembering. She brings the rag over the bowl, stretching it out between her hands, and twisting it archly to empty its remaining fluids into the rounded dish. He did try to give me a child, but after the first, he stopped. Dorte had a child? I didn't know. I watch my aunt shake her head at me. Stillborn, the bowl is placed off to the side as she gets up from the side of the bed to dry her hands. Instead of being a husband to me, he divorced. Blamed me for the death and threatened to have me strangled for murdering his our child. After her hands are rubbed until raw, our father didn't take kindly to that. I slide myself upwards to sit up. The dress I had been wearing is slightly shifted and I give it a few smooth brushes and twists to return it straight. I returned my attention to Dorte. We never heard from our father again. Her hand lays up along one of the walls as she turns to look over her shoulder at me. He was simply going to give a piece of his mind to my ex-husband. She smirks. No. He probably was going to do more than that, knowing his temper. That was someone I had a vague recollection of, my grandfather, but the image is always replaced with my father. They appeared almost identical. Rem Ragnarsson and Gyrod Remsen, the greater and younger Danes from Accra. When our father didn't come home, my brothers went out, but not without bringing some friends. She spins around to lay the back of her shoulders against the wall. I later received a letter that I could move back into Helsingborg. My aunt lets out a little laugh. I thought that was ridiculous. Why would I want to live with that man ever again? A shake of her head instantly after. No, instead, I learned that my brothers took it from him. This is what started the war. I realize this is how the war started. It was because of me. Her eyes lift to look into mine, but more importantly, how I was treated. Rising up straight, she gives me a nod, and walks for the door. Before leaving, you almost followed the same path as me. We gained, but we lost much in that war. She leaves the room with me thinking over what she had confessed. There is much to think about, but nothing that I can do to correct it. Everything was already done. I've lost whatever I could have considered as my future. Once more, I curl my legs up to hug those knees into my bosom and rest my chin. There comes a knock, not too shortly after me scrunching up like this, and the portal opens. Gunhild comes in with a weary smile. Hey, she closes the door behind her. I thought I'd let you know that I've decided to stay here for the year. I raise my chin off of my knees and ask, is it because you're carrying a hammer in you? That brought her lips to curl in a pouted frown. Who told you? Dorit, I shrug. She says that you did a horrible job hiding it. She didn't really say that. Not really, but you couldn't hide it from her, I correct. She rolls both her head and eyes at that. Yeah, well, she is insisting that I do what she says. Apparently, her having children and taking care of Luca's brood has made her the top authority of childbearing. That did bring in a curious thought. Why isn't Luca doing that? Why do you think? She asks this seriously, so I give it some thought, but shrug. You do realize why Brit hates her, right? I shake my head. No, half of the children are not her husband's, if that gives you a clue. I gap. Björn's. What does Magnar think? Gunhild's hand waves at me. He doesn't know, and probably best he did not. Trust me. She gives the doorway a push of her head to indicate something before clarifying. There is a reason why Dorte is not happy around her. Could you imagine how that would upset our houses? The blame will fall on Luca for not keeping her skirt down. I would have thought it'd be for Björn not keeping his pants up. I reply with another shrug. I don't know why, but I'm a shrugger for the time being. Maybe I don't really feel like I care so much about anything anymore. Not to men. She raises a finger up to stall anything I have to say. Yes, Magnar and Björn would blame each other, but the rest of the realm would call Luca unfaithful. Unfaithful has the same ring as untrustworthy. Not something we want associated with our family. That does make a lot of sense. Although, I am sure that our family's reputation is ruined by me anyways. So, why a full year? Dorit says I would be too weak to travel and that taking the child across the sea could welcome danger. Hammerhiss being on an island does make it a rough trip to get back onto. How does, I pause, does Olaf know? If he does, how does he feel about you staying here? He knew, and it isn't a problem. In fact, it wouldn't matter, since he will be gone on the campaign anyways. What campaign? Could you explain that? Explain? The campaign? I know we are at war, but what campaign? I thought this was, I don't want to say a moot, it would just come out sorrowful, but that is what it is. You thought this was what? Her head tilts to the side in wonder. Isn't this a moot? She smiles, laughs a little, and shakes her head. No, that happened a few months ago. What? Crud, not again. A few months ago. Wait, why? None of you knew about me being like this. Actually, we received word about someone claiming to be a Gyrodaughter. She points at me a few times. Dorte sent someone out to investigate, she adds quickly, secretly, and said there was someone who really looked like they might be our father's bastard. That doesn't explain why I had been forfeit my right as the next Jarl. The temper isn't getting better in me, and I can hear it coming out of my voice. I don't think I'm the one who should tell you. She half smiles, weary, but shakes her head in rejection. Fine. I'll find Dorte. I slide off the bed and stand. Gunhild opens the door for me to walk out and for her to follow a short distance. I'll be going, she mentions behind me before disappearing. Likely, she doesn't want to be around when I do battle with my aunt. I do what I can to avoid the press of people in the Great Hall. More so than ever, I keep my eyes out for Vloros, not wanting to encounter him again, but also watching for my aunt anywhere. Eventually, I do take in the sight of my aunt speaking with my half-aware father. Approaching, I only catch a clipped conversation of my aunt speaking with her brother, as he will aid you, yes. She turns to me, as does my father, with a lazy smile on his face before his head droops forward. A moot? That causes my aunt to raise her head upright and she stands. Come with me. Not in front of, she looks down at her brother for a second, kneels down to lay her hands on head and shoulder, and eases him down on the ornate couch. Standing back up, follow me. I am fuming, but it can be controlled for the time being. It had been one thing to make a decision like this after discovering all that I had done. What would give them the right to do this to me without knowing anything was wrong? Gradually, we make it to another room. The door is closed behind me and I stand to attention. Why? That is all I have to ask. Dorte looks around the room and decides to take a seat on the unoccupied bed. She lifts her gaze to me and begins, "You were declared dead." What? My arms are open and hands out far by my sides. Who? How? What the heck? When did this happen? About half a year ago, we received word from Kiev that you had passed away from an illness. My arms are deflating back to my sides at that bit of information. There was no denying what they had sent. No reason to lie about it. I didn't die. I'm right here, right now, alive. We see that now. Partially, she adds after a pause. What is that supposed to mean? Hermod. We shall continue to declare him dead. You are him, but, she shakes her head, for us to suddenly revoke the succession for a woman claiming to be Hermod Gyrodson returned from the dead, especially since they are also Christian, will cause a much worse calamity. A finger is pointed up at me. That is why being a woman now plays well in our hands. How the freaking is that a good thing? It means we can declare you Jerd's bastard daughter. No one would give you the second glance and question it. Except for Olaf, I make mention of him being the one to discover the trickster. He can say what he wants. One Jarl, isolated on an island, is not going to spread rumors. I reach my hand up to my face and wipe it down in frustration while rolling my eyes into the back of my head. This is getting better and better. What about me, then? Am I going to sit quietly and become a spinster while, whoever it is you all elected, runs the country and wages war? This time, I feel my blood run cold as my aunt smiles. Oh no, dear, we have already decided what to do with you. Why do I have a really bad feeling about this? Do I want to know? No, she states flatly. That took me off guard. I made it sound like I didn't want to know and she plainly told me I didn't. Now, I'm not sure if I should press to find out or keep my mouth shut. Okay. Fine, I shake my head, defeated in this battle, and resign myself to finding out if I may leave. May I leave? Yes, she raises a hand up to stall me for a moment. Don't leave the Great Hall, but you may mingle with the guests or find a room for yourself. My aunt decides to stand back up and follow after me. I am slightly understanding why Gunhild was so angry with me the first time seeing each other again. To be a stranger, a woman at that, and claiming to be her dead brother would have someone like me reaching for my axe. That might be why Luca is still against believing who I am. The only question I have now is why did the Kievan Russ declare me dead? I head down the hall to find some room to retreat into. Someplace where I can think to myself. A thought does come to my mind, someone who could answer my question, Tiresias. The dark image of Tiresias walks by my side, leaning over, to look up at my face while some people walk straight through it without notice. You wondering why they thought you died? Yes, because I killed you, it states matter-of-factly. My footsteps come to a slow pace before stopping. I turn to look down, then follow the shade's straightening up posture, awaiting for some kind of explanation. Why? You were a man. I had to make changes to your body, major ones, and the only way I could do that safely was with a corpse. Otherwise, you would have had mental problems. It raises a finger, correction, more mental problems than you already have. It leans back a bit, like it was trying to stretch and crack its back. That fatso, Calibri, made you a priority. He was going to take your straight home for a proper burial. It looks back at me. If I could only get my hands on this darn demon, I would do unkind acts that would make death be a sweet welcome, but the creature is simply out of anyone's grasp. I begin walking again to head for a room to retire. Oh, is that it? No wondering what your aunt has planned for you? No, I make it clear I didn't want to talk anymore. Okay. Well, I like watching people get surprised anyways. Tiresias gives me that blinding smile again before disappearing. I go to a room, close the door, and jump face down in a bed. Right now, I simply want to make everything go away. My eyes close, wishing for it all to disappear, and eventually the darkness does come to grant me my desire. Perpendicular flames licked at the night sky. Maybe it was the day and the smoke blanketed the light on this dark marrow. I didn't really care. Everything is smoke and ash. Death and destruction everywhere I could see. Helsingborg lay in smoldering ruin. I could identify a few of the bodies as my family, but the others were burnt beyond recognition. There was a complete darkness that enveloped the great hall as puffing smoke rolled its way across the ground and up to the heavens. I walked along the broken street and turned to see how the whole town fares. In all honesty, the earth itself appeared scourged without a chance of reprisal. Was this another vision of what is to come? Fate being shown to me once again? It could be. Today is going to decide that. Tiresias, blending so very well with the catastrophic background, speaks to me in a gent's tone. You have problems, we all do, but you must learn to forget. It sweeps a hand across the field of carnage. Let it go or fate will decide to take it all from you. I stare at the dark shade with a mix of confusion and rage. There are so many things that have happened because of this creature, and now I wanted to find out if it was immune to pain here as it is in the woke world. With a silent cry, I charge at Tiresias. Wah! It had a physical body. My shoulder connects with it and the shade is flung to the ground. I am breathing heavily in excitement, my eyes flashing dangerously down at this horrible thing, and my mind races on how best to extract my revenge. Looking about, I quickly wrench free a blackened stake of wood and raise it above my head. Tiresias turns to look up at me in time to roll away from my downward smash. In response, I sweep the stake across the ground to be met joyously with the shade's arm and rib cage. Stop. I can't protect you if, my foot finds it again and again, striking it into the waist and stomach as both my hands hold and pummel the creature's chest. I can see fear ripple through its features. Funny, I can't see the shade's eyes. It's almost like there is only empty pits for where they should be. Burning. I feel myself grow hot and burn from the feet up. Looking down, I see my toes and soles scorched by the blazing earth. Fumbling, I fall back and find a cooler ground to stand on. Tiresias rolls onto its side and stares up at me. The thing doesn't look very pleased with me right now, but it can go freaking itself. I feel a bit better after treating the demon with some payback. Don't do that again, it whispers. Had you done that at any other time, when there were enemies around, you would regret it. If you lived. Tiresias picks itself back up and walks over to where I stand before kneeling at my feet. You'll walk funny for a while. I lift my foot up to see the blackened blisters forming on the bottom. This is just another dream, being taken advantage of, but still a simple vision. Right? Bingo. It strikes its finger out at me, but I have to insert it into your mind. That means, the shade pauses a moment to consider its next few words. I guess it is kind of like tricking your mind. You won't have this damage when you wake up, but the pain will still be there. I am suddenly reminded of when I had been dismembered. The pain had been real, I could feel it, the loss of my hands and feet, but that didn't appear to linger after waking. Big difference when I'm not being kicked around like a rag doll, it notes. You fucked up again, but maybe this will help today. I watch the shade stroke its chin between the forefinger and thumb in contemplation. In fact, I know this will do the trick. I really am getting sick and tired of this trickster. If it wants me to do something, it should say it directly and not have all of these annoying images and riddles for me to figure out. A part of the issues I am having is not understanding what is going on. It shakes its head. No, you have to understand, and that is through experience and learning. It points out at me. You might not really be aware how little you listen to anyone. The smoke becomes thicker the longer we speak. Soon, the earth I stand on begins to heat up as well. Watching the shade, I take note that it hops on one foot, then snaps its fingers, and I feel the new heat give way to nothing. Sorry, forgot, my fault. It raises both its hands in the air in surrender. Okay. I think you unintentionally saved your family. Congrats for being a complete bastard. It winks at me and blinds my vision with an ultra-bright smile. I open my eyes and roll over on the bed, flinching. My hands shoot down to my raised feet. Each fingertip tenderly inspects the bottom, feeling nothing but the smooth sole, but the searing pain being incredibly fresh. There are a few minutes or more that passes before I gingerly get out of bed. Oh freaking. I nearly fall to my knees as I take my first few steps across the wood flooring. My way to the door is reached at an almost equal span of time it took to get out of bed. My way out into the hall is taken slower. I had expected the uproar of feasting and challenges, but instead am greeted with almost silence. Most of the men in the great hall appear to be slumped and snoring in their cups or plates. Slowly, I make my way to the washroom. I had no desire to take a bath, but I really could use some cold water to dunk my feet in. If anything, it might soothe some of the pain away. Opening the door, I see the tub still being flung onto its side. I had not noticed before, but it appeared that there might be a warped edge on the side it crashed on. Sometimes I wonder where my aunt harnesses such strength from. I kneel down to the tub and attempt to lift it. As I do, there comes the sound of footsteps, and I duck down behind the open cavity of the tub. No way do I want to explain what I am doing to one of my sisters or aunt. The steps echo in the room until I see the outline of a broad set of shoulders and a pair of copper eyes staring down at my hiding spot. I thought I saw a moose. My icy blue eyes flash wide and constrict with anger. Freaking you. That only seemed to make him smile. You can go to heck. He doesn't seem fazed by that at all. In time, yes. We all will. He looks over his shoulder, but I doubt it will be filled with fire and brimstone. Likely salty water and Swedish sands. That gives me pause. What the heck is he talking about? Swedish sands. The Earl looks back down at me and squats on the bottom side of the tub. His arms cross and rest on the good upturned side of the tub while he looks at me in wonder. If you don't know, then I can't tell you. He raises a hand up to his raptor-like hairstyle and gives it a double-digit tap upon the temple. Only those who are involved need to know. This freaking prick. I push up from the open side of the tub and reach out to grab him for answers. He hops back, doing a little hoppity to right his balance before straightening up to stand. A chuckle breaks out of him. Pushing away from the tub, I scramble to go around it, but suck in my breath through clenched teeth and stumble to the ground. My feet radiated a shot of pain that paralyzed me before I could take no more than a few stomping steps to Vloros. He comes down to my side and I try to push him away from me. Again, he overpowers my attempts and holds my hands down. His eyes dart down around my legs, ankles, and feet in concern and confusion. One more time, I struggle to get him away from me, and yet again he grips my hands tighter with his body pressing close to mine this time. I am breathing quickly, glaring at him, his face pulling away from inspecting my lower half to turn face to face with me. My icy blues lock with his copper set. We don't say anything, just looking into each other's eyes in a too close for comfort proximity. Then he leans in and presses his lips to mine. My eyes light up wide as dishes and my struggle is renewed. I push against him to knock his masculine body away, but it seems to only enforce his own powerful frame to envelop me. I am flattened to the floor on my back. My hands are pulled up above my head and he lays a single grip around both of my wrists to easily hold them in place. The tingling in my lips become more as he presses harder. I can feel his free hand roaming over my sides before they slide up to the slight curve of my breast hidden in this red dress. His thumb finds the concealed tip of my mound of flesh and it brings out more of a fight within me when my nipple hardens under the electric shock of his touch. I kick, attempting to knee or strike with my burning feet. Someplace convenient for me. Again, he presses his thick muscled thighs between mine to keep my legs separated. Then the unexpected happens. He lifts his lips from mine and looks down at me. I take in what gulps of air I can before the desire to debase him comes. My mouth opens to yell insults at this live bastard once more, but he shuts me up with a squeak. I feel his tongue thrashing and entwining mine. Dug deep in, he scores a pin against my tongue and I taste him. It is not unpleasant. Overpowering, but mint. Without realizing it at first, I should have been more protective of myself as I feel the thickening length of his manhood press through each other's outfits. My legs come up around his to at least press and kick my heels into his calves. All that seems to do is force my legs further apart as he spreads his own wider. By now, I am hot and confused, angry and afraid, unable to tolerate a moment longer of this treatment, but curious of the glowing heat that shocks through my being and wells within my core. I lean my head back and he follows with a deeper kiss, preventing me from breathing steadily, and giving him more room over my taller frame for him to maneuver. I feel his free hand dip down on the floor. It digs under my back and the lace that drawn my dress snug tight to my figure is being pulled loose. When he succeeds, he immediately begins to pull down the dress from my shoulders. His lips part from my bruised and tingling ones. I am panting heavily and stare up at him in worry of what he may do next. It doesn't take a moment for him to show me. He lowers himself down, along with pulling the dress further from my shoulders to expose my bust, and his lips encompasses the nipple he had been teasing for a while. If I could, I would have bitten my own tongue. This man had caused the most horrid noise to come out of my mouth. A gasp escaped me and I could only react quick enough to clench my teeth shut to muffle it. That tongue that had danced roughly with my own had now picked up a new partner to do circles around. He played on the smooth surface of my breast with more vigor than he had in the depths of my mouth. It had become nearly numb before he switched with my neglected partner. It stood up readily erect as if waiting for the turn. I eventually lifted my head to look down at him. As I did, I think he felt the movement and responded by coming back up. His kiss once again took my breath away and laid my head back on the wood floor. That free hand gone low and I could feel the shuffling of my dress being pulled up to my waist. A touch that I had never felt before, even after I had personally cleaned there with hand or rag, had shot a lightning bolt straight up through my body. A sensual muffle creeps out of me around his lips. He laid his hand across and spread the center of me open to probe within wet depths. My legs tensed around him and I couldn't prevent my back arching high to press my bared bosom into his solid chest. I felt lightheaded and couldn't begin comprehending what it is Vloros has awoken in me. One stroke after another, he runs his finger up and further within me until I feel the pouring wet excitement run down my bottom and beneath me. He pulls his hand away, making me feel a bit disregarded for a strange time. I feel his lips pull from mine before I see his face. He lifts his head and shoulders up and begins to shuffle himself out of his own pants. It didn't occur to me that he no longer held my hands down. I am far too stunned to act or understand what is happening anymore. I feel him lower back down onto me. Our lips meet once again and I feel myself greeting his tongue with my own entering his mouth. A hand lays upon the side of my face while another strokes along the side of my bosom with a flicking thumb, keeping my hardened flesh up and alert against him. There is something hot running up between my legs. A length that is rigid and pulsing with heat. It strokes up against me and slides itself back down repeatedly in an exercise of rhythm. A code of my own excitement makes it easy for it to move in its fluid motions. After a time, my eyes widen, body goes still, arms and hands reach around his shoulder to dig the tips of my nails into his back, and a scream is muffled in each other's deep mingling kiss. I feel torn, a blade so thick and round that it spears up through me and holds my impalant in place. Both of his hands come up to my cheeks and he kisses me tenderly for a second before I hear his comforting voice soothing me with shushes and comments that I cannot begin translating from his country's tongue. Those lips bless my chin and what of my cheek his hands do not hold. He hunches his back to peck his lips down the line of my jaw and make way for the vulnerable exposure of my throat. I lay still, panting quickly, but I catch my breath in the next movement he makes. His hips pull back enough to leave room for him to drive further within me. Then again. Again. More he pries his length to expand the sheathing depths for his manhood. My eyes close and I hold him all the tighter to feel with my eyes. Both of my hands stroke over the stretch of his rippling back. I fight the urge to lower my hands down to feel the exposure of his strong buttocks, but am won over by the sheer availability presented to me by my reach. As I touch him from behind, he pushes harder into me, faster, and drives me to holding onto him harshly as I am taken. I lose all the air in my lungs from a jolt upon powerful jolt charging up to build into something great. The very boundary is met and the static lights me up all over my body. I tense and press up against his mighty frame as I am electrocuted into bliss. At the same time, he shoves powerfully up into me and I feel the glowing heat of something spread within me. The pulse of his length throbbing from within me provides a pleasure that has me craving to never let him go. My hands grip onto him and hold his hips against me for long as I can. He raises his face back up to mine and stares his copper eyes into my half-opening icy blues. A kiss planted on me and I tenderly return it for a time. The plateau that I had been laying on is slowly, gradually, and eventually lowering back down to the earth. My eyes widen and I glare up at him. With my hands free now, I cuff him on the side of his ear once, then the other hand reaches beneath his jaw to tear his face away from mine. It seems to caught him off guard for the moment. Only a moment. His hands grab the both of mine and he holds them down at my sides. A grin spreads up the side of his lips and he gives me another playful kiss upon the lips. Then another kiss down on my lower lip. Another on my chin. A few more pecked down the curve until he is laying them under my jaw. He keeps going lower. Eventually, he makes his way back to my breasts where he entwines the first nipple between his lips and a pinch centered in his teeth. A lap at my bruised nipple and he repeats the process on biting the other. He gives me a look, smiling, and goes back down to treating my breasts with soothing remedies to coax the bites he made. I feel him rising back up my body, his hands pushing mine back to a regular place above my head, and locking my wrists into one gripped hand. He lays his free hand down along my cheek, lowers his lips, and gives over another series of kisses before I feel the hardened tool of his masculinity revive. No, I barely whisper, please no. I try to shake my head, but his hand holds my cheek steadily within his palm so he may silence me once more within the depths of our intimate mouths. His kiss drives up and my own leaves an aftertaste of his mint lingering between us. Again, I feel his manhood stretch me within. His hips presses between my legs and forms a rhythm of pushing himself deeper in me slowly. There is the physical reminder of a charged spark in me that sends a sparkling glow radiating out from my core. I do not know how much time had passed or how often he caused me to feel the pleasures of a woman, but the memory will forever be branded in my mind. All I could recall after he released his seed in me the last time was me curling up on the floor. I had passed out into darkness, but did not dream. The next thing that I sensed was the warmth of his broad chest and body encircling mine to him. We both still laid upon the washroom floor, and I doubt that we either would be welcoming the cramps that come from such bedding today. I looked, with blurry eyes, across the floor at the tub. It was turned upright, standing perfectly as if it had been situated correctly before my aunt had knocked it over. Quickly, I look around in search. The movement causes Vloros to stir from his rest around me, and I can feel the squeeze of his thick muscled arms trapping me to him. "Let me go," I ask soft and eagerly. My hands come up to his, just to lay the warmth of my palms, and ease him to give me freedom. "Please, Vloros, let me go." "Not again," I hear him say. "I did once and that cost me when it should." Have profit. His hands come up to hold around my shoulders and tenderly stroke the bare goose flesh that have risen in the chilled morning. "Vloros, I will repay you." I began to detect my breaths quickening. "Oh." He sounded interested. "How? Do you intend to at least return my family's sword?" That made my heart sink. Unknown to anyone, I had traded that in for the journey from Riga to Hammerhus. It is not exactly something I believe could be tracked down after this amount of time passing. Gently, I shake my head in rejection. "No? Then what do you have to offer that equals all that I gave, tolerated, and had stolen from me?" His voice was becoming an odd mix of irritation and amusement. "Take her." We both whip our heads around to see my aunt sitting down at the bottom of the doorway. Her back is pressed to it, apparently to keep people from coming in uninvited, and getting a sight of the two of us. I feel Vloros's hand playfully smooth out the dirty blonde roots of my head before he sits up and stands to dress. I had intended from the start. He gazes down at me for a second before turning to Dorte. "I still demand compensation." "Aland." My aunt throws out a name of an island between the Finns and Swedes. "If the campaign is a success, as a marriage gift, you will receive Aland." Why would I take a simple island so far removed from my homeland? He straightens his tunic out before kneeling down to assist me. I jerk away, but he still catches my arm and raises me up to my aching feet. They do not hurt nearly as much anymore. "You know very well the value of that island as a waypoint when he sits on his throne in Hatuna." "Hatuna?" "Hatuna is in Uppland. That is the capital of the entire Swedish people." "What is this campaign?" I interrupt the two of them while I try to pull up and straighten down my dress in Vloros's hand. Before I let them respond, I go livid, turning on my aunt immediately, and I scream, "No, I am not marrying this man." "You are," my aunt plainly states. "Besides, no one else will now. Enough important guests have seen or now know of the position you two have been in overnight." This causes my face to burn and glow bright. I take what is mine. He strokes my shoulder with one hand while still holding my arm firmly with the other. "I never gave her permission to leave me." He looks slightly up to me. "Did I?" My red face probably didn't have as much intimidation that I would have liked, but I still glare daggers down at him. "No," I state again, "I am not marrying you." "You have no choice." My aunt again states this plainly. She turns her attention to the Livonian Earl. "Here?" "Might as well. I would never have an opportunity to have such a gathering of powerful and valued individuals to witness such an occasion." There is a smile lighting up his face as he continues to look at me. I said no. I yell at them both. Vloros tilts his head with a tisk and my aunt begins to stand. "We will see," comes out of my aunt's mouth. She walks over to us and offers a hand for me to take. Then, she turns to Vloros, and the glare that she gives the man does what I wish mine could. He lets go of me with a chuckle. I'm not given the chance to do more than be released when Dorte snatches my wrist and pulls me to follow her. I turn my head in time to catch Vloros waving me goodbye before closing the door. I suppose he wants to wash up. "Tell me." I look ahead at my aunt as she speaks. "Was it snake's blood or yours?" I am taken back by that question. What the heck did she mean by that? "I don't understand." "The blood on your crotch," she states while we walk through the hall. Plenty of people are awake, aware of us, and are giving me some grinned looks as they enjoy feasting on their breakfast. Was it your time or had there really been a snake as Dorit claimed? I take a moment to make this claim, because it really wasn't a snake, but it had not been me who bled. It is as Dorit claimed. I watch Dorte's head lower for a moment and then shake. This marriage must go through soon as possible. No, I yank back, trying to loosen the grip my aunt has on me. Instead, it provides her a reason to be pulled in so a stinging slap can streak across my face. My ear rings and it leaves me standing stunned. Some of the people that I currently am looking at appear frozen from the display of violence. Then they go about as if it is normal. You will listen and obey. Her voice is once again plain and flat. I now know that she is trying to hold in her emotions. She is likely not to want a display of the same rage we had all witnessed days before. The jerk on my wrist gets us both moving again. We find a room and she has me enter with the door being closed behind me. I am not sure why I've been secluded until I hear the sounds on the other side of the door. She is barring me in. Wait. Why? I rush and slam myself to the door, backing enough for a utilized void to appear, and attempt to open the door. It remains stiff and motionless. You will remain here until it is time to be bathed and dressed. I hear this and go into a fury, knocking, slamming, punching, and kicking at the door for something to give. Then I hear the fading steps of my aunt go someplace else down the hall. I turn around and lay the back of my shoulders against the door. Breathing quick and heavy, I lower down, giving my face someplace to bury between my knees, and I rock steadily with my heels being the braced swing. Under no circumstances had I ever considered this to be a possibility. If I thought all was lost before, now I know more can be taken, and if fate had its way that much more. I lift my face up from its resting place to call out. Tiresias. I look around, listening, waiting for it to appear. Nothing. Frantically, I search longer before calling again. Tiresias, please come out. Again, nothing. Not a single peep, no shadow play, and certainly not a gleam of that ridiculously bright smile. The shade is absent. Where is it? Why now when I have an actual need for its company? I break. Tears run down my face and I shake with a shattered resolve. My legs are clenched in a tight embrace and I bury my face back into those knees while I rock myself for the remainder of the morning. Intoxicating I felt as if my whole day had been in this room. That didn't appear to be the case. After the bar and door opened up, a shine from the great hall's morning light poured in. It was maybe closer to noon than anything. Sitting still, my red-rimmed eyes look behind, over my shoulder, from where I sat up to Brit. What are you doing down there? She kneels down to grip me beneath the arms and help me stand up. The door is nearly closed behind her and I immediately reach out in alarm. I try to prevent my only way out from shutting. Brit catches on and props the door open. She wouldn't know how much that little gesture had lifted my spirits. Being locked away felt too much like how this entire cursed voyage home began. Hands from my sister went down to hold and aid me up to the bed for a seat. We have heard that you are, going to be wed. Brit smiled, a little uncertain, but cheerfully. She seemed a little wary as she saw my appearance. How did I look to her? A soothing hand is rubbed up and down over my back while her head leans into the lower half of my shoulder. I can't help myself as I stare out the door, the glow of freedom just hanging there. All it would take for me is to push my sister away and make a mad dash for the world outside. Again, it seemed Brit had latched onto some kind of invisible bridle. She directed my look away from the door down to her. What are you thinking about right now? Escape. This leaves Brit silent. She looks at the open door, then up to me, and gently shakes her head. You would cause great harm to us all if that were to happen. I shake my head quickly. No. I wouldn't, I desperately announce, running a hand up through my short hair, unsure how to explain in the indecisiveness giving me a little pause to think on it. Vloros, I search for words, to heck with it. I grab at them as they come to me. He wouldn't be too concerned. He's acting like a hunter and I'm the game. I choke and burst out a single note of laughter. I'm a moose. Brit lifts her head from my shoulder. There is a deep concern growing in her eyes. Spreading, over those normally pleasant and delicate features, is a sign of fear. A hand is placed down onto mine to rub and soothe me to continue. She says nothing and I take it as that to resume. He'll just come after me. I smile with a little laugh. Maybe cry? I don't really know between the two emotions nor care right now, but I keep spilling out my thoughts. I'll grab a ship, like I did before, and sail someplace. Maybe I'll go south this time. I nod. I'm sure that the Saxons or Franks would make it difficult for that live to follow. Might give me Ample time to reach someplace safe. I feel the grip on my hand constrict tighter and Brit has lost all of her cheerfulness. She is worried and stares like she is afraid of me. You can't. Even if you tried, don't you think that Dorte already thought of that? Prepared for you to run. My eyes dart back and forth, from sister to door, and I mull over what she says. Slowly, I nod, yes. Yes, that makes sense. But you will help me. I look down to my elder sister, you will help me escape, won't you? Brit goes still for a few seconds. I let the idea sink in. She listened to me and I need her to honestly consider it. Gradually, she nods to me in acceptance. I will. She looks out the door. Not now, we need to prepare. Prepare? Food, drink, clothes, and coin, turning to me, a horse and weapon. Perhaps. She lets go of me and stands. A ship that would be willing to take you. She turns to me. You need a crew who do not care for your station and role, else they simply bring you back here. I breath out in relief. I'm saved at least one nightmare. Thank you, I cry out to Brit. Thank you. I bite down on my knuckles to keep from crying out any louder. But, what if we are caught? What will you do if all goes awry? This comes out of Brit in a low whisper towards me. She truly is concerned for my well-being and I am grateful. Again, I let slip my thoughts in the form of words. Spitting out my fist, I'll make the biggest ruckus, the worst scene, and a wedding that would sentence the death of at least one person. I laugh a little louder than I should have, probably me. Brit looks at me with wide open blue eyes and nods softly in confirmation. Please stay here, she begs me, and I'll prepare what I can. It may take time, as I do not want to draw suspicion, but please know that I am doing what is best for you. Renewed, the smile on me brightens and I lift myself from the bed to kiss my sister repeatedly on her temple, forehead, and brow. Thank you. I love you. I will never forget you. I tightly embrace her enough to make the smaller woman squeak. She pats me a few times in eagerness. I have to go and ready what I can before it is too late. I loosen my grip and let her go. Slowly, I back away. And sit back down on the bed. I have to bar the door still. You understand why? I nod in understanding. With a sigh of relief from Brit, I watch her nod to me, and walk out of the door in a hurry before hearing the closure and barring once more. Again, I am in darkness and wonder. My thoughts drift to where I might go and who I could earn the trust in the southern lands. It is vast and the opportunities are many. After a while, I hear the bar of the door removed and see the podal shine light within again. Brit returns. She walks to me and lays a hand down on my shoulder. A worn-out-looking smile is on her lips as she speaks down to me. Come, let me at least wash you up one last time. I can show you, on the way, where I stored the sacks of food, explain the details, prepare skins for your thirst, and point you to who and what to trust for when the time comes to leave. I nod, seeing the point of this as an excuse to see the layout of the escape plan and stand up to follow my sister out the door. I catch her grabbing a pitcher and cup from outside the room that had to have been sitting there recently. Otherwise, one of the guests would have snatched it up and consumed the contents. The pitcher is full to the rim. Brit pours a cup for me and offers it up. Have a drink. This will calm you and clear your thoughts so the journey can be executed without worry. She is rambling, but I take the hint. Too often do I let anxiety and anger control my actions, and this day I need to be precise. Without practice, one mistake is all it could take to ruin what little remained of my life. The cup is taken and I almost drank from it. My icy blues look down at the swirling purple hue of the contents and the granules at the bottom. Memories of a bathing complex in Constantinople rushes through my mind. A day that could have become a horrendous unknown heck if not for the Russ irregulars watching out for me. Brit surprises me by pouring herself a cup and nearly downs the stuff in one gulp. A second sip later and I watch her wincing. The taste or potency strong, and gives a small shake of her head with a big smile up at me. I need it too, she laughs brightly and sets the emptied cup down. I grin and drink up. I'm not really sure why I worried. Brit has never done anything to make me question her love for me. In fact, when I had awoken upon arriving here, she was the only one, other than Gunhill, to instantly defend me. Maybe not right away accept who I was, but she cares a considerable deal in it. Shows deeply. We continue down the hall. Over yonder, She silently points out at the sacks laying along the wall, right where there are other packages. A horse will be available and I have an idea what crew will take you, she whispers. A smiling face beams from her to greet warmly the guests warmly with a bow. Another cup is poured for me and I take it in hand for another gulp. I do feel the sting of it, nice and hot, much like a steamy herbal tea than a warm draught of wine. I had thought that there would only be mead in this great hall, but I forgot how well trade has been flourishing in the seas as of late. Making our way to the washroom, I peer in to see no one being about and feel a little more relaxed that it will only be us conspirators that have the room. The door is closed behind us. I had been about to unlace the back of my dress. Feeling back there, I note that it had never been tied back up. Since Vloros undid the binding. Are you all right? I hear Brit chip in with concern. You're a little pink in the face. I shake my head and hold up a hand in rejection to the notion that anything is wrong. With my rejecting hand still held up, she pushes yet another filled cup into it. Good, you had me worried for a moment. Again, I can't help myself from smiling down at my elder sister. The contents of the cup is drained in one gulp, at least becoming easier to swallow, and my sister had prepared another in the course it took me to finish this one. I set the empty down, but I begin to disrobe instead of taking the refill. She sets the tray down on the floor by the tub's side. I had not really thought of it until now, but the tub is filled with steaming hot water. Well, what else would be in there? She did prepare much and it would not have been difficult to care for a heated bucket while collecting for my voyage. My red dress is handed over to Brit and she backs away a moment to place the outfit off someplace dry and safe from the tub. I turn and tenderly lower myself into the heated depths of the tub, wincing a moment, but gradually easing my way into the delighted hot ambrosia. When settled, I reach down for the cup to again throw it back into my awaiting mouth. It didn't occur to me until now that I had not eaten or drank a thing since leaving Hammerus. No wonder I was feeling tired. The times I had passed out makes all too much sense now. I sigh and decide to pour my own cup this time. I'll need whatever I can get in me if I want to be ready for this escape. One more pull of my cup emptying past my lips and I stall from setting the dish down. The waters feel all the more welcoming and I slip further into its depth. My knees come up as my shoulders sink. Icy blue eyes stare down at my raised knees in wonder why I can never fit into anything comfortably. I turn to look over at Brit and giggle when I see two of her. One is slightly taller, but they look almost identical. Well, maybe the other is a tad older. Actually, far older. I blink a few times to clear the blurry vision from me. Dorte? Will she be okay? I hear Brit ask in a slight high-pitched tone. This makes me crack up. She sounds like she's some kind of squeaky chipmunk. Dorte gently nods to her niece. They said it would only work this way. She laid a hand on Brit's shoulder. Don't worry. You are fine too, but I would tolerate one day without a hot bath. Oh my God. She sounded like a man with a deeply resounding bass voice. I lose it. My sides hurt too much from laughing at this point. Then my breathing becomes shallow. I try sucking in the air deeper and faster, but I feel so lightheaded. For a moment, I try to get up and out of the water, but I slip and sink back in. My head is submerged, maybe for a brief second, but a set of hands yank me back up. Dorte and Brit both hold an arm and set my limbs hanging out and off the side of the tub. I hear crying. My eyes move around to search for the source, but it takes me a moment to roll my head back and see, feeling the salty drips of tears dollop upon my face after they come rolling from Brit's glossy eyes. I slowly reach, barely able to control the movement of my arm, but manage to lift a hand up to brush away the line of tears from her cheek. She runs away from me. I don't get to catch where to. I suppose she had somewhere to be. My head turns to try and trail after the receding noise of her footsteps. Where she went, I have no idea, but I do begin to watch the world tilting and rocking on its axis. Numb, a bit senseless, but somehow I notice someone touching me. My eyes roll to the side to catch my aunt scrubbing me from head to toe. She is silent and seems to keep her gaze away from meeting mine. I suppose I wouldn't want to speak too when my voice is that deep. After a while, I watch her pour another cup for me, the pitcher nearly empty, and bring it to my lips. Tender and steady, I feel the contents being dipped up to my lips and poured into my mouth for me to swallow it all up. I feel so hot. My skin crawls with embers that seem to be finding any bit of my body that can and will burn. Everything around me whirls and I don't know if I am watching the world turn or my head rolling around. Again, there is the sense of a dish being pressed to my lips and the passage of fluid being drained from it into my mouth. I can barely think. Oh, I'm gone nah. Black out. My eyes blink open with my sister swarming over me. I think they are tugging something on me. Another blink shows me the great hall. Quite a number of people are enjoying the sight of me. Blinked again. I turn my head towards a crowd of people. They don't seem too thrilled to see me. Who the freaking are they? I tried not to shut my eyes, but the searing light of the sun pours into the hall and blinds me for a second. As I had looked down and away from the light, I note the dress I wear is red, but not the same one that I had been wearing previously. When did I get out of the tub? I think I'm okay. I didn't black out again. I feel something pressed up to my lips and hear, drink. The dish is pushed against me and I feel the contents drip down my throat. Nope, back into the darkness I go. Everything about me feels numb. Am I standing? Sitting? Laying down? I cannot even tell if the world is upright or not. Where am I? My face turns up and I see a mass of blonde curls drooping low over me. A full golden beard accompanied with a long mustache and a broad smile. Shining blue eyes stare down at me. F.A. there? That came out slurry and slower than expected. The smile spreads open happily and he leans in to lay a kiss on my forehead. Am I laying on his couch? Who or why would my aunt permit anyone to do such a thing? My fragile father wouldn't understand what is going on. Here is the last of it. Drink up, I hear once more before I am spirited away. I blink back tears as I find the image of my father gone. My vision takes in the view of the crowds of guests again. This time, all heads are turned up towards me. What are they looking at? There is a grip on my arm. Giving it some thought, I decide to look down and see what is holding me, and I find a man's hand on it. Apparently, it has been jerking me to attention. I lift my gaze up and see Vloros looking at me expectantly. My head backs away and I say, huh? He jerks his head towards a couple of people standing at our side. I turn to look at them. Confusion sets in. These are Gothar. What is a Gothi even doing here? They should only be around for the annual blot. Wait, there could be another reason. It is on the tip of my tongue and I might be able to make it out if I concentrate. Mary? You? No, comes rolling out one slurry word at a time. There is a silence in the great hall and the grip on my arm tightens painfully. Chris, you will love and obey me, I hear Vloros state clearly. Inside me, I feel the bubbles of laughter come up and burst out of my mouth. In a giddy mood, I retort, do you think I would marry you under the Norse gods and be called by my Christian name? Oh wow, I'm on a roll here and that sounded pretty darn crisp to my ears. That seemed to loosen his grip and cause his brows to raise in surprise. We turn in equal shock to find another person laughing. Abella even claps her hands together in joy. I believe my dear youngest sister has a point, and her attention is directed towards the few guests that have distanced themselves for almost the whole feasting. Those people happen to be of christened Holstein in the Saxons realm. You are the Bishop of Hamburg and Bremen, correct? I don't exactly have enough coordination for my head to turn to who answers, but I hear a, yes my child. Would you care to do the honors and perform a Christian wedding? Abella asks before being interrupted. Enough. My aunt yells out. Get on with this, then it is her who is interrupted. Vloros stomps and points accusingly up at Dorte. I care not if it is by your Norse gods or of the Christian faith. I follow the ram of my people, what you call Romuva, and am willing to taste the same beliefs my wife desires. A shrug, if it makes her happy. He turns around and beckons the bishop up with a wave. The man complies and makes his way regally up to the front of the gathering. I teeter a bit on my feet, not really having a clue what just transpired, but I feel like I won. I smile, unintentionally at Vloros, but it doesn't matter. He knows that I had my victory. I'm not paying much attention or my head is simply too full to accept any more talk from these people. I feel Vloros' grip tighten on my arm again and my eyes come back into focus to see what he wants this time. He points at the bishop. Oh yeah, my victory. I turn back to Vloros to nod in satisfaction and smile again in a boastful way. He leans in towards me, looking up at me expectantly once more, and I feel a little confused. Yes? For once in my life, I didn't say the dreaded, what, despite the urge to do so. I feel kind of accomplished today. There rings a sound in my ear. A roar of cheering and applause. I try to turn my head to see it all, but instead I'm turned back to Vloros. A kiss. Just as deeply as it had been that night. He pulled me down into it and I melted in his mouth. There is still the taste of mint on his tongue. Does he eat that plant regularly? His face parts from mine in confusion. A pinch, between his fingers off the tip of his tongue pulls something away. Did my breath smell? I didn't eat anything. Maybe he wasn't too thrilled with my choice of drink. His copper eyes looking down at his rubbing fingers in concern and then swiftly turning to angrily search up at where my aunt once stood. I guess he is pissed at her about something. This makes me laugh a little. Vloros looks back at me and slides his arm around my waist and lifts me to cradling with me holding onto him in surprise. Do I weigh too much for him? I know I'm taller than he is, but he acts as if I am light as a feather. Then again, those bunched up muscles in his arms are not exactly all show, and I know from experience that those legs of his can keep pumping effortlessly all night. There is a ruckus going on around me for a moment, then I find out that others are sharing hands to dance in joy. Some are clashing their mugs and cups merrily together and others smashing theirs down in satisfaction. Quite a few seem to want a quick pat or tug on Vloros or me to join in. We enter the hall to outskirt the crowd and make it into a room. I hear the door get kicked shut behind us and am only able to make out the sound of the muffled celebration outside. The bed feels cool beneath my back. Sorry, I hear from Vloros. I know normally it is the ladies that prepare you for this, but I'm done tolerating this house's way of handling lives. He leans down to me. You belong to me. Not them anymore. I focus my icy blues on one copper eye and then switch to the other and give him a simple smile before laughing at him. But then we should escape. I cover my mouth to try and keep my laughter in. He smiles down at me with a raised brow. That is not a bad idea. At that, he leans in to kiss the knuckles on my hand, lightly pecking on each digit until moving up, and then taking in the tip of one finger to lightly lick it. I move my hand away from my mouth to find his taking its place. Those lips brush and blend with mine like before. It warms me and I feel his pressure increase to delve further. For him, my lips part and welcome his entry to greet and taste me. My eyes close for a brief moment, opening them up again when I hear myself gasp, and then catch that my hands have made their way behind his neck and head to pull him in. What am I doing? Is this another dream or did I lose my mind? There is a tug on my shoulders. A tearing sound as the dress I am outfitted in is ripped up, then away for a second, enough that he can be more gentle about pulling it down my body. The glide of the fabric runs over the bare breast of my chest and the ribbed slope of my ribs before settled into the dimple on my flat stomach. The kiss breaks for a moment. I apparently needed it to catch my breath. He needed it to complete the undressing of me and to do the same for himself. I've never seen him fully unclothed before. Actually, I never had a chance to witness him without his pants in the washroom. When I saw him, my heart leaps up into my throat. Where to begin? Maybe at how incredible his shoulders and chest are mightily seized. What did this man have to lift daily to solidify that much lean muscle together? His legs were thunderously large and corded with a strength that could haul mountains. I won't even compare his manhood with anyone or thing. I only have the experience of my own and those I've seen without excitement. I'll divest a little of what many could imagine by stating one thing. I wouldn't believe he could fit if he hadn't already done so. My eyes lift up from his proud masculinity to see his trim waist. I tried to imagine him wearing his sword by his hip, but the idea had become silly imagining him bare and excited with that sword. Maybe it was a good thing I traded it away. I smile at the thought. He must have taken my smile as his cue to come back to me. His body lowered down to nestle his cheeks between my thighs and I am not prepared for what he does next. I raise my hips up as he kisses me in a place I feel men's, or any lips, should never trace. Then his tongue probes within me to score a hole into the reservoir of my excitement. Of course my body reacts with a wet response. I part my knees away from his shoulders, but he hooks his arms around them and pulls my legs over his shoulders. His thick fingers stroke and rub in massaging grace up and down my thighs from within and without while licking away internally. The sheets beneath me are gripped within my hands and I probably have begun to rip into them with my longer nails. My head rolls back, looking at the head of the bed, then to the stray pillows we should be using to rest ourselves on. Somehow I don't think that we will be getting much rest tonight. Eventually, I feel the brush of his cheek lift from within my thighs. Looking down, I see and lock our eyes together before my own rolled up into the back of my head as he inserts his fingers into me. Gradually, he sits himself a bit higher up, still plunging his hand forward and back from the divide between my thighs, and yet doing nothing more with the rest of my laying body. At least, for the moment. A turn of his head and his kisses make ways down my thigh and back up the other. His free hand runs along my hip and strokes back over the outside of my thigh in a grasp that both massages and comforts me. I manage to focus again on his face and stare at his manipulations of my legs. His fingers pull out and he scoots forward. I watch his free hand lower my legs off of his shoulders to allow a heel to rest back down on the bed end. Both knees press into his sides. There is a familiar sensation probed at my entrance. Before he could do it, before I scream or yell or anything, something too. Cause this moment to fall back into his control, I reach out and grab him by the shoulders. I pull him down. My lips catching his crashing and bruising tingly into mine. I smell and taste the mint once more and favor it over any other aroma on earth. I only pause for a second from the pressure being inserted within me. Our intimacy continues and I dance joyfully with his tongue while our lips find their way to best lock each other together. He doesn't give me time to adjust. Maybe I didn't need to find the comfort in it anymore. There was no searing surprise this time and the pleasant electricity had unexpectedly sneaked its way past my notice a while ago. I've already begun to charge up for another intense surge to bolt through me. It takes time for my head to clear. Maybe I was wearing down from the drug, but I am intoxicated on my husband. There wasn't a way for me to get enough. I had to have more or else I would explode. Each time he thrusts into me, I grab him and pull, and he would respond harder and faster. I finally had it when he had been the one to fill me with his explosive life seed. Both my arms and legs wrapped and clung around him to never let his body part from mine. It never would feel the same if he left me. For the night, we remained together and had gone on into the next morning with me being the first awake again. I am thinking it has something to do with my survival instincts wanting me to be the early bird and eat something. How many days has it been since I've filled my stomach with something? Slowly, I move a little, but I am unable to do more with half of Vloros on top of me. I turn my face to the side and see if there is something I can grab to use for me to extract myself. A bedpost will do. I reach over and grab it. Pulling, I slide out from underneath his heavy frame. It surprises me that he had not awoken from this. Did he tire himself out that much through the night? My eyes drift down the muscled valley of his spine. In some years, before this change had set into me, would I have had a body like that? Could I have been in the same position he is in? At that thought, I raise my hand up and look at it. I circle on the bed and sit back to where Vloros slumbers so I can compare my slender hand with his massive one. The size difference is stunning, but I cannot imagine me being capable of ever reaching an outstanding physique like his. I'm pulled back by my waist and I let out a surprised squeak. Our eyes find each other to confirm that both of us are indeed awake now. There isn't anything spoken between us. It is me who first breaks the gaze. I stare down at the bed, then to the door, and back down at the strong arm embracing me to his side. I feel like this is déjà vu. Let me go. No, he states it very clearly and with enough authority to brook no argument. I think he meant it when he said he's done tolerating my family. That would include me. I almost began to go into a panic, my quick breathes a sign, but he shuffled up behind me and embraced to pull my back into his bare chest in comfort. He lifts his chin to rest on the back of my shoulder and offers a few shushing sounds to soothe me back to calming down. My eyes close and I lower my head to control myself. I meant it, he says, that we should escape together, before they changed their minds about something we had done. This made me open and look his way in wonder. I think he caught my questioning look. You aunt didn't look very pleased with how the wedding was performed. I smirk and shake my head. I don't give a freaking what she thinks about our. I pause and realize I freaking married a man. My eyes dart away from his. And look for something to distract my mind before I go crazy right now. At least, we should escape until it is time for the coronation to begin. He makes it sound so clear. This only brings confusion to me. What are you talking about? Your king, he states. We don't have a king, I make that plainly clear. You will King Bjorn Magnusson, he tells me. Oh my freaking dear god. Luca's son. No wonder she was against the idea of me coming back from the dead. Wait, why isn't it Rig or Rollo Rigfinson? They are the eldest sons of our family. Apparently, they did not have enough support, he makes that clear. Moots or an election. Okay, that makes sense, but he would be a Jarl of Skane, not King of Skane. He's not, he confirms. I don't understand what you are talking about. This time, I try to turn around and face him. He keeps his grip around me and overpowers his advantage of having me held vulnerably in front of himself. I told you, he repeats, that if you were not told already, then you were not supposed to know. Know what? That he will become king. I am starting to get a headache from all of this. Maybe I had one to begin with. I feel like I've been heavily drinking all night without a crumb of bread to soak it up. There is a chance I could get sick right here and now if I don't fill my belly with something. May I please go and eat? Surprisingly, he lets me go. Yes, we can. He permits while scooting back to find some of his clothes to start putting back on. Now I know how this game works. I can't demand anything. Permission granted only. I hang my head and wonder if my life will ever regain an upside. Edification. Pursing my lips, I look away from the torn dress and hold it up by the limp strips that used to be its shoulders. My icy blues stare chilled daggers at my husband cocking a brow at me. There is a reason the ladies are tasked to prepare the consummation, but no way in heck am I turn that into an argument. Instead, I'll just make do with what I have. The straps look well enough to be tied and I am sure they'll hold onto my shoulders. It won't look as elegant. I really shouldn't care how it looks on me, but I kind of do. I go out there like this and everyone will see and assume how the night went. What comes after the stares is the gossip. I'm hungry and I don't want to be dealing with chatterbugs discussing how well or roughly I had been fucked last night. Shaking my head, my slender fingers work on knotting the strips into one strand after another before they become a single braid. I'm a little surprised that he didn't ruin the sleeves. Should I finish the JO band have my arms bare? Looking at Vloros, I wonder about asking him of his opinion. Do you? I glance away a second as he turns his attention back to me. Am I really asking him for fashion advice? My head shakes, never mind. Too late. He seems more interested now because I dropped the subject than when I initially nabbed his attention. Sliding in by my side, he sits down on the bed and looks from me to the dress. I will send for someone. I look at the dress for a moment before looking back to him. Who will he send for? Who and why? Already, he is up and at the door with a hand poking out through the sliver of light he made to wave. Valdis. That name, one of the other two captains that raided Calibri's ship. Are they both here? Why wouldn't they be here? I completely forgot that Vloros is the commander of that raiding party. A short shadow appears at the doorway and Vloros keeps a wide span of his shoulders leveled with Valdis's view, likely to conceal of my insecurity. The two appear to be discussing something and I guess it has to do with my dress. What was the name of the other captain? Jeem, wasn't it? He looked lanky, but wasn't nearly as tall as me. That isn't what made me remember him. A wild eye. Crazy directions that thing turned. Made me wonder if he was looking straight at me or looking around for something else of interest. I hear the door shut and Vloros comes back to my side. He offers a hand. Give me that. I hand the dress over and he folds it haphazardly before going back to the door. I just watch him open the door and toss the dress like refuse. Well, I guess that settles that. I'll just stay in here and bask in my glory until I'm skin and bones. Dropping backwards on the bed, I sprawl out my arms wide while shaking my head. I face up at the dark ceiling with no purpose. The little light that shines and plays shadows over the interior is again shut away with the click of the door. I hear Vloros's footsteps come back to the bed until I see him looming over me. Breakfast in bed sound good. Okay, that doesn't half bad, but I'm not too thrilled about being in bed with this man longer than I have to be. I'm quiet about it. Looking up at him, I think on what way I should respond. A few seconds later, I nod to accept. I don't think I had choice. He had likely discussed an order for food to come to our room. He might have asked me that question, just now, to see if it was the right decision. Is he probing for my preferences? Is that something I should be doing too? What does he like? What did you ask Valdis to bring? He seemed a little bit intrigued that I mentioned his man by name. Do you remember him? He questions this with a grin. And Jeem. I shake my head saying his name. It would be difficult to forget that face. The grin drops and he nods in understanding. Yes, it would be. Unfortunately, he forgets a lot of things because of that blow. He wasn't born that way. I would treat him kindly, he mentions. Jeem is not a monster. There is a bit of confusion brewing in the back of my mind. Why is he telling me how to treat his men? Then the confusion melts away when I realize his meaning beyond that subject. He really meant about escaping. Here and that would detail being neighborly, if not friendly, with his people. Are you really taking me away? The look on his face is one that could be found on a crowd watching a fool doing what it does best. I guess that's my answer. I look away from him so he wouldn't have to say something sarcastic to match that look of ridicule. I feel his hand below my cheek to be turned back up and face him. Before I could react, he was already down to me, placing a kiss upon my lips and diving his tongue within. The mint flavor had long gone away by now, but he still tasted wonderful. He pulls away and leaves me gasping. I had been completely unprepared for that one. My guard is up now and I decide to sit up rather than lay before him any longer. A mighty hand pins my shoulder back to the bed. His smile plays on his lips. I stare into his copper eyes and feel myself drawn into what he must be thinking. No, Vlor. I am interrupted by knocking at the door. I don't break eye contact with him and he doesn't appear to be very interested at who is disturbing our intimate interaction. I am well aware of what he is investing his attention on right now and I am too sore for a third day of this. The knock sounds again. This time, I see and hear a sigh of irritation escape his lips. He pushes off of the bed and me. I sit up and cross my arms over myself. Turning, I peer at the disheveled sheets on the bed. Maybe if I wrapped myself. Would it matter? If he wanted me, he'd just tear them from me, and I'd be as helpless as always. I suppose my arms covering myself is as useless. Both of my limbs drop down to lay across my lap. My hands turn their palms faced upwards. Each hand used to wield power. A shield and axe. I protected and punished all those that came our way. Now what were they good for? Picking up the shreds of clothes that I may barely keep covering me. These hands of mine clenched. This body may have changed, but I am still a Danish warrior. A proven northern elite warriors. How many could boast such a title? Those circles of Rus brothers, still fighting for their duty and lives in the wastes of that fallen empire, and those of Kiev who sent the letter of my supposed ailed demise all know. The letter. That would mean my aunt, sisters, and perhaps the whole spread of Jarl's knew Hermod Gyridson's feats of glory and valor before his death. I'm not dead. Vloros, I whisper to him as he comes back with a tray of savory and rich delights. Obviously direct from the kitchens from the look and smell, he sets down the large platter and scoots it to be between the both of us to share. Who killed Calibri? That causes him to pause between a bite. He looks at me for a second before shaking his head. In a rude muffle of eating, he says, "Drop it." Who killed him? I repeat. He remains quiet and even goes back for another bite without answering me. An old anger rises up inside of me. A noise of something clattering across the wooden floor is heard. I turn my head to see what caused the sound and see the platter of food had been flung away from us to scatter its contents everywhere. Did that come from me? My breathing has become heavy and I return to look at Vloros. He doesn't seem angry. In fact, I think there is concern on his face. The bite he was working on is swallowed before he nods. Fine. I watch him get up from the bed and head out the door. What now? He never answered me and now he is running away. Is it because I am vulnerable without my clothes that he thinks I cannot follow? Quickly, I grab the sheets off of the bed and begin to wrap myself up into their snug embrace. Holding up and cinching the sheets to my chest, I wrench the door open to gaze out to search for my husband. It starts with a few people taking note of me. Then more as words reaches around by my stepping out into the morning light of the great hall. I don't care anymore. He's not getting away from me. Looking about wildly, I manage to catch the tops of so many heads. All I have to do is find the one that looks like a bird brain and I can just plow my way through towards him. Instead, I am greeted with a different live paralyzed still in front of me. Both of his hands shoot up, dropping his own plate and beef from open palms. Facing me, his face slightly turned away to barely conceal his deformity, but he attempts to make a gesture of protective goodwill. Lady Viga, calm down. His speech is heavily accented. He takes a peek over his shoulder before returning to meet my icy blue fury. You are not in your best right now. A shaky finger points at my acquired morning outfit. I don't give a darn. Where is that chicken crud Vloros? Where is that freaking bastard? I yell at Jim. This makes him straighten out his spine. Nice and tall. He's a fighter. I doubt that me being a woman would have held him back. Likely, it is in respect of his lord that he's refraining from telling me where to shove it. A hand rests on my shoulder from behind and I whirl around. Vloros, holding onto something beneath his arm, slides his hand from my shoulder down to my arm and sharply grips it. I'm yanked back across the path I took from the room in a hurry. We are back in the room. The door is slammed shut too quickly for my eyes to adjust for this darkness. Unfortunately, I don't need to see for me to know how furious Vloros is with me. Get dressed, I hear him command. His grip on my arm tightens painfully as he thrusts the bundle that had been beneath his arm into my abdomen. I take it with my free hand, feeling the texture, and stare in my husband's general direction. What is this? It felt like leather. I was getting used to either wearing silks or satin or some other luxury meant to appeal only for our sex. You will be soaked and frozen before we reach halfway home if you don't dress appropriately, he informs me in a harsh tongue. I didn't quite realize it for a second, but he switched to his native language on me. Had I done the same, or have I been speaking normally? Now that I think about it, it was Jim. His accent was so brusque that I had flipped to speaking crystal clear like his own people for him to understand me. I had not stopped speaking their tongue until now. I nod my head in acknowledgement, but I doubt that he could see that. Maybe if I keep speaking his language he would let me go. Thank you. I breath in deeply to calm myself down. Still, I hear my own fury in that. Thanks, and try it again in a cooler tone. Thank you. His hand slackens. I don't try to pull away until he fully lets me go, which he does, but after he gives my shoulder a brush of his other hand to push me towards the bed. The bed is my current destination anyways. I'll lay out what this bundle contains and figure out what all I am going to be wearing back to the Livonian lands. Each article that I remove from its adhered purchase seems to be made of leather, hide, or a fur of some kind. Are these from your? I was going to ask him if he had purchased these in a trade. Their condition was incredible, at least from how they feel, and being of the same good quality would make it a bundle deal. Instead, he interrupts me. It was my kill and mine to do with as I pleased. He elaborates the bundle's origins. I hope you like it. I detect a hint of amusement in his voice. Okay, I have a feeling I know what his hunt had been, but I'm not going to ask him if it was a moose. I begin to slip on the hose. The leather slips over them easily enough. Soon after, I let fall a tunic over my raised arms and head to fall down my bust. A jacket is pulled around me while I feel around on the bed for some footwear. Boots? Out in the hall, I hear him state, I dropped them when I noticed the distress. He's talking about the incident with me and Jim a moment ago. I turn around and sit on the bed to adjust a pair of stockings on my feet. Before I make way to stand and test the texture beneath my soles. If I don't get those boots on soon, these things are going to be picking up every last splinter that Helsingbog can offer. As if reading my mind or taking the clue earlier, Vloros stepped out to retrieve the boots he left behind. I'm handed them and manage to bounce around while slipping them on my feet. They take a moment to get used to. I tighten them around my feet, ankles, and calves snug before I walk out the door. The second greeting this morning is about the same as the first. This time, I think that everyone can tell I'm outfitted to go someplace. Question is, am I going to be helped or hindered on the way out? My stomach growls nastily at me for even thinking about leaving. Such a feast in front of me and that I have not touched once upsets my body until I relent. I suck in the air through my teeth, knowing the longer I wait, the worse this could get. I turn to Vloros pleadingly and nod my head to the food. He gives me a shrug and waves at it. Go on, permitted, I do. I find the short Valdis and the limber Jim pulling a seat out for me or yanking a plate out from under an unaware Jarl or guest. Sitting down, I feel my stomach turn, like I am going to be sick if I don't give it something to consume faster than now. I dig in. My mind doesn't want to go over how many days I've starved myself. It was bad enough that I had thirsted until being drugged by my family. At least I could trust enjoying what is laid out for all to devour. After taking in a portion of the plate, I also make note of who I am sitting around. I nearly choke. The plate that Liv took this from is none other than the High Jarl of Jelling. Jeeland is ruled by House Jute, and that man sailed from his home in Jelling to be here. I knew that my family called in all the Jarls, but why him? A Jarl doesn't summon a High Jarl. It works the other way. Unless it came from a king. Is Bjorn really going to become king? Why and how? Skane is not a province that can be broken up any further for Jarls to sustain themselves. It would have to encompass all of Scania to have a semblance of fraction, and even then it would be by a High Jarl. That is if he is recognized, which is not an easy feat, and that proven so when my aunt's husband lost his head from not having enough support to defend his position from my family and friends. There are enough strange faces of importance here that I cannot dispute the possibility my nephew is going to be crowned king. I just don't understand. What is going on? Across from me is the Jarl of Ringsted, Shaland of House Nidling. These two are the closest to coming up at the heights of a king. Why? How is Bjorn being crowned king? I lose my appetite. Standing up, I turn around to look for my husband. I have to find out what is going on, or I am going to lose my mind. Valdis and Jeem are again by my side. I suppose they were prepared to escort me to my husband. Vloros might be busy getting us all prepared to depart soon as we could. A thought buzzes through my mind. If I couldn't get Vloros to answer me, maybe I could extract some information from his men? I shouldn't go right for the juicy bit. Too obvious, and they'd be forewarned of such a thing. Maybe something I wanted to know earlier will break the ice. Do either of you recall the first time we met? Valdis raises his voice in answer. Yes, on the red and black droman, outlined in beige, that was disguised as a Norse ship. Bad move, really. They didn't know about us being at war with the Swedes. I didn't know that either. Trade through Riga was supposed to be a safe bet for all to commerce. Did anything strike you as odd before boarding the ship? Jeem chipped in. The fat one was barking like mad. Croatian, Valdis corrects. Yeah, like I said. Jeem nods rapidly. I nod in understanding that bit. Apparently, they didn't know who they were really up against, and neither did we. It was an unfortunate mistake. That big man was the captain. Jeem again makes a mention. Oh, I figured that he was. That's why I went for him first. That causes me to stop walking. Both Jeem and Valdis hold back. Jeem looks at me, as if wading in attendance for orders, while Valdis appears concerned with what I have just been informed. Apparently, Valdis is intelligent. Right now, I don't care, it is Jeem who has my attention. The rage in me wants to beat the living crud out of this freak. It could cause an uproar in the political arena, for whatever the heck is going on here, and I would be to blame. I could call for a holmgang, but that could take days of preparation. I have an idea. Show me, I demand, and head for the large opening of the Great Hall. What are we showing her? I barely hear the whisper leave Zim's lips. I look about, not entirely worried about the two Livs follow me or not. I know they are. I'm looking for something to use so I can smack out some frustration. There is a pile of logs. With that there, the sticks are far off in a stalk over there. I search through it to find a pair that would be thick and sturdy enough to take a few swings. My icy blues turn to look over and around for a former circle that a holmgang might have been held. I can see that this place was really chewed up by the lines of invited guests. So much for that idea. It doesn't disturb the main plan. I face the two Livs and offer one of the sticks over to them. We will have a spar, I state. You can show me how you took down Calibri. Who is Calibri? I hear Jeem ask. Valdis reaches out and tries to take the stick from me. I hold it in my clenched hand and wait for the short man to forfeit. He knows who I want to fight. Apparently so did someone else. Rushing between us, Vloros snatched the stick from both of our hands and faced me. He takes a look at his two men behind him and gives them a nod to go. You fucker. I grit my teeth and feel myself all too ready to accept the switch of opponents. It didn't matter. Jeem probably was following orders from this bastard to find and eliminate the captain. To kill Calibri. I watch my husband smile, then chuckle, and shake his head at me. If you wanted, he softly says between his laugh, I could have crossed with you back in our bed. He taps the stick back over his shoulder a few times and adds, although, it would have been one-sided with me holding the only sword. Oh, this prick is going to get the biggest welts and bruises that he has ever received in his life. I take a few steps forward before he makes a claim that stops me cold. I win, he clearly calls out. The confusion mixed into the rage on my face must have made it across. He differs the experiences. The first time, you took me off guard. After that, I know how you fight and it makes no difference in the outcome. Even before we start, he brightens his smile. I win. My stick lowers and I frown. The anger is still high and hot. The man had a point and I give him credit for shining light on my stupidity. I turn and let my voice cry out, Skjod. This causes Vloros to lose his fun looks. He turns to look for whomever has been in attendance to answer my call. Unfortunately, we attracted the attention of my family. My aunt leans her shoulders back on the frame of the Great Hall's entry and waves for Luca to grab up a shield to hand each of us. Neither aunt or sister look very pleased with me. I'm given a black and orange checkered round shield while my husband is handed a straight split-halved blue and violet round shield. I drop my knees slightly to be level with him. He appears to want me to come to him. That is fine with me. I take a step towards him and he uses his shield to push me back. His might easily overpowers mine. He should have used the shield to block my blow. My reach is longer and gives him a smack on the side of his knee. This causes him to stumble on one foot for a short period. The stick in his hand comes around to find some exposure on me and instead is cast aside with my shield. My own stick forces forward to finally get a taste of his own protective barrier. He's at least taking this seriously. Now, I know that the two of us would fight like this until we make the mistake from fatigue. He would win that way. This man has far too much stamina and I've experienced it for 2 nights in a row to test it in a fight. Instead of accepting the blunt of his stick's brute force to come into the face of my shield, I turn the round inside towards him, shoving the stick long and away enough for his sword arm to be thrown off balance. His own shield comes up to interfere with my weapon of choice. The stick in my hand isn't the weapon this time. My shield comes back in with the inside rim turned to bash the side his face. At that connection, my shield is past his own barrier and I use his disorientation to smack him again on his sensitive nose. On the knee, I hit him with the stick, while using the pull of our shields my way as I yank away from him. Vloros falls and lands on one good knee. He bleeds from his lip and stares up at me in complete shock. It isn't the surprise I took him down that stunned him, but the fact that I returned to defensive form rather than go in for the kill. You're a shield maiden. I hear him say this and I'm left lost for words. It isn't true, but at the moment that is what I am now. The next thing he states only adds to my loss, however ironic that is. I surrender. I watch him drop the stick and throw down his shield. Every fiber of my body tenses as he hobbles a step to me. Those mighty hands of his grabs at my stick and shield before I could shake myself out of this stupor. He lowers the 2 items down with my hands slowly until we kneel together. You would have fought well, he predicts, but died with them. My eyes are blurring as I stare at him. I try to lower my eyes and turn away. These rolling emotions in me are becoming the worse. All too predictable, he snatches me back to look at him. He sticks his tongue down to lick up the crimson line I gave his lip. A grin appears before he leans forward to kiss me. The tang of his blood is tasted on the tip of my tongue. I can feel his breath blow along the side of my cheek as he turns to kiss deeper. My own tongue, I had realized belatedly, had already been awaiting with my mouth open when he came to me. Fingers circle around the back of my head to fuse our lips tighter. I'm losing myself. More and more I'm becoming this woman. Hermod, did that me really die? Apology. Our kiss broke off. My eyes still blurred when I looked into his face, but they were no longer about to overflow. Vloros stroked the crook of his finger beneath my eyes to wipe away the tears before they could find their paths down my face. He smiled at me. I opened my mouth to say something, but nothing came out. I wanted to tell him that I didn't blame him. That I understood this incident raiding the Droman ship had been a mistake. How sorry I had been for venting my anger again and again towards him and eventually to his men. I couldn't. My teeth slowly shut and clenched in silence. What I did is remain quiet and turn my face from his. Instead of seeing his smile in one direction, I saw the frowns of my sister Luca and my aunt Dorte in the other. I understood why my aunt may be upset. I had picked a fight with my husband who already is owed a great deal by my misfortunes. Why did Luca look pissed? She must have registered my confusion from how long my icy blue gaze lingered on her. How did I appear in her eyes? Like a snarling meanie. An ungrateful whore. Something that could be found buzzing and steaming beneath the nearest private tree roots? Well, you certainly fight like you would want to be him. My sister makes a light note on me, but I wouldn't know. Her arms uncross from beneath her chest to lean down with both hands braced onto her bending knees. What I do know is that you're no blood of mine. Luca. My head shot up in alarm and turned to my aunt's stare of fury at her niece. It's true. My sister turns to look over at her aunt, and you shame us. She stands up and points accusingly at Dorte. I watch my aunt uncross her own arms and stand off of the great hall's frame. Luca, shut your mo, Dorte had almost commanded, but instead is interrupted by Luca yelling above the authoritative volume of our aunt's voice. To bring this meanie in. To accept that she is our long-lost brother. To debase my father for having an affair and make a false claim that this thing is our bastard half-sister. To make a mockery of our faigh. Luca is now the one interrupted. Lifted in the air, held by her slender throat, my sister is strangling in my aunt's hands. Dangling for only a second longer, I watch my sister be dropped to the ground and scramble away from my aunt. I hear my sister coughing and choking for her airway to be rejuvenated. Then comes her whimper. My aunt took another step forward and raised a hand to strike out at Luca. Something in me stirs and I become dizzy. Instead of seeing or hearing my sister be brutalized by my aunt, I felt a sting across my shoulders. I also felt something rolling around and struggling to right itself beneath my. What just happened? I wince, feeling a pain in my side. I know when I've been kicked, and that was some kick. If I'd known that was coming, I'd roll away or grab for it. Something other than risk my ribs being broken. What am I holding? What's thrashing around in my arms? Luca? When did I grab my sister? Why am I holding her down on the ground? My breathing is coming in faster and I feel the sensation of panic flowing through me. I don't remember doing anything. I was watching, kind of enjoying seeing my sister get put in her place after all that crud she said about me. There is a scuffle going on beside me. I would turn to face and see what is going on, but there is a good chance I'd get a boot in the face. If I'm protecting Luca, I'll complete the task and then figure things out. It didn't have to be long. Maybe a couple of seconds before I feel a hand rest on my head and shoulders. Chris, get up. I loosen my grip around my sister and slowly roll back to sit on my calves and heels. Kneeling in front of the curled ball of my sister, I see far more marks on her than would have appeared from being strangled. Her head raises and she faces me with a score of scratches along her cheek, and it looked like her right eye may well swell if not for the cut crossing down her brow. Do I dare ask what happened? Did Dorte do this or me? I am really afraid that I lost control. That I went berserk. I turn to look at the one setting their hand on my shoulder. Magnar. He looks a lot like Magnar, Luca's husband, but younger and with black hair rather than brown. Bjorn, he states. Luca's first child. I see beyond him, at Vloros looking absolutely enraged, and that there appears to be a little gathering of in-laws and nephews surrounding my aunt. Only way I know that is because they are all men that either have a say on what just happened or really look like they are a part of the family and do have a word to pitch in. I gulp down my fear and ask, what hap, and I'm interrupted. I feel the wind squeezed straight out of me from the constricting hug wrapped around my waist. I stare down at Luca hugging me like I'm the only post to hold on a capsizing ship. There are the sounds of sobbing coming up from her. While this is going on, I'm going to take a look and see who all else had witnessed this incident. The Great Hall has quite a few onlookers, but it looked like they had seen stuff like this before and scoff it off as family business. Others, which are few, don't seem very pleased. Actually, those few look very familiar. Didn't they leer at me during my wedding? Bjorn kneels down to his mother and gently attempts to pry her off of me. Thank you for that, I hear him say. I still don't have a clue what transpired between my gawking and getting the crud kicked out of me. What comes out of my sister surprised the freaking out of me. I'm sorry, Ray Chris. Okay, I get the hint, I saved her ass, but someone please give me an idea how. For once, I wouldn't mind that little dark shade speaking up. Turning from my sister and nephew, I watch as Vloros hobbles his way back to where I kneel. I wonder for a moment if he is the one that tore Dorte off of us. Luca gives me a quick nod to me, then to the approach of her new brother-in-law, and then is escorted away by her son, the supposed soon-to-be king. That is still a mystery to me. One mystery at a time. My husband comes to offer me a hand up and I take it. Normally, I'd get up on my own, but I really have no clue how much punishment I was taking while my mind blacked out. I lean in close to his ear and whisper, "What did I do?" This makes him shake his head. "Don't worry," he advises. "They will take care of your aunt and make sure she understands those are just a reminder. To keep her temper in check." Reminder? Now I am even more confused. Did they reprimand her or strip her of some power? What are they going to do? I have to ask this. If she is taken down a notch, I want details. He backs his head away from mine and shakes it again. Nothing. She will rest and lick her wounds while thinking about messing with you again. I stare blankly at him. I did go berserk. His shoulders are gripped by mine and I press my forehead into his. Please tell me what I did. I don't remember. I don't remember. Please, I don't remember. Those blurry pair of ice blue eyes must be coming back if his face is getting this fuzzy again. A pair of hands come up to my cheeks and I feel the warmth of them pass into me. Some moment passes with us looking at each other in silence. Finally, sit down. Here, sit, I'm told and I do so. When I'm down on my rump, he pulls my head further down until I find myself laying. He uses his thighs as a means to cushion my temple. Rest for a moment and tell me the last thing you remember after our fight. I won. Funny, so did I, he adds. Wow. I forced you to surrender, he lies. I know he submitted to me. You surrendered. I recall that much. Ah, but what did I surrender? The fight, so did you. Only after you did. Yes, but after you also surrendered to me a kiss, he smiles down at me, I won. My face heats up and I feel like smacking that smile off of his face. Thing is, he has a clear point. I didn't put up a fight after he lowered my weapon and shield. In that turn, he could have forfeit his surrender since I never acknowledged it. He shut me up before I could. I breathe in deeply, feeling calmer, and accept the fact that I might not ever really win against this man. Still, he needs to part some wisdom over what happened after that kiss. What happened after that? Your sister said some awful things about you. Then he turns to look in the direction of the Great Hall, and your aunt. He shrugs. She had sounded very angry, maybe mad. Some of the things she said made no sense. That last bit is stated with a disbelieving shake of his head. Then how did I end up on top of Luca? Did it start out with me attacking my sister or did I go fully in to protect her? Well, first you did nothing. You wouldn't move. What did that mean? What do you mean? I was trying to get you out of here, remember? Right then would have been a perfect opportunity to leave this place while they were busy fighting each other. That sounded a little horrible, but true. It could have been the best distraction out of the whole day. But, you wouldn't respond or move when I tried to pull you up. Okay, now things are getting into the blackout period. What were my aunt and sister doing? Fighting. Who was winning? You aunt. That was a stupid question that didn't need to be asked. Of course Dorte would be kicking any of our asses. When did I? My hands lift from me a bit to act out like I have claws about to pounce something since I don't know what to ask from here. You picked up your shield and pushed Dorte out of the way. Are you sure you want to know more? Yes, otherwise why would I be asking? Yes, I say with a lingering sigh. After you pushed her, she tried to get back up after you, but you jumped on her and smashed the shield down into her face. I wince. Yes, she screamed after the second time, and then she kicked you off. Luca. Like a shield maiden, you pushed her down and covered yourself around her. The rest I can figure out. I bet I know what stung my back now if I dropped that shield. Things would have been a little different if my aunt aimed at my head. I nod up to Vloros and close my eyes. I'm not at all sure what caused me to go into that state again. Was it the set of emotions that were obviously not finding their balance in me? No, something was different about how I went out of control. If I had gone berserk, I would have attacked Luca too. I protected her. Well, you and your sister may have had an issue, but at least it looks like this patched a little of it up. I nod up to him once again. His hand lays down along my cheek and strokes gently up over my chin and lips. I catch myself kissing his fingertips for the third or fourth time. My eyes are open and I am really wondering what in the world is going on with me. Vloros obviously doesn't seem to mind. Time for me to get up. Sitting from the spot by his side, I turned to look back at the Great Hall for 1 second and turned the other way at Helsingborg, stretching OT towards the coast for another second before settling on my husband. Are we ready? Yes. He begins to stand with his hands assisting me to join him. They await us. When we are on the ship, I take in a deep breath to regain that calm feeling. I want an answer of what is happening here. I stare down at him and hold an inner prayer that he will accept. He seems to consider. No, he shakes his head in rejection. Not where we are going first. First, Alan. I want to see for my own eyes what your family is intending to be our wedding gift. I do remember my aunt throwing that out there, but I had thought Vloros refused it. At least, I thought he did. I thought it wasn't important. I gave this a confused tone, not really questioning, because I did know it had a value for the Swedish coast, but Livonia is at war with them. It will be once the king sits on his throne, he states. There is that big plot hole I've yet to fill in. What did he mean by king and the throne of Hituna? I can only think of one thing, but it created a whole new series of questions that explode into chaos. War had been declared on Denmark by Ostlandet. They are joined by the entire northern Dale called Namadal, then Dovre in Gudbrandsdal, Hamorhus in Heidmark, Ottenborg in Nidaros, and Rost in Nordland. Sveg in Herjadal and Mjellborgen in Jamtland wouldn't be capable of partaking in tearing apart Denmark because of their war with the Swedish people. Åland is an island that belongs to the High Jarl of Svitjod. If we are suggesting going to two with two great powers, this makes no sense. I shake my head in disbelief at what I might be thinking is happening. I felt like leaving here before the wedding, but that was with a different reason. Now, I feel like this great hall is filled with madness and it will be only a matter of time before our home can no longer contain it. Vloros takes my arm and pulls me to his side so we may walk together through Helsingborg one last time. I feel like I need to absorb much of the scene around me or else I shall never have the chance again. My steps slow, but continue with my husband and am thankful that he does not hurry me along. The people are a mix of Danes and Scanians. They hailed from either their roots or were brought in by the conquest of my father and his friends. Each hovel is filled with a utility or practice that contributes to the whole and profits more to surplus our growth. A blacksmith, bladesmith, armorsmith, glassblower, tailor, and the list could go on. Instead of noting who they are, I wanted to see what they did for our family. The blacksmith was working on the square metal between a pair of tongs. I could tell that the glowing hot piece was a hinge for one of the many doors we have in our great hall. The bladesmith had his hands full billowing air through the open vent of an enclosure that fanned warmth my and everyone else's way. I guess his oven was not hot enough for whatever he was about to poke in there. The armorsmith had been making loud clinking noises with a small hammer. It appeared that he was straightening a piece of some visor on the helm. I can only guess if the person wearing that previously had everything or lost a part of his face in some kind of exchange. That glassblower appeared to be molding something that was made of a liquid. Only difference was that the liquid was retaining a part of its shape while he manipulated it. I had no idea what he had in mind, but the figure it may come out being would fetch a pretty coin if done correctly. Otherwise, one false move and it could crack or snap in two. A number of houses held the tailors. We required what we could get and they handled a number of duties that went so far as assisting with hunts up to decorating the construction of our sails. I wouldn't be surprised if that were happening now with this insane idea I have of what my family is up to. There are so many people here who have their own lives to run around and issues to deal with. I'm right in the middle of it and maybe handling nothing more complicated than theirs. Strange, but no less difficult. We make it to the other side of Helsingborg and to see that there are ships awaiting us. I am not too pleased to see that our own sails are decorated with snakes. 4 of them that appear to be tied at the tips of their tails together in a bright red or black or yellow. It depended on which ship I looked at. I suppose this is the same 3 ships that attacked us on the river. Off to one side is Valdis. Another ship is being handled with a crew directed by a hand-waving Jeem. Is he giving instructions to his crew or just waving a greetings? Why does Jeem captain a ship? I whisper down to Vloros. He doesn't. Valdis has left instructions with the crew and they follow it. Jeem is our. He pauses for a moment to consider how to explain. I think he gave up trying to fit a description when he shakes his head. You will have to see to understand his value. With raised brows, I roll my eyes and nod. Okay. I still need to approach the man and explain to him that I had not meant anything by what I said earlier. After a couple of minutes, we managed to get on board the rightmost ship with the red snakes. I had originally thought that Jean was in the yellow snake ship, but he jumps down and heads straight up onto the black one where Valdis is at. Is the yellow one without a captain? Maybe I am thinking too much like the Greeks. Everyone here is their own captain. It might be a slip of my understanding the Liv's tongue when I say it. So, it would mean that Vloros is commander and that Valdis is second in the command. Jean is something else entirely and everyone is their own man doing what they must. Now, that leaves me not knowing if I should help or keep my hands where my husband can see them. I don't think I care about it too much, if I can somehow help get these ships away from here faster, I am. In a short amount of time, we set sail for a little island up north called Aland. Mingling, I took a few steps across the ship and looked over the side. I had to wonder how often I was going to see this sight. One thing about Livonia, they are not all that well known for their seafaring, let alone ships and raiding parties. That is another key reason Calibri's Droman was taken so easily on the river. It was unexpected. If I recall, the Swedes are the ones known for taking the spoils off of the Estonians and Livonians. Sometimes even further into the lands of the Rus. I wouldn't bank my earnings on what I could obtain from them. The adventure alone could cost much. I've seen it, and the treasures are far more plentiful the sturdier their walls. That is something I will never quite forget. My first time seeing Constantinople. There were a number of cities and great keeps that kept people like me out, but seeing the massive layout of the whole capital of Christians was truly breathtaking. Of course, I never took anything that I would treasure from there. I'm not really sure if there is anything I would treasure, my home and family. They are either gone or so far removed that their own problems prevent me from getting close anymore. My father is incapable. From having fallen off his horse a while ago, his mind has become feeble and can only comprehend the simplest of subjects. I do believe my aunt told him both the spirit of me and a bastard daughter had returned home to seek his blessings. So be it, I would not fault my aunt for that. Dorte has let the stresses of straining her reach snap her mind into insanity from trying to rule in a position that has never been granted to her. All the Jarls, housecarls, and their subjects dotted on her word of merit, but never respected her position. She had to become something twisted and ugly for her to be heard by all, even her family. Dorit is taking care of Gunhild and all of the little young ones that Luca is neglecting. Where Dorte, our eldest family member, subjected herself to cruelty, my eldest sister embraced compassion. Not quite matching another sister of mine, though. Brit has her love for me, I know it, but she has betrayed my trust and know that neither of us will want to look upon the other for a while. I may have begun to show signs of insanity. Maybe the fact that I was willing to accept my own death before being wed to a man had been a clue. I'm sure another sister of mine wouldn't have minded that one bit. Luca is entirely against my existence, or at least, she was. There is a shred of hope for us, but I think it is best for that matter to sink in after she heals from her incident with our aunt. I do still think back to that and wonder why I ever jumped in to protect her. I was rather enjoying her skin color change from pristine to purple and red. Oh, those imperious royal colors reminds me of another sister. Solveig, otherwise known to me as Abella, is rather high and mighty in a snooty way. Annoying and someone I cannot stand to be around for more than a few minutes. Far too zealous, for my taste, even if we are the only two in the family that share our beliefs. I will concede a point that her voice rang out once to save me during the wedding. I don't think I would have been aware of what could have happened if she didn't step up, but I'm sure another sister would have came to my side. Well, unless she is too worried about the life of another she is carrying. Gunhild is with child and has her own health to care for. Of course, Dorit will see to that she is properly cared for, but my issues will only bring unwanted stress. There are piles of it she must already feel weighing on her mind, and sooner than later physically as she grows. I'm glad that another member will be swelling our family's numbers. Still, it stings and burns when I think back of the ones we lost. Ellen and Seal. They were my youngest elder sisters. Norwegians have maimed and slain them with no husband or child to survive them. I still know nothing of who or what their intent had been than conquest. If my uncle had still been around, he'd investigate the matter immediately, but he had died long ago from his age catching on to him and ailing health dragging his guard down to a fatal sickness. Oh, that reminds me. Unfortunately, I now have to carry a falsehood with me. Hermod, me, who I have to pretend is my brother, is dead. Apparently, he contracted an illness before reaching the Dnieper and reported confirmed dead in Kiev. Who am I now? Chris Gyrodaughter of House Akra, a bastard daughter of my crack-brained father, and now wed to a Livonian earl as reimbursement for events out of my control. I'm also being called the Lady Viga. Now I have to wander on this ship, wondering to myself how much more of my life I need to have changed before I can move on with it. I have a husband that wants to inspect enemy territory because he has promised to obtain it as a wedding gift after my nephew is crowned kin. In the capital of the Swedish people, no less, which drives a little bolt into the back of my head for me to itch until I can figure it out. Vloros Viga, I have to deal with this man as his wife. That still irks me to no end. I never consented. If anything, the wedding should be null and void, but there were far too many important figures that witnessed me saying, yes. Dear God, you know that I was drugged, so why do you permit this? Marriage to go on with no absolution? May you please permit this curse of mine to be lifted? At the very least, prevent the visions I have seen and felt with my own true senses? I let out a deep sigh and sit back, lean my head forward on crossing arms over the outer edge of the ship, and hang my cheek and rolling chin over my forearm to swing with the current. A hand is laid on my shoulder. Lifting up my rocking chin, I inspect to see my husband reassuring me of the sail. We'll reach Åland in a week, he says, assured of himself. Why does that assure me? We Danes could be there in less time. Why a week? I ask this and stab my chin back into my arm. 3 ships is going to spook the Ålanders. We need to approach at a different angle and with less flagging. I had not thought about that. He wants to inspect, not raid the little island. I give him a nod of approval, but say no more. He gives my shoulder a rub over and decides to sit down by my side rather than leave me be. What is on your mind? He asks this with concern. I look down over the ship again and into the sea to think of something convincing to say other than my fear of being ostracized. I suppose it is that I never had a chance to take a bath before leaving. I kinda promised my sisters that I would do so every day. That is true, and I had not before leaving. I think you smell fine. Let the spray shower you, if you're concerned. Those were my exact thoughts back then. I nearly smile at that. I suppose, I do regret not grabbing some of that soap from the washroom though. Is the salt of the sea not wet enough? Again, the desire to smack him rises. Just thinking of soap, I mention. Oh, he raises his head up at that thought. He turns his head to the other 2 ships, back to me, and then to the crew. That changes everything. Huh? I lift my head up and watch him stand to leave me. He heads over to the other side of the ship to yell across to where Valdis's black snake sails. There is motion on board that ship and I jump up to my feet when I see someone diving off. I run to my husband's side to see who it was we had lost. I never had the chance to search out and talk with the crew. Now, we have a man less that I will know on this voyage to my new home. Instantly, I see the figure and am utterly shocked at his swimming. He passes from the black snake over to the red snake before his fingers find some kind of hold to climb himself up the side. How? I turn to Vloros. How is that possible? Jeem, that is how. He shrugs and watches Jeem climb up the side like that name explains everything. There is no possible way for anyone to climb the side of a Nordic raider ship like this. It is as if he has hooks adhered from each palm he strikes on the side and rises up without rest. The wild-eyed Liv jumps over the side and into our ship in a few seconds. He said, sure, and for me to pass on the message to the others. I watch this maniac run to the other side of the ship to dive off and maybe repeat the same experience on the yellow snake. Vloros, are you going to tell me what he meant? I lean down to view my husband's face. Sometimes I can detect if he is going to tell me what I want to know before he opens his mouth. If he grins, that is a yes, but with a catch. Straight face is a no. I have yet to receive a straight answer without the labor like pulling teeth from him. He grinned, we are going to Åland to get your soap. I really hope that is not what I think it means. Okay. I shakily smile and breath out to keep cool. How? How else? We ask and trade. He shrugs at me like this is an obvious conclusion. I am very well aware he grinned at me and that there is something this Liv is hiding. For now, I will have to wait and see what exactly he's pulling out from beneath me. The mid-morning gray sky changes over to a more orange afternoon roof of clouds. I am starting to see something I shouldn't. Why are we sailing along the coast? This is directed at anyone who can hear me. No one apparently is replying. I will have to find Vloros and ask him myself. Pushing away from the edge, I turn to where he is sitting and enjoying what little is left of a fruit's core. I am not too sure what kind of edible he had taken from my home, but it looked tasty and my mouth began to water. I approach him. There are words I want to exchange with him, but the back of my throat becomes constricted and parched as I watch him lick the juices from his fingertips. I gulp back the saliva growing in my mouth and turn away. He nearly stumbles out of his seat, overextending to grab my arm. I am pulled back roughly until I land sitting in his lap. Hungry? He props up an apple and twirls it in his palm for me to see the rich color. His arms encircle me, and before my very eyes I watch his mighty hands twist and pulp the apple in a split half. The dripping nectar of the fruit lands on my lap, but I'm more focused on acting either half for myself to let it roll down my tongue into the back of my throat. No, I just bite into it and savor the suckling of the apple's meat in my mouth. Seems simpler. He tilts his head, raises his brow for an instant, and smiles before enjoying the other half. The two of us eat in each other's company while the crew continues to set the ship sailing further north along the coast. A dark evening approaches with the blinding sparkles of the night soon to follow. I think I might have dozed off at some point. My eyes lift to see the sky. I catch a single cloud fleeting through the grids of stars in hope of meeting its flock of fluff. There's a hot tingle in my face, like the blood is rushing up and flashing the color crimson brightly enough for me to feel it. Even if I don't see it, but I sense it's there. Each star I connect doesn't explain why I feel so vibrant while idle. When the sea blows out across the sail, I can feel my skin sparkle and every end of my nerve ping in alert. It is the night, both cold and dark, and I am wrapped in one of the blankets the men had provisioned on board. The ship rocks steadily back and forth. My head rolls to the side by a stronger rocking and I see the long edge of the ship reaching all the way back to the very end. I am looking at everything absent-mindedly. The rocking doesn't seem to cease, which makes sense out at sea, but it is out of sync with my body's motion. A sound escapes my lips. I need to wake up. My eyes widen a moment to try and use the chilly night air to shock them. I make to stand. Instead, I'm pulled back down and I grunt. Something is in me. I lay a hand behind me, feeling a solid hard set of muscle flex as it comes to scoop beneath my waist and hold me tighter to its frame. There is an uninvited pressure beneath me that confirms what is bursting, a radiant pulse within me. I stare down under the blanket. The hose and leathers had been pulled down to my thighs. I feel myself lifted up again and I simply roll my head back silently. I blink a few times and wonder if I should keep quiet or say something. There is a whole crew on this ship and I am very self-aware if any one of them looking this way will cause a shame that would be too much. Yet, even the ones who are awake are turned away from where we are. Maybe they've seen it before. I lifted and time again his arms pull me down. I couldn't keep myself from making a sharp inhale. I try to exhale slow, but it shudders. He continues to rock me in the slowest possible pace. For him, I suppose there is no rush. Not like he hasn't done anything that the rest of these men haven't. Maybe? I still don't know these men. I watch out at the sea and wonder to myself if this is really going to be a regular thing. Will he expect me to do this every night or simply when he feels the need? Well, I never really had a need to do it. I suppose it is more of a want. One of his arms comes sliding up to my chest and I manage to muffle the gasp coming out of me enough to not cry out. He happens to be diving his hand past my jacket up the tunic to make dizzying circles around my hardening flesh until it cannot stand out anymore. Problem is, his hand is freezing. The slow build-up has worked its way deep within me and I know at some point he will burst and I too. The difference would be that I will never feel the full satisfaction until he releases. He may gain that peak and I never reach it, but I am thankful that each time has been followed with my own brilliant flare. I am not sure how many times he made me see the sky in those brilliant colors. The night had certainly been one to remember. I don't know if it was because he took his time, how the ship's rocking either enhanced his push or pulled me back down after his withdrawal, the way he sneaked himself up in me as I slept, the open air playing a new melody with our quiet voices, or perhaps the fact that at any moment there could have been a pair of eyes gazing on us in the act. Either of those or all of them had increased the excitement by at least fivefold. In the glowing morn we both slept deep with him being my warmth and comfort. I woke to find him eating again, but this time with his eyes expectantly on me. Ah, good. I was wondering when I may have relief. Instantly, I jump off of him, half expecting a golden arc to fly between my legs or something. I pat down my thighs and glide my hands across my cheeks for any wetness. My half-sleepy imagination got the best of me, I suppose. Vloros rears back in uproarious laughter at my reaction. I turn to look at him with the feel of burning shame in my face as I feel the tug of my hose still wrapped around my bare thighs. I quickly tug them the rest of the way up as I hear the laughter of the crew behind me. I glare at the men, you freaking pigs. This only makes them choke and reach out for help from their dying shipmates or the very ship itself to steady themselves else keel over from lack of air. Turning back to Vloros does not help me calm down in the slightest. His fist is tucked between his teeth and I can see he is having the time of his life with me on board. I am half tempted to show him how much relief I would gain by again reddening his cheek. I shake my head. I think he had the point plainly given to him back at Helsingborg what kind of smack I can deliver with a shield in hand. For that memory, I can at least smile a little and move on. My icy blues adjust to the new surroundings and I attempt to discern where we are. There is a coast to one side, but another on our other side. Are we up a river? Why have we traveled a coast and entered inland? How is this taking us to Åland? Vloros, you said we are going to. I was going to remind him while finishing my scan, but settling back on him alarmed me. He's apparently stood and turned away from me. In the time I had concluded the whereabouts, he must have finished his business, and turned back to address me with a smile of satisfaction. I take a single step to him and push. He lets out a cry and falls off into the river. The crew went silent as this happened and I hear the other two ships shout something between each other down the line. Then I hear this very familiar vehemently cursing male voice traveling up the side of the ship. This time was my time to laugh. I really hope that he landed in a nice warm spot in the river. When we set to land along the coast to rescue our waterbobbing lord, all the crew jumped ship. This was odd for me for a couple of reasons. 1. Normally there should always be a couple of people to stand on the ship for a vantage point. In this case, I don't know where we are and there could be any form of enemy watching us right now. Especially if we were following the Swedish coast, which in this case could be Småland by judge of being a day out from Skane. 2nd, there is more dangers than people for these 3 ships. If they ended up setting them in a bog, they could sink into the mud and cause quite a surprise if we wanted to depart in a hurry. 3rd, if there is ever the chance that we don't find our way back, it only takes one man's voice to recall us to his location, and we'd be back in business. Instead, we are leaving the ships. Lives are not known for their seafaring for a reason, I suppose. I see that my husband drying of his prized gear before he addresses me. Next time, you take a bath in the river and see how you like it. I give him a familiar response by shrugging. He doesn't take the bite and continues to run a dry rag over the rest of his bare flesh. I take the time to stand back and admire the show. He's been working on the important parts already, I see. So now he's down below his abs, forming circles and parallels up and down that awesome V-section, and then comes up the formed column of his firm stomach. My lips spread into a smile for a second at just watching him run his hands over that body. Then I realize what it is I am doing and turn away. It felt exciting to watch and I really desired to turn back for another look, but I simply could not. Even if I am a woman and have to live like this, why would I purposefully seek to develop those feminine traits further than they already are? For now, I walk away before my confused mind decides to test me anymore. I catch one of the crew using an oar to push over a fallen log of a tree. For a moment, I'm not sure why he is doing that until I see another man nearby give him a nod. He lifts the log up a bit, then I see the other man swing a club down onto something beneath before pulling out a long slithering body. They lay it over the log and smash the head in twice more until the mouth is at least beyond looking like such. One of them looks to me. Head will bite even if cut off, he informs me before the body is pushed into a bag. Why are you collecting them? That did seem odd to me. The body won't stop moving for a while. We don't want to step on them, but not alert anything else we've been here. Then explain leaving the ships where they are. I hope that one can be answered. Bait, he simply states. Wait, you don't want the snakes to give us away, but the ships are going to tell everyone somebody is here. How does that make sense? I have to figure this one out. If they send someone to inspect and see that the ships are empty with no signs of activity, they will believe we ran off in a hurry, he elaborates. In other words, they'll think we are inexperienced and either unprepared or overconfident since we just arrived. I piece it together. Question now is, how do we take advantage of that kind of thought? I don't want to ask if we actually do know who is here. I'm sure they do, I hope. Behind me, I hear Vloros come up and ask, did you bring it down? The other man, the one who was holding the oar, gives my husband a nod. I saw Jim bring it around and he's been holding onto it for you. I'm a little curious what it is. I follow after Vloros to see where he is heading. There is Jim and he's holding a very familiar weapon. That ballistic equipment that had been pointing down at me when all of us first met. Could you tell me what that is? I ask Vloros. Videlos, the messenger of the gods. He grins at me as he walks over to retrieve the weapon. He lowers the bow down to his feet and steps on some kind of flap at the bottom tip. From his waist, he begins to crank on either side, the tight ropes constricting around each other tighter and tighter, and then he would adjust the cranks up a set of rungs. This relieves the stress. Before lifting further distance from his planted foot with notches in the belly of the stock. That alone took many more minutes per notch to just prepare. This ballistic weapon. Each time he did this, I watch his muscled chest and shoulders jump in. Ripple alive. Now I know where he was getting that physique from. His legs were doing all they could to hold this beastly machine down. What kind of firepower was this thing capable of? For that matter, what did it shoot? I didn't see any kind of quiver when he was hoisting it before. Under the overly thick matter of minutes, he manages to finish the exercise of gripping the taut string up to be hooked in the rear. I shudder to think of anyone who accidentally got in the way of that thing when it let loose. That thing is impractical and I wonder if it is of a Greek design. Time to go. I hear Valdis say this rather than Vloros. That I thought was odd. I had expected the commander to be the one to give the orders. Maybe it worked differently on land and the roles are reversed? We make a quick march through the tall grass and hanging trees until a number of us settle down. I'm not sure why we picked this place until a detachment goes another direction and another in the opposing one. Then I can pick out that they split from their own diverted paths as well. Are we searching for something? I ask Vloros. If a smaller party finds a small party, they won't run, but a bigger party will always make the smaller one find more smaller ones instead. This sounded like a poor attempt at a riddle. So, if we are large, no one will attack us. If we split up, we make ourselves easier targets. Why would we do this? This is not something I would do. Watch and you might learn a trick. I roll my eyes at my husband's suggestion. I am so done with tricksters. I might have said something else, but I hear men shouting in challenge. Lifting my head gets me yanked down. I didn't think that something would fly my way, so I thought it would be safe, but I guess we are trying to hide. There needs to be better communication with those who are not used to these tactics. The party that ended up getting challenged runs for the ships. They are closely followed by a number of other men. I watch our pursued lives climb up and roll over onto the black snake. Those that had followed halt there. Chase in front of the ships, look around quickly, and then run like heck the way they came. That is when our larger group begins to move and I tag along. I look over my shoulder and see that the lives that climbed on board the ship are staying. I guess I was wrong about their caretaking. They play this like drawing straws. I soon find out another trick to their methods. They scare the scurrying mice back to their hidden holes to loot it in one fell swoop. We catch the signs of smoke in the distance and now know where their homes are. Taking this into account, I keep an eye on Vloros and that weapon. I still have no clue what he is going to do with it with nothing to project. After we clear the grass and trees, we see the enclosed village for the first time. There is a gate closing in front of the men who ran from our lot. A shield wall is presented in front of the gate and a variety of weapons ready to be thrown our way before we can close the distance. Our lives run to the front and set up a series of shields, one row on the bottom, another on top of that, and a third over the two. Then a couple of men from within the reinforced shield wall set a bunch of long rods down on the ground. Honestly, I thought they were javelins. As I hear the live shield being struck by heavy weights of axe, the thud of a spear, or pepper of rocks. Vloros sets one of those rods onto Videlos and loads it until clipped in. Two of the shields open up in the middle and he aims the weapon quickly. I hear a thrumming noise that sends me back to the traumatic memory of storming the beach at Varna. My shoulder immediately aches. I watch with horrific fascination as the javelin bolt impales a man on the gate and a scream echoes from the other side of the barrier. Either that thing pierced through and hit someone or there was somebody scared shitless at the gate getting buggered. My mind is made up. Never get in front of that thing ever again. Vloros goes back to work on cranking the weapon with apparently no intended hurry. I suppose he doesn't have to rush things. Those in this community are closed in and are awaiting for us to go away. If they intended to drive us away, they would have met us fairly here with their own men or have begun to send things flying over the wall at us, or at the least have a back to slip out and circle us. This type of wall isn't the kind that people could stand on. More of a palisade. Maybe this is an upgrading village? Once again, when the weapon is loaded I just watch. This time, one of the men brings his shield around to hold in front of him. It does nothing. The javelin bolt flies out from the shield wall and pierces the shield man, and tacks him to the closed gate behind him. There is yet another scream and it is added by shouting on the other side. After a few moments, Vloros cranking again, we watch the gate slowly being pried open. Are they trying to bring their scouting party in? I hear their voices and can pick out the bits and pieces of Swedish, but my blood runs cold at the accent. Goot. I round on Vloros, we are in freaking Gotland. He is in mid-crank, looks at me, and mutters in one word, Kindabus I hear. Holy Mother of God. We are in Gotland. I hope to dear Jesus Christ and the Almighty that we did not just pick a fight with Visborg. What is the plan here? Are we just pinning their gate with men or is there more going on? I ask this as polite as possible. Valdis is the one who informs me. Jim is taking care of things around back. How many did he take? I see around us that this is pretty much our crew of all three ships. Just him. I stare at Valdis for a moment like he said something crazy. He did say something crazy. Just him? He nods and turns away like establishing the fact it is Jim settles the matter. I am shaking my head at a loss while turning back too. Watch the gored people pile up on the gate before they manage to slip. As the gate closes, there are more shouts being heard from within and the smoke from their side appears thicker. I recall how Jim climbed the ship out at sea. That manages to get an image of him easily jumping these dry walls. It wouldn't be hard to use the long grass and branches to create some kindling in there. If they let the fire burn, the town falls, but if they keep putting out wherever that spider monkey sets it aflame, they'll be smoked out. All he needed was a single torch, pit, or furnace to make it glow hot and mold the town however he willed it. With the townspeople busy with this fire, I see our shield wall break and march quickly forward. One of the shields is slipped over top the other, reinforced again by another pair, onto two of the pierced bodies until stable. The ballistic weapon is handed up and held while Vloros is given a hand. The two men hold onto the sides of the shields while at the top of the wall their lord's back bunches and legs bulge from balancing himself while lifting the messenger of the gods. Vloros lifts himself up and aims down Videlos into the crowds of townspeople. I hear his voice ring, Guten Tag. Out comes his demands and for their representative to present themselves. In short order, he gets them to cooperate with him before he even begins threatening their lives by skewering them together like a seat dish. Within the hour, I am amazed at how well we took this town. It is small and maybe not considered a town by some, but the utility that they have available gives me the sign that they pass as one. I'll keep this day in my mind as a miracle. Not one live died and very few of the enemy before their surrender. There is a lot of searching going around. Of course, goods are taken and piled into the bags that originally housed the dead critters around our ships. Then there seems to be even more exchanges when it involves those representing the town. Vloros comes over to me and shakes his head. I have very bad news. I feel the side of my cheek tense and my jaw clench. I really am not going to hear what I think he is going to say, am I? No soap. My eyes flutter a few times as I look away from him. He did this risky adventure for soap. Our lives were at a potential mercy if we had picked Visborg by mistake. What these people call this place, Tjalver? I didn't realize I had let out a shuddering breath until it wisps its last past my lips. A hand gives my shoulder a shake and I turn back to Vloros grinning at me. You are too easy. I hear him state and then laugh before walking away. He's messing with me. I take a few strides behind him and cuff him in the ear. I hear his curse and lower his head with hunched shoulders. Instead of facing me, he starts running off towards the nearest shelter and I run after him. If he had picked a further hovel to dive into, I'd catch him on the open field, but instead he catches me in surprise by pulling me off to the side in this little entrance. Laughing, he lunges the both of us around in the room until we make landfall into one of the townsfolk's beds. He's on top of me and the weight of his dense figure prevents me from struggling hard enough to be free. His laughter keeps up until his lips levels with mine. I keep a little fight in me for a moment more before his hands get a grip onto my wrists. The kiss breaks and he stares at me for a second before mentioning, "Here, I thought we were past this." He looks away for a split second and back down at me. "Or maybe you enjoy being held by me?" I don't get the opportunity to retort as his lips tend to shut me up as usual. There has to be some way to get him to relax and back off so I won't be sore every god-darn day down there. For once, he seems to actually break from me entirely. He sits up and lets me gasp in some air while he speaks again. "We need to move before." He clips his sentence and resumes with talking about something else. "I'm moving the schedule up early." I look down at him as I stand while still out of breath from our kiss. I take one gulp of air and then ask almost breathlessly, "Schedule?" "The war," he states. "We are already leaving now, but they know who attacked them." I'm a little confused. The Swedish people in Livonia are already at war. What is he talking about? I'm sorry, I shake my head and admit, I really don't understand. There is a grin on his face as he helps me up. "Don't worry about it. You'll be safe with me back home." I walk out with him while wondering what in the world is this new riddle. I take a look around to see if there is some clear identifier that makes it out who attacked. All I see are the burnt hovels, those folk who are tending to the few impaled dead, a trail of our march out of here, and the bloody punctures on the inside of their gate. Sweeping around again, I finally take note of one thing. Every one of these townsfolk is looking up at me. Suddenly, I am reminded of Varna again. "Vloros, you didn't tell them I did this, did you?" I ask my husband, who either didn't hear me or is ignoring my question. "Vloros? Vloros." I reach a hand around to his far shoulder and step in front of him. "Please tell me you didn't." He looks up at me and nods, "I did," then grabs both of my hands and immediately walks a bit faster out the front. Now I am scared, angry, and confused. Why? Why did he do this? "Vloros, why?" "Your family owed me." His copper eyes lock with mine, "and now we are even. Visborg will send for Svitjod, first thing, and tell them Danes have attacked my home. They won't know that there will be a whole army on top of them." The vision of Helsingborg in fiery ruins pops in my head. For a second, I recount all those that would answer the call to this new southern threat. The small land, called Småland funnily enough, would be eager to be the first to make their territory grow further until reaching the southern coasts of Skane. All because they sit right on top of my family's northern border. The Smålander, Nadung of Kalmaris in Moor, has been waiting for an excuse. There is the western good land, once again called Vestergutland, that could send trickles of aid to assist, but they would be busy handling the threats of Ostlandet. Jarl Gautsky of Lacko would be reluctant, but willing. Eastern good land, called Ostergutland, would be braying and ready for someplace to let their blades thirst. They have been disappointed with the Lappish in the north being too sparse. Jarl Ulfing in Tornsfell would be finding any challenge to only leave just behind. The warmer lands, Vermaland it is called, is a home to mostly traders. They would be interested in funding and investing into the expeditions, but Jarl Vase wouldn't be willing to leave his great hall in Saxholm unless it became stuffy. Even then, he just fit himself into another one of his halls. Svitjod, the very epicenter of the Swedish people. Their High Jarl Munsa would call upon all of his subjugated territories and those who swear to obey so long he reaches out to protect their interests. The lands that he encompasses far exceed Denmark and are only starting to feel the pressure from their west by Ostlandet and its allies. Divided Jarls, united for a single purpose. Borgholm in Åland, Goksholm in Närike, Salanger in Medelpad, Bjartra in Angermanland, Visborg in Gotland. Fingers snap in front of my icy blue eyes and I flinch. I see Vloros squint at me. His fiery brown brows knit together and he shake his head in bewilderment. Wait, why would they do that? It takes a moment to get back with it, because you told them my name, that I did this. He grins again and makes a, I see, and tush his forehead against my shoulder. You need to forget. The heck is that supposed to mean? You belong to me, not them. Vloros. My family, my hoe. He interrupts me by yanking on my wrists and tightening his grip. I said forget. He relaxes his grip a little and sighs. His eyes never broke from mine, and it seemed he was thinking about something important. You can be thick, you know that, and yet brilliant. Like a torch. Only good when someone lights it on fire, and only useful in their hands. A torch doesn't light itself on fire to see. Clearly. He makes that last sad note be directed at me like it meant something more than my intelligence. Maybe my lack of perception. Right now, I don't care how he insults me. I can only think about those I left behind. The entire town that I had last seen before taking my steps onto his ship. The smiles on all of those faces of my family. My father who last smiled upon me before this marriage took place. Vloros's hand slips the print of his thumb beneath my eyes to clear the streaming of my tears. He bites on his lower lip and nods at me. I'm sorry. He turns towards the ship and pulls me along. I remember what the shade Tiresias said last. There was nothing I could do about my destiny now, but the later half could be helped. I've unintentionally sealed the fate of my home. Does this mean the vision of my dismemberment will come to pass too? Tiresias? Where are you? I mouth a silent plea. Please, help me. Omen. The three live ships sat where they had yesterday. I had been given the impression that my husband wanted all of us to be gone quickly before the coming investigation. I had been wrong. I've guessed and evaluated with each being a failure to determine how the lives functioned. They were so different from us Danes. To name a few, the very loot that had been taken from the town was dragged by cart and driven by wagon. I had thought it wise for the transports to return, but the odd Jeem who said, keep them here. Why? I had no idea what purpose or repurpose they could make from these. Do they intend on dismantling the lot for salvage repair? A wall, was his response, and he winked at me with his wild eye. I recall Vloros not wanting us to be found out, then why a wall? I walked from the ship's point to the other end for an inspection on how our position could be walled off. The waterway was streaming down in a rapid current. If anyone tried to board us, it would come from the southeast. Eastward, the very line of water was a wall. They would have difficulty crossing to get us. North would be the best suited point for them to attack. We wouldn't be capable of lining a defense for fear of the other town coming to an aid on our west. That left having a wall to our west. We were going to funnel an enemy in our north and keep the west at bay. Why? Immediately, I went to find my husband. I had already scanned the entire surroundings and saw no sign of him, which either meant he was out further someplace or closer than I thought. I decided to inspect the cargo hold. Deep down in the ship, there in a cot, laid my husband. He must have exhausted himself using that unwieldy ballistics. His chest is bare, rising and falling, in his sleep. He had an abdomen that I was tempted to touch, feel if he would be rock solid there or if the very skin would burn my hand as would his touch on me. I slowly and carefully approached him. This man, he blamed me for what happened at that town. They would carry my name and the family it associated with to the very courts of the Swedes. A war would come unannounced and sweep all of those preparing for their own little game before they were ready. I see blues look about and spot what I want. I reach for it and take it. Gently, I come up onto the cot with my slumbering husband and straddle his waist. I sit down softly and lean down to his face. One gentle kiss on his lips wakes him. One gentler prick of the knife to his throat alarms him. Good morning, he greets me. Hungry? What? I close my eyes for a split second in a wince. Freaking, open my eyes to him and drag the tip a little sharply, the start of a red-lined throat. I wouldn't, he mentions. This is an island, I have ships, and there are only two choices. I know, I nod my head in acknowledgement. I also know you have shamed me for something I did not do. My family has no part in this raid, I tell him. If they find this out, I am gone, lost, and banished from their existence. Is that bad? He asks me this with a risky shake of his head, questioning me like I am some child and needing a lesson to learn my manners. What do you think? I prodded his jugular a little more keenly. Yes, for you, bad. He presses his lips and risks yet a nod. Stop moving or I will cut you, I warn him. He glances down at my wrist, then back up at me and smiles, concerned. I press further in and he winces, but still smiles when he tilts his head curiously up at me. Stop it, I reach with my free hand to hold his head steady. He intercepts my hand and drags it down to his side, causing me to lay my body fully onto him and nearly winning my knife hand loose from his throat. Concerned. Kristen, drop the knife and let's get something to eat, he suggests to me calmly. Not until you make this right, I tell him. Why? What reason should I have to make any of this than what it looks now? He tilts his head yet again and asks the question that puzzles me. What makes you think they won't do this when they're prepared, ready to go north and take what is theirs? I don't know what is happening. No one tells me and you simply keep it on a need to know, it tell him through gritted teeth. You don't need to know, but you have enough of an idea that they will. Come up and do what I have already done, is his detailed summary of what may happen. But not in someone else's name, I retort angrily. He sighs and nods once more. This time, I do take the knife from his throat. Stop that, I yell at him. Vloros, freed of my acquired weapon, sits up with me being pushed along, but rolls us on over to have him on top of me. I lay back and watch him for his response. You do need to learn more, he tells me this in a way that suggests I know not enough to live. We are not done with our raid. What more do you want from them? I ask this softly. Soap. He smiles and leans in to plant a kiss before bouncing off of me. I sit up to watch him walk up and out of the hold. Come on up. Food will be prepared. I sit up and hold the knife out in my hand, wondering why I couldn't simply hurt him to teach that bastard a lesson. If you're done with it, I'll take that. I start and see James sitting in another cot, holding his hand out, grinning. How long have you? I start. He finishes. Been here. I followed you in. Figured there were questions and I don't have the answers, but I knew which two did. He holds up a finger, his mouth open to say something, and nods, and I don't think you like Valdis? So, Vloros. He smiles and claps at his own conclusion. I lean in with a curiously confused expression. Why come to that when you were following me anyways? Oh, I could have not followed you, but I did because I thought of that. And I knew you were angry at him, he nods decisively. Are you watching me? The time in Helsingborg and now here. Both times was designed to intercept me from bringing harm to Vloros. Valdis thought it would be a good idea to keep an eye on you. He taps the side of his head with the wild eye and smiles wide. I don't really have anything to say about that and decide it is best to leave. If they are keeping a close watch on me, then it can work in my favor too. For now, we are behind enemy lines. They seem clever about how to win a battle and lure the enemy into a trap, but I know that half of Vloros's Livonian kingdom is under the control of the Swedes. They don't know how to win a war. Up on deck, I find my husband speaking with a few fellows of his crew who happen to be determining the dishes for tonight. It is either going to be the provisions they brought with us from Helsingborg, the actual ship's supply of rationed food, or taken spoils from the nearby town. The provisions from my family's banquet will perish in time and must be consumed heartily before it will become a poison. Their rations do have a lifespan and it is nearing the second week from when they brought it from the Livonian coast of Riga. These spoils are fresh and good, some still warm, and that is what my husband is attempting to persuade the others into trying. Thing is, Valdis had rejected the notion and no one was budging from the stalwart man. Again, I wonder who really commands here, Vloros or Valdis. As I thought about this, the very man came up to my side without glancing up in my direction, but he did speak with me. Jim has been watching out for you, not spying, he informs me, and I couldn't care less of the difference. It will work in my favor, either way. I could use the eyes, I honestly tell him. While he does not look up to me, I do not gaze down upon him, instead opting for a view of our camp. When will the wall be erected? It won't, he tells me, and I now turn on him. Again, I do not understand these lives. Why? If we stay here, I begin. They'll come and slaughter us, he ends. I want them to think that, but you should learn, like your husband told you. Watch, listen, learn, and then command. Command. I say it like a question. Shield Maiden. Why would I waste that? He glances up at me. You took down Vloros. I'm not hanging you up like a decoration and I will not have you thrown away for being too fresh. Too fresh? What does that mean? I ask him this with a good idea of its meaning. You understand how we fight? Do you think that these men would flourish in battle under your command? He faces me now with these questions. This has drawn attention from the others to us. I honestly don't think I would communicate well with these men, let alone order them around. No. He nods, smiles, and gives my arm a gentle pat. Learn to, then walks off to settle the dispute over food. Valdis is in charge. That is now certain. Vloros is like a noble child, only here for the ride and glory into adventure. I turn to walk on over to the brig of the ship. Settling, I watch the vegetation sway one way, but notice the current flowing the other. When my eyes glance up at the folded sail, I see it turning to the side. There is a storm turning towards another someplace. It may end up poorly to stay here. Vloros comes up to my side. Here we are. He hands me an apple, once again. Thank you. I take the offered fruit and bite into it. You must eat me, he tells me, if you are to be ready. I'll be ready when I learn about you people. I return to him. Another bite is made when I notice my husband looking at me curiously. MF what? I swallow and ask. Learn about us. He asks. Valdis, he wants me to command. I inform him and bite another good chunk off of the fruit. Oh, he does? That will be a problem, Vloros says while getting up from his seat. I watch him walk on off until I see him facing the very man I spoke of. The two talk, Vloros pointing in my direction, then up to himself. Valdis, at first seemed to be taking it in well and almost carrying himself as if his word was final. That changed when Vloros pointed at me again and I saw Valdis stare in my direction. He nodded, as if accepting something, and then so did Vloros with a smile. My husband returns soon after. That is settled. What happened? I ask this as I am handed a breaded meat from the raided town. I thought Valdis didn't want us to partake any of the food's spoils? He's decided to make you an exception, he tells me and takes a quick pinch of the breading from my portion to taste for himself. It is to keep your health up. Oh okay. I don't question it, but I do take a good bite of the warm and delicious food. I smile. This is actually good and I say so. This is good. I know. He savors the breading a bit to show that. Then turns away to face the wagons in the distance. We will wheel those in the direction they come. A mobile wall. Mobile wall? I ask this, seeing the idea in my head, but not ever experiencing it. We deal with horsemen often, unlike you seafarers, and they have arrows aplenty to stick us with. So, the wagons provide us with a bulwark, a cover, and a transport. We fire from their cover, keep the horses and men from overwhelming our position, and always be on the move to adapt our current situation. It is like naval combat, but on land and attacking those who are swimming to climb up on the wagons. What about horses? You need them to drag the wagons, I mention. Pull of the rope. We tie it around the mast, pass it through a crescent of the wagons, and pull it on over. They're wheeled. It makes it easier than tugging a ship's belly across the flat, he explains. This still sounds like it is a lot of effort. I think it would be best to find a husbandry and take an animal, I opined. He remains quiet for a moment and nods. You are right. That way, we can have more men to man the defense. Valdis, he yells out loudly. I turn to see the short man walk on over to us. Change your mind about her? Shut it, Vloros orders Valdis. She's come up with a good point. We need a cow or something. Drag the rope for the wagons. It could go mad and the pulleys make it easier on our backs for when we do gather the rope to us. Valdis returns a point. Maybe that is so, but it would be easier to put down a mad bull than to have our men harmed by a mere rope or too occupied with it to help our comrades. Vloros furthers the previous point. Very well. There are not many choices for us to pick from. Do you intend another attack or an actual trade this time? Valdis has opted an aggressive and passive mission. Trade. We have enough here to give back a few of their items, he grins. I'm sure they will appreciate how generous our offer is. I sit back and watch this unfold before me. As I take another bite from the food, I see in the corner of my eye something odd. I glance silently that way and see Tiresias looking at me quietly. My shoulders sag and I remain quiet. This bastard had not come to me when I had needed its company and now that it is here, I don't need it. The shade leans in close, then turns away from me to see the others. They will take care of you while I'm gone. What do you mean, gone? I whisper back. I have a much bigger problem to deal with than you now, it says. I had no idea I was such an issue for you to resolve, is my sincere, but a bit mocking, reply. I am being serious when I had every intent to help you. The shade looks right at me saying this. I still do, but they are now better suited. Then leave. What good did you do me anyways? I ask quietly. I helped you find your stumbling way into that man's arms, is Tiresias' smiling response. I am quiet. I take another bite and rest back, wondering how in the world this is going to get any worse than what I've already prophesied. Oh, don't worry about that right away. That is years from here, it tells me. So, I will die that way. I turn to the shade and it nods. The food is set down without another bite. The shade reaches out. For the first time, I see it move my hand to bring the breaded meat back to my lips. You both need it, it informs me. Vloros already had a bit of the bread. I tell it and take another bite. My icy blues turn back to the two men for a moment, then back to Tiresias just smiling and shaking its head at me. I am going to work on learning a few languages so I can get my point across to you more clearly next time, it informs me as the shadowy being begins to disappear. I shake my head and close my eyes. Vloros had his rest, but I had no slept yet, and the food now settling in me has triggered a notion that I no longer need feel the sense to be awake and hunt. I picture myself, in that future, being dismembered. There will be a time I will die, and now I knew how, but in years. I could take advantage of that knowledge. Entrapment. At first, I was glad to see that man go. He took with him a cart filled with many trinkets, odds and ends, and all sorts of things. Vloros had given me a single wave goodbye before disappearing past the barricade. With him gone, I wandered to different crewmen for me to watch, listen, and learn all I could. It was a difficult task to focus on them. My mind was abuzz with the knowledge of how true my fate would be. Could I not alter it at all? For a single instant, I had thought of wading out into the river until I no longer could be seen. Just to see if the shade, Tiresias, would show up in shock of being wrong, how I would die. Of course, that instant thought was a fleeting one. At least I was capable of earning a tad bit more respect for actually attempting to know these men. Every man that had come on board the 3 ships to follow Vloros, Valdis, and Jim had lost something to the Swedes. A home, family, or something more personal that would not be disclosed to me. They were driven men, wanting revenge, and had found a way to seek it out through their growing company. A week had gone by and still there had been no sign of Vloros. I enjoyed being free to roam around, but was worried for when Visborg would at last react to our raid. I had questioned Valdis and Jim, even tried to see if anyone else would tell me, but all seemed sure that they would not be attacked anytime soon. In fact, they knew it wouldn't happen until much later. Longer and longer the days went by and still no sign of the island locals or Vloros. My questioning changed from our situation and position to what was keeping Vloros. None of the crew knew. Jim of course had assured me he was fine, and Valdis told me nothing. In his words, no one here can honestly answer that. Had it been 2 weeks? Vloros still had not shown up, and I began to ask if we were seriously going to remain idle. Of course, in our position, that answer was obvious, but not reassuring me at all. I waited and worried. Each day that passed had kept me on an edge. Without taking it into account, I've lost track of how many days it has been. Luckily, we have been granted to consume the perishables. What I didn't understand was why this risk. We are inviting danger here. The longer we wait, more of those villagers would spread the word that we have landed and sit with a train of stolen goods. To distract myself, in the middle of this fogged and swampy terrain, I survey this defensive position. That plan, with those wagons, still bugs me. To drag them from one end to the other appeared ridiculous, even with animals to tow. It would be better for us all to leave with what we have. If they want to raid more, hit someplace unsuspecting of us and be done with it. Instead, we sit, wait, a commander who would be the beacon of nobility in this company out and about for an exchange. I wonder how the Goots will feel that their own property is being sold back to them. Very pissed, I'd imagined. On the day we do see the swarm of angry Goots, the swamp was being fitted with other types of fortifications, but ones that could not be easily seen. They were minor. Sticks that ran up and out of the murky pools or stuck into the earth. No matter how I looked at it, I had no idea what it was they were hoping to accomplish with this layout. When they seemed content with sticking sticks in the mud, they cleared our landing by layering logs and leaves and refuse around the entire area. It created a concealed flat on the shallow terrain of muck. It wasn't until I recalled their lack of care for these people, the war with these Swedes, that I realized their intent. This island was very wet, but covering the damp ground with this amount of piled wood may cause a fire. Moisture trapped within would cook. No air will be capable of cooling it before the heat becomes too much for the packed wood to handle. Was this their purpose for erecting a defense? To set an island on fire, more than this would be required. Much more. I don't see the whole picture, but I may when the Goots do come for their idea of justice. Off to another village, one unaware of our company's purpose, Jeem managed to convince them that we meant no harm when visiting. No idea how, but it was a godsend to have someplace for all of us to bathe. We took to visiting in pairs, sometimes in larger groups, but no more than a handful. In these events, we learned a little of what was going on across the island, but nothing that could be worthwhile. Regularly encountered incidents, such as weather and who was the lord over what village and town. Weeks later, it was a nightfall, while I slept, that Vloros finally returned. I had been alerted, woken, by the sound of horses, fearing an attack. Immediately I jumped out of the little cozy nest I made for myself on deck and leapt over the edge our ship to the soaked sands below. Wincing at the impact and thanking the yield beneath my knee, I lifted my wet legs into a crouch, waited and stared out at where the horses were coming from. Of course, Vloros sat on top of a simple pony, pulling along 3 others close behind him, smiling. Each pony carried bags of some burden. They sloshed around noisily. My only guess was that he bought fresh water for our journey. Getting up, I stared at him as he came through the barricade. His brown eyes dart to where I stand and I simply watch in silence. Shouldn't you be sleeping? Passing by me, he hands off the triplets to one of the lives and soon dismounts himself for his ride to join the rest. Shaking my head at him, I look away to find and hold a rope to climb back on board. He wants me to sleep, I'll sleep. Chris. More angrily, I grab at the knot on rope above my head and reach over the side of the ship, pulling my weight easily back up, ignoring him. Christine. That made me turn, laying over the edge with one foot dangling off, looking back at him. Rolling over the edge, I stopped on the other side to greet over and down at Vloros. What? Shouting, I recalled the deal Tiresias made with me, but I didn't care anymore of this stupid game the Shade played. What? Vloros was stunned for a moment, but spoke up. Don't move. I'll be up. I couldn't. He was already climbing up, but I turned to walk away quickly. I didn't know where to go, but anywhere not to meet with him. An unreasonable anger was in me. He went off for weeks and not one word. How was I supposed to know if he lived or not, all to have fun tricking the locals in buying back their looted goods? Days, weeks, nearly a month. I had been waiting for too long with these confusing thoughts of him, his people, and even the nightmares of what my fate will become, but mostly of what had happened to him. Nothing was easy for me while he had been away. Now back, with a smug smile like that on his face as if all was well, he'd expect me to greet him openly in. Welcome. Bastard. That was a welcome. Bastard, I swore, without ever looking back at him. I stormed further away from Vloros. Before he managed to be on board, I stomped down the steps to below the deck and adventured in a dark place, wondering where else I could go. It was a short time, a few seconds, until I heard him come down after an approach behind me. Hissing in a fury, I turned around to face him. Looking up at me was his signature brown falcon-like hair, slicked back, with those predatory eyes locking with my icy stare. A face that no longer had a smile upon it silently watched me. He walked closer to me and I backed away from. Go away. I choked out my demand as I backed into the walled end. Cornered, he stopped approaching until the two of us were only an arm's length away. He raised a hand slowly up to me. At first, I jerked away from his desire to lay a hand on me. When his palm followed where I turned from him, I smacked his arm away. His powerful arm came around my waist to hold me, pulled, and hold me still against him so he may try again to touch me. I looked away from him as his hand drew near. One palm, up to my cheek, brushed away what I had not known was streaming down my face. When the realization hit home that I had been crying, I began to sob. He pulled me down while I remained stiff. I didn't want to be like this. The more I fought, these chaotic emotions in me spilled out. Soon, I couldn't stand. Trembling, I fell to my knees and brought down Vloros with me. Burying my face down upon him, I soaked his clothed shoulder, I can't be like this. If I don't stand up now, I'll lose. When I tried to lift from him, he reached up and took me behind my fair head to pull me back down. I struggled weakly, only for a moment, and then he directed me to meet him in a kiss. I didn't fight it. This caused me to feel lighter, the burden of my thoughts being taken away, shared with him. It was a relief, and that had been the only reason I did not reject his kiss. The kiss lingered longer and I felt more at ease. Our lips pressed for more, yielding and invading. We both took a share of the comfort we were finding in each other. When we broke the kiss, it felt like the tension I had became nothing. My face felt the most relaxed from displaying how upset I was. Chris? What? Will you tell me that you love me? I don't love you. I saw him smile and shake his head at me. I don't. Then why do you shed these tears? If he wanted me to become upset again, it was working. I began to try and rise from him once more, but he simply pulled me back down to him. He watched and waited before his lips met mine again. Being still, I watched him closely as we kissed. Between our lips, he requests, please, another kiss, tell me. Turning ever so slightly in our kiss, brushing my lips along the corner of his, I place a softly whispering kiss to his ear. I don't know. I finally hold him, keeping our cheeks pressed to one another as I continue to whisper. Love is a strong word and one I don't know or understand. Maybe I do feel love for you, but how do I know? I both despise what you have done in my name, but I worried sick about you. You're arrogant, strict, even reckless. I feel more fear about what would happen to you than what could possibly befall me. His hand came up to comb through the back of my blonde head, massaging his fingertips through the fine hairs, relaxing the tension while he spoke. You're a handful, but one I would gladly hold for the rest of my life. If anyone ever touches you, I will make them pay dearly with more than just their lives. As your husband, I promise to protect you and will seek to the ends of this earth any who tries to break my promise. A fantasy of my future, whenever that fate of mine comes, pictures Vloros taking the head of all the Norwegians that had tortured and maimed me. New fears settle in the pit of my stomach. What if he failed to stay alive in the process? It was one thing to know I would die, but to endure that and know I'll be responsible for dragging down a man that I loved. I don't love you. I can't love you. Embracing him, my grip had tightened enough for me to feel his own strengthen in response. Christine. He spoke this name again and my constriction around his figure relaxed. It is not for me. Say that you love me, it will help you. Ever so slowly, this coiling tension inside of me was coming to the brink of springing loose. I feared the damage it would cause when it wildly shoots from inside of me. Free from its ever-pressing hardship on this matter. But it broke apart instead and I felt more at peace than I had ever been in my life when I had last said it. I do love you. Time between us had gone on without notice. For so long, we held each other until I felt compelled to do something that I should have long ago. Be a willing wife, so he can devote himself being my husband. Pulling away only a little from him, slipping my shoulders from the coat I wore, I began to undress. His hands fell from me, to allow an easier disrobing from the waist up. Soon, he was mimicking me and more as we both moved from each other enough to remove the rest of our clothes. Sitting and then laying back upon the wooden floor, my husband crawled on top of my bare figure until he could reach my lips to press his upon mine once again. Hands, both gentle and rough, roamed and concentrated on my bosom. Like the storm before within me, I felt lighter than ever when the electric tingle sent its charged lightning down through my body with a lively effect. It had been before the wedding, then the very day of it, and after so long without him, if I did not anchor myself beneath him, I felt I'd go wild from being pent up for so long. When I was ready, I reinforced that anchor. Locking my legs around the back of his, I'd drawn my knees to be behind those powerful thighs of his. Locked further together, I pulled with all my strength into his legs to draw him up to me. At once, I felt him enter. That untamed part of me became a bit more at peace that he would always be with me. Embracing him, holding myself to his slow and rhythmic movements, I continued to bless him with as many kisses before our voices spoke a passionate language with our intimate efforts. Rising in me was the release that I so desperately needed. To lose this frustration and tension for good, I hugged him tightly both outwardly and within, but when my love had finally pushed me over I still felt a trace of that broken pressure still coiling in me. Being fully held and holding on to him, I gave him permission to go at his own pace to bring me back over that thunderous height again. It had happened, but each time was not powerful enough of a spark, a trigger, to feel like an end. Not until he had joined me. That last moment of his rapid, determined, and true purpose to leave an imprint of his being within me had at last brought myself to a blissful conclusion. I still would not let him go. Despite our act of love-making being delightfully over, I wouldn't release him. At least, not until I began to cramp by holding him this tightly. Laughing, I did let him go and laid back relaxed. Planting a kiss upon my laughing lips, he slipped beside me. We remained embraced, just not so overly tight. Snug, warm, and comfortable. Christine, do you trust me? I thought about that and eventually gave him a nod. Then no, it was not my intent to use your name like that. We were originally going to be using it once reaching further north at Aland. What? Why? It was the deal with your family. This keeps me quiet. I have my disbelief, but I cannot protest right after accepting to trust Vloros. Your aunt, entrusting that Aland would be handed over afterwards, wanted to use your connection and status as a bastard. That can't be right. I was told. I'm legitimate. In no way am I a bastard, but how could I explain that to him? Ah, Vloros slides his arm up and lifts his head to rest into an upturned palm. Your father did bless you. We all saw that, but the act can easily be discredited for puppeteering. He was not coherent when you laid upon his lap. I understood now, recalling the blurred memory of my drug-induced wedding. My father had loomed over me as I laid upon his legs. Someone had placed me upon his couch and the reasoning had become clear. An audience, to see that I had indeed been the blood of my father, legitimized by his hand, but could easily cut the ties if my family were called out for my actions. It would be an uneasy situation, confusion, for the Swedes to either act upon my family's name being thrown around by a recently legitimized bastard. They would see me as an upstart, having become overly proud and reckless with the family name raising my station. While the Swedes are busy dealing with me, all of the Danes and more would have made their surprise move. Wherever that came from. We're bait, it was a statement from my lips. A clear picture as to why we have not left this island, but are prepared to set sail out of the river's mouth whenever possible. That also made sense why the Livs prepared the makeshift fire traps. If the wood dries, with that trapped moisture within, they could set fire to it and create a massive smokescreen for our escape. I told you before, I am sorry, but I did change the plan for the two of us. Why Gotland? Clear the seas between your homeland and mine. Gotland is the strongest outpost, then Aland. If we topple the here, we can set sail for Aland and finish off the last opposition at sea. We then can strike anywhere on the Swedish coast, even you Danes. I could picture that very clearly. If my family became aware of this, they would strike in 3 directions up north. The one would be towards the western border, securing those Swedes that were fending off the Norwegians, but not engaging them. The second, through the actual countryside towards upland. Last, from the ports at sea to ensure none of the opposition escaped. How do you intend on taking the island? Visborg will have far greater hosts than we. What? He was smiling at me. I didn't just go shopping. Why do you think it took me so long to come back? This made me think of only one thing and it brought a new flush of anger in me. He had been risking himself to scout the enemy. Calm down, I did safely return. At his request, I shut my eyes and attempted to cool my temper. His free hand came to lay along my cheek and stroke back to enter the field of my golden hair. Would you do me the favor and let your hair regrow? I whispered. Why? This hot head of mine still required some simmering down. A part of you that I found beautiful the first day I saw you. I was upset when you had tore your own hair just to be free from me. Then. Oh, I had been nearly ready to settle with any price your aunt provided me without you, once I saw you had cut your hair. That had popped my eyes back open to stare at him. But, when you crashed through the throng of your people in a distraught rage, I saw that it was not just your hair I found beautiful. Also, I found a new direction for my rage when I saw a small example how your family treats you. Thinking back, he must have been referring to when Dorte had read the letters and discovered my name was Chris, not Hermod anymore. I still had a mark upon my face from her fury. It did make me wonder how her own face may have fared after my brutal episode. Valdis's voice could be heard calling down, Vloros, come up here when you can. Of course. Leaning forward, my husband placed a kiss once more upon my lips before he pulled away from our place on the floor in my embrace. I might be back, but if he wants a full report, I might be until morning. Wait, tell me, who's really in charge here? Hey, I am. But Valdis knows warfare better than I do. I let him go over my head and make the decisions. When at sea, Jeem. Back home or in the court of a house, me. 3 commanders for 3 fields. Dressing as he speaks, I watch and learn the hierarchy of this Livonian company. Let me come with you. I want to know what is going on too. Quickly, I move to slip back on my own clothes. Vloros dressed faster, being that he wore less than I had, and waited for me before we both left together. Could you tell me when we are expecting them? The Goots. A day or 2, but not from Visborg. That place has only enough men to defend. I don't know where their main host has gone, but I fear it may have merged to reinforce the ones pillaging my lands. In the still dark morning, we come out to be kissed by the chill breeze coming over our ships through the venting river's path. As a pair, we approach Valdis hunched down over an incomplete map of the area. I must have missed him making this, or he had it taken from the raided village. Looking up from the map, what do you have for me? Valdis does raise a brow when I stand with Vloros, but doesn't dispute my being present for his meet. A lord of Uthem, called Bochelf, will be marching with what men have rallied to his banner. It will host all that would resist us, except Visborg. They have been given a higher priority to keep their town secure. Vloros points down at a region of the map and drags it down to where we are located within the river. Bochelf will arrive within a day or 2, depending on how the weather fares. He brings horses and may find his footing unsteady. Horses? In this thicket? He must be inexperienced. Valdis rubs his chin and slaps the side of his face before smacking all tips of his fingers on our barricaded line. We will reinforce the sink. Have enough men bring buckets and drench the fields. That is insane. You will tire them out before there's a battle. I knew there were some strategy I did not fully comprehend, but this was one that I absolutely knew to be a mistake. Just have them dig a shallow trench. I'm sure if you want the riders from Uthem to find unsteady ground, lead them into one. Not make one. How will a shallow trench do that? They will leap over it. Vloros was make this point, but I had one finger pointing out at the fire traps that had been set up. Have them jump on those. They might not sink, but if the horses roll a single ankle, they're done. Both commanders looked to one another and I took pride in seeing them grin. Jeem. Spread the word. I nearly jumped out of my skin when that creeper of a man showed up around my shoulder to inspect where this trench was being placed. Will do. Then he was off to shout commands as I settled down. Was he there the whole time? Both Valdis and Vloros shake their heads. I knew they had warned me before. Jeem was Jeem, and I quietly nodded in acceptance of that fact. By the way, I've found a juicy detail on my mission. One of the villages had a livestock epidemic and it has been rumored to be spreading. Vloros points out on an unclear section of the unfinished map, around here, I suppose. What livestock is affected? Valdis took out a charred marker and dotted the location. Pigs, chickens, a goose, and last heard a cow went mad, but I have not confirmed that was related. It really did sound like Vloros had been busy gathering all of this information. What all unimportant details he absorbed before obtaining the interesting ones must have taken a while. It wasn't like he could ask directly, from being a stranger on an island, what all he wanted to know without raising suspicion. When I rose to look over the ship's edge at those men on the ground, I saw they had begun to encircle the fire trap. In front of the wagons, I also noted that they had been busy staking the ground with sharpened long poles from what nature could supply. Outward, each pointed spear was prepared to fend off anyone coming. After a few more details had been included, our meeting ended. With this new information, Valdis, Jeem, and Vloros were all instructing new sets of defenses. I had included myself, not to command anyone or even suggest. Only to tell the 3 commanders of things a man I once knew experienced in the war-torn Byzantium lands. In the first tales, they had merely listened. Gradually, they paused to hear of more how the Rus had set themselves up to defend against a far larger host while on the run. Without being able to see or know of the coming enemy, they set themselves up to become a wall, and won the day by efficient cooperation as one unit against the rushing mob. A day or 2 from now, there will be many men who will not breath in the fresh wind of next spring. At long last, when the greater host of Goots thought to take us under the cover of darkness, they struck. It started with the tremor. I had not felt it on the ship, but I saw the Disturbance in the puddles and loose foliage. A shiver ran through me and brought with it a trail of shocking nerves alerting me to stand, be ready. I knew the enemy's first mistake. This attack will initially fail, but it will still send dangerous men to our camps. Beyond the stir of fog, shapes rapidly appeared to burst into the scene. Shouts, alarming for intimidation, thundering towards us through the only opening we welcomed. Riders, at least a 20 score, charged blind to what we had prepared for them. Half the lives dropped down to the wet sands and brought unity upon the stage before the opening. One after another, knelt to a bracing knee, they drove their shields down onto the ground. A rank behind the front shields had rose their own protection to give the first rank shade. Behind the two ranks, men with their arms free of protection, wielded deadly blades in preparation for the Rus Tassac. Instantly, I ran to grab a shield of my own from the ship's side. Looking back, I saw Vloros prepare his ridiculous ballistic weapon from the safety of this ship. This time, I didn't drop down in one leap. I threw the shield, crawled over to where the rope was, and descended. Running bent over, I quickly joined the ranks of the lives on their flank. I had one look from the neighboring shielder and, for a moment, he tore his eyes from the danger in front of us to those back on the ship. Catching his jaw tensing, I knew he thought that I had pushed the responsibility of protecting me upon him. I knew what I was doing. I've done this countless times within my circle of Rus brothers. A shrill noise wrenched my attention away from my neighbor to what was falling before us. The cavalry had emerged on the other side of our trench and toppled in a heap upon the rolling refuse covered on our logs. It took a second for the riders to pull away from the charge, but their own rear abruptly slammed into them. Yelling and screaming, both wounded and trapped, men beneath crippled mounts tried to free themselves through the kicking and flailing hooves that surrounded them. When a man had finally stood, he flew backwards and staked himself into the belly of a chestnut beast. I knew Vloros had loosed and would be prepared for another shot in a few minutes. It had been so long since I've heard these voices and noises that the fear in me felt brand new. I shook and bumped the side of my shield into my neighbor's to steady my hand. Only a couple of seconds had passed before the rear horses righted themselves and skirted our borders for another entrance. There may have been less than half out of the 20 riders left. It was a good start. A minute had passed, settling our knees into the damp and cold earth. No other signs of the enemy had appeared and I felt that the men were stirring around me. If they decided to move from this spot, it could be disastrous. I smacked the shield next to mine, hard. My neighbor turned to me and I nodded to the next man over, smacking his shield again, wordlessly commanding him to pass the message. He jarred the next shield, gestured to the next man, and the following man did the same until they all did. Each distracted from the idle danger. The longer I stayed still, the more dizzy I became. A stress like I've never experienced was trailing up my spine and rumbling past my abdominal front. I couldn't shut my eyes, no matter how tempted I was to turn away and recover. We waited until the enemy came to us. And they did. Scores of men, first at a walk, then jog, and finally full charge toward our line. They had to avoid the fallen horses, but they managed. Our lines met and we were pushed back onto our feet 2, 3, 4 steps before halting. Entrenched again, a goot on my flank had ran past me and a second tried. Driving a blade from my offhand, I stove the man into the puddled soup face first after I sliced through his thigh. No hesitation, we both fought awkwardly from our positions. It took one of the third-ranked men to come up and drag him away from me. A terrible feeling was brewing in me and I turned away. I had to recover quickly or else I would fall from this anxiety before a blade would fell me. Behind my shield, I became sick and lost my footing. The shield I held came crashing into me. One of the men behind me caught hold and dragged me away from the goot that knocked me away. To my side, I saw the Livonian who took responsibility of watching over me maim the enemy. Before I would be ran through. Get her out of there. Hurried splashing alerted me. I saw Zim's wild eye and his arms wrapped and lifted to carry me away from the combat. I couldn't hold it in and became sick once more. This stress has never been an issue before, but it felt so vastly different than the years I've spent with the Varangian. I heard a loud groan, another loud and shrill cry of a beast, and creaking sounds echoing around our cleared surroundings. The wagons had begun to move. Looking over my shoulder, as Jean pulled me from the conflict, I watched as the goots had their line cut off from their host by the wagons pulling in from behind them. They were trapped and the lives pressed their shields to back them into those wagons. In a surprise, the other half of lives opened the windows to cut down the backs of every Gotlander that retreated to this dead end. Jeem handed me up to the knotted rope, with Vloros hanging over the edge to reach down for me, and I ascended with both assisting. When I had climbed back on the ship, I noted the end of this battle. From our advantageous view, those Goots who did not become trapped on our side of the camp had pulled back. The scores that had been standing were now mostly laid flat on their final resting place. Not all were dead, but soon would be finished off. The silencing had begun and I nearly became sick once more with this atrocity in my sight. Vloros took me aside and had me facing away from their act. I gulped at the air, but it tasted horrible. It was probably because of the traces still lingering in my mouth, but the smell made me think I could taste the death and bloodshed of tonight. Still so very dizzy, my husband took me aside and sat me down in the cozy spot I made into my deck's nest. He applied a rag to wipe clean my glistening lips. I tried to tell him how sorry I was, for being weak out there and, most importantly, a burden, but nothing came out. The world was tilting, much like it had before once upon another ship. A fear, the idea I would sleep and wake months or years from now took hold. Reaching out, I gripped a hold of Vloros, pulling him to me, shaking. In my confusion, I didn't want to fall back into that timeless slumber. That shade had done enough, what more was he after? Sheesh, it is all right. For now, it's over. He smoothed the fair hair back, sitting down to pull me into his lap and cradle me, embraced. It's all right. I saw Valdis approach and Vloros turned on him. Never again. Never again. Agreed. Not in her condition. Valdis looked over me while I tried to focus on him, but my world was blinking in and out. I gripped more tightly to my husband for support to stay in our world. It became more difficult to remain. I tried so very hard to remain, but I nodded once and that deep dark shroud closed around my senses. Announcement: this was the final chapter I had written of Union. It had been on hiatus for half a year now.